Yo. What's up? How's everything? Let me get this all sorted. I need to do my announcements first. Audio is good. Wait, let me double check. It should be fine. Is it too loud or something? Or is it static? It could be because my throat is dry. Like, it could just be that. I had some french fries, so my throat's a little bit parched. Sound like Acadian. How did that... How does Acadian even sound like? Ubers do it, dude. I need a clip of that. Honestly, sounds kind of funny. Oh, hang on, I need to turn off the dehumidifier. That thing's way too loud. More cannot. Jeez. How's a Mordian as a model? Is it as bad as a Stomper? I've not yet assembled the Stomper. I heard it's pretty bad. I don't think you can really use it either. It's like 800 points. There's no real point to really bringing it. And the rules are kind of bad, but I think in like one of the boxes, like GW just threw in a Stomper for like some reason. They probably had to get rid of it. Stomper got buffed? For real? And I don't play Orcs. Oh yeah, by the way, I saw your photos in the hobby chat. That's a pretty sweet looking board. I mean, yeah, it probably does make sense to make it cheaper because they like threw it into like, was it like a stack collecting box or something like that? It was like one of the Orc boxes. It was fairly recent as well. It was like a year and a half ago or something. And then it was just like a whole heckin' Stomper in there. Just kind of surprised everyone. And the funniest thing was that, like, from what I heard, they gave them like the old instructions as well. Like the really shitty useless one. So they kind of just essentially shoved it into like a newbie box with like the hardest instructions possible. Sorry, not impossible, possible. You're over-modulating hard. Wait, for real? I just put a... No, wait. I did not change a single thing. That's probably my voice. I don't know my voice. I was doing a lot of recording, so like my tone might have actually shifted. I'm putting the mic a little bit further away, maybe that'll help. It could be the music or something as well, I don't know. I've done nothing to the mic. I stopped touching, like I just stopped playing around with the settings on my mic. Because I just don't want it to like screw up again, so it can't be that. Is it peaking? Wait, maybe it's peaking. I think it's just a little bit too close. Yeah, I think putting it further away probably fix it. There we go, there we go. I did notice the audio for the video that I did. It was like a little bit shaky. And I was thinking back, like, why that was happening, and it was because, like, I remember I was, like, recording at, like, 2 a.m. And it was, like, really freaking cold. There was, like, frost outside. And so I think, like, the voice shakiness was coming from that. I think otherwise I was actually quite happy with that. I'm actually looking forward to do more, like, narrated videos now. Like, in terms of narrated videos, I've got a list of stuff that I'm doing. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm doing a lore recap. I'm doing a lore recap for every single faction that I can. So the first one's probably going to be the Tyranids, because I already kind of gone through that. And in that video, I kind of alluded to that. And then one really interesting one that I want to do is like other memes on like social media dictating 40k lore. Another one that I'm like sketching out slightly is the guard slowly turning into an NPC faction, where like, you know how every single faction has like an end goal? Like they've got like several like epic stories going on, whereas like I feel like the guard story has like really diluted to a point where it doesn't feel like it's a main faction on the tabletop, but it doesn't feel like a main faction in the story. It just feels like shit that people just kill as like fodder. Yeah, it's like the Grunt Fantasy faction, but I don't think they've done like actual good justice to it. Let's see, what's another one? I'm just going through the page of stuff that I've actually oh yeah, I'm gonna do Conspiracy Mondays. So I've written down a few conspiracy theories, one of my pet ones, right? Which includes the Star Phantom ones. And so it's not going to be every single Monday, but it'll be mainly posted during my Mondays, which is like everyone's Sunday, to be honest. And so it's just going to be talking about like it's going to be talking about like lore conspiracies. Hey Klovak, what's up? Check Discord. Yeah, sure. Is it noise marine today? Wait. Yeah. I'll take a look when I'm ready for the stream. I'm also experience it with you guys. Let's see. I'm still working on the wiki readers one. It's supposed to be like a slightly underhanded like this. It's almost like a diss video. But I'm not sure how to actually go along with that, because it's like an art form to doing like a diss, where you just don't come out screaming. You kind of be like a little bit sarcastic about it. You have to be like a little bit of a bastard to do like in this video. So like the wiki reader one might be on hold. Actually, okay, so since you do not believe me on the audio, no, I believe you. It's just that, is it better now? By the way, I put my mic like a foot away. Anyways, oh, fuck's sakes, man. Alright, let me listen to that. Hang on, I need to... The weird thing is that I've changed literally nothing. I'm not hearing shit. Oh, it's because it's muted? Wait. Actions as well. Like the really shitty useless one. Okay, I'm just peeking. I think I know why. It must be because Windows probably reset my entire audio settings. My audio levels. Let me fix that. It just sounds like my audio. Yeah, okay. Okay, is it better now? No, it's literally a Windows update. Is it better now? Sorry, Clovak. Sorry that you had to sit through that. Yeah. So what happened was that the audio level was at 100%, whereas usually it's at like 80. I might put it down 2 more points. Yes, Windows did an update, and then it just reset the entire audio level, the audio gain. Let me put it down 2 more points. It's probably still a little bit too high. I remember having to spend like 2 streams to actually fix that. Because I listened to that and I'm like, yeah, I know exactly what's wrong. I'm gonna put it down 2 more%. That should be good now. It's 83%. Usually it's around 83 to 85. But thanks for telling me. Yeah, sitting through like an entire stream of that shit would be just bad. Sorry, just give me like 5 more minutes to set a few things up. For the intro of this stream, I've got like a hate comment that I actually want to read through. I haven't been on my side channel for like a bit of time. So like this comment just popped up out of nowhere and I'm like, wow, this guy's a bit of an idiot. And you're gonna love this one because it's like some guy just like defending Major Shield for some reason. The MK Ultra man. So you guys are probably gonna get like a kick out of that. And then after that, what else is on here? Let me go through the list. Let me go through the docket. We've got 2 like relatively short Mordian Glory video. And one of it is about 3D printing, like Games Workshop versus China. And as like a professionally Chinese person, as I always like to joke about, I want to see his take on it. Because every time something like this comes about, like there's always something wrong about it. because they either don't get like the process of manufacturing, or like how Chinese shipping work, or you know, having actually ordered shit from like Alibaba, Taobao, or in this case it's Temu. So anyways, I think it's like an interesting one. Korn, you posted a video called "We Need to Talk About Gotchas," and that sounds incredibly interesting. It feels like deja vu. I want to see what's happening there. And then I actually think that Nellop's video actually got to Mordian Glory. Yeah, I think Nellop's video actually annoyed Mordian Glory because I feel like he made 2 videos just kind of like just talking about that. Like not directly, but it's like, you know, around the edges. And one of them is like people who defend GW. And then the second Mordian Glory video is like talking about him getting blacklisted by Games Workshop. And I know the second one has him like literally, excuse me, there's something in my throat. Sorry, yeah, not literally, but like very, very poignantly like mentioning Nellop. And after that, we've got some Total War 40k videos we can go through, and then like the second Dawn of War 4 battle report. There's a Winter's SEO video if we want to go through that as well. And that's going to be talking about narrative play in 11th edition. I quite like Winter's SEO. He's very chill. And yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff to go through, right? There's a lot of stuff to go through. I'm seeing if I missed anything else. For the Forever Winters, yeah. No, that's last week's stuff. No, I think we good. We think it's a pretty nice chill stream this stream. How was the game, by the way? How was 11th edition? How did you find it? It was very fun. We did tons of wrong stuff. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, that's kind of the fun stuff about it. I think it's how you approach the game, really. Like, if you're trying to be true tryhard about it, you're gonna give yourself like unrealistic expectations. You know, it's like when you play like a video game while trying to be competitive versus like playing a video game when you're like just hoping to have fun. But the usual shit where we're always arguing about did not happen. Yeah, it's good. like in my own hobby group, and that's the one overseas, we had like a very good culture about challenging rules because there was this one guy, he's called Keith in that hobby group, and he always has like a catchphrase saying, what does the book say? So whenever like a gotcha or something shows up, he always says like, okay, I don't believe you, what does the book say? And he kind of said it so many times that like people became like numb to just like pulling out the book and then just showing him the rules and stuff like that. So people just got used to actually like double checking the rules, because there were actually a lot of times where he was actually correct. Like he was like, okay, what does the book say? We pull out the rules and we're like, oh wait. It's usually stuff in the fight phase actually, now that I think about it. It's like, oh wait, I got consolidation wrong. Oh wait, in fact you can deep strike above. Like previously the deep strike rule had no verticality to it. You can just do like 9 inches and doesn't really count like the vertical properly. And so people were like deep striking onto like the 3rd floor buildings and shit. And then Games Workshop specifically had to come in and then be like, okay, deep striking has like a vertical like dead zone now. You can't do that shit anymore. I probably got the specific wrong, but like the specific, I got the specific interaction wrong, but it's like to that spirit or something like that, or something like 6 years ago. All right. Let me get a big gulp and then maybe we can get started. Let me play around with the
Creative Assembly.
Oh, sorry about that. I had to find the right tab. Okay, there we go. Stream's actually starting now. GW did nerf character revives though. It didn't really come off like that many times. Like I'm like, whatever. I mean, for the Necrons, yeah, Necron character revive would probably be a big one. Hey, Mr. Guy's name that I shouldn't really read. How's your day? Thank you. Yeah, I hope your day's going on well too. Alright, so I actually want to address this like one comment on my side video. I don't know why I kind of like I don't know why I kind of fixated on this, but it's because maybe like it was on my notification just popped up. So this was on the major kill video, right? This was on the major kill video that I was talking about, where he was kind of just talking about the Pontius, remember that one? So someone came in and he said, okay, let me get this straight. You think that the reading the lore is the bare minimum? That's ridiculous. Reading or listening to or hundreds of books, many of which are out of print, can only be experienced through audiobooks. It's not a small endeavor. What are you supposed to do besides read the source material? Make shit up. But that's exactly what Major Kill like said in this video. He's allowed to make shit up. And the funny thing about this comment is that he did not even address like Major Kill's like actual statement, and has I should have timestamped it, like holy shit, where he actually said like it's not his job to be accurate about the lore. Like he said that if you're trying to be accurate about the lore, he has to do too much research to actually like pull up as many videos that he does. Like I'm not sure if you guys can remember it, but that's what he actually said. And so I'm just reading through this and I'm like, holy fuck, like no one is telling you to read and like listen to every single thing. No one's telling you to, be like a super pro expert. And no, that's not exactly what I'm saying, but I'm saying that your goal is to, if you really like Warhammer 40k, your goal is to actually read the lore yourself. Like, just don't rely on lore tubers too much. I'm sure there's a lot of people who like to listen to Major Kill. There's a lot of people who like to listen to the Pontius. And all those like Luton and them, but I think at the end of the day, you should always try to read the lore yourself, along the line, right? If you're a really good fan of this franchise, and it says that he created his own line of models and he helped the other lore tubers when they really need help. Pontius going after him for not getting 100%, but that's not it at all. It's like it's just literally him like indemnifying himself, saying that he does not need to be lore accurate. And then he brings up, subscriber base as well. Like, uh, and the whole model line and helping out other little tubers is like at the end of the day is self-serving, because the model, his own line of models is just merchandising and helping other lore tubers only when they're big. Did he help out like Wolflord when his channel got taken down? Or did he mention Otsu when his channel got taken down by Games Workshop? No, he didn't say anything about that because they only have like 20k subscribers. And then when what was his name? The Remembrancer got demonetized, and then he got remonetized again, and then they made that like Iron Warriors, Iron Hands 3D model. And then they were gonna raise money. Yeah, he's getting money off of that as well. He's getting the attention. It's like the whole Mr. Beast thing. And so like this entire content, this entire comment has like, I'm sure it's well-meaning at the same time, but it's so naive. But it's so naive. It's like, okay, you're small, so you're not allowed to say anything. So I guess that like because we don't make as much money as like Jeff Bezos or anything, I think he's above reproach or something now. I'm sure like Amazon is putting out like a lot of like charity as well, right? Like $100 million during COVID and all that. So we're not allowed to criticize Amazon or something. Like that's exactly the same type of reasoning. Like that's why I looked at this and I'm like, what the actual fuck is this guy even talking about? I'm not sure if there's like other chatters in here who don't really know that much about me. I'm just coming in for the first time today. I probably just scared them all off, but I don't know. I thought I need to do like after the positivity video. Nah, okay, guys. After the positivity video, I'm allowed to just go off now. Like in the positivity video, I'm not sure it's going to be on my homepage. On the description, I'm not sure if anyone paid attention to it. Why is it loading so? Yeah. In this video here, like literally the description, I'm just used hitting my annual positivity quota. Yeah, there we go. There's one positive video, and now for the rest of the year, I'm just gonna pop off. Anyways. He said something when AI came. Yeah. No, it's all like social virtuing, like social virtuing. What the fuck am I talking about? It's all performative, just virtue signaling. That's the word I'm looking for. And like it's a safe topic that everyone was talking about. Like most critical was talking about it. Like everyone else, if you want like a safe topic to sound like a badass on, talk about AI and all that. And by the way, his AI video got the wrong person. His AI video like tagged the wrong person. It tagged like that Loretta Sarin, or was it Sarin Loretta? Like like Loretta Sarin channel. It was actually a real person, and people actually started abusing her because of it. And then eventually she stopped doing Warhammer 40k stuff, like purely because of it. I'm not sure if anyone actually talked about that. He got the wrong person. Yeah, Loretta Lore. She like went and started doing something else because everyone just kept like shitting her. Like, okay, if you can talk about the AI stuff, there's like at least 5 other channels like nerd.mp4, game.mp4, Grimdog. There was like that Grim Dark Lore. There was that Attenborough guy. There's like at least 5 channels that you can actually go through where it does not involve killing like a fucking civilian. Lotara, yeah, there we go.
I want to talk about.
Anyways, this is your video, Corn, so we might as well watch it at the very start. I think it's like a nice short 40-minute video. I haven't watched this yet, like at all. I just hope that it does not like turn into like that last video where oh, you guys remember that disaster of a video that we went through, and then the entire comment section was just like, yeah, if you know the rules better than I do, then it's a gotcha. If you know the rules better than I do, then it's cheating. So I really hope that this is like a very nuanced video where they actually talk about like, I think it really turns up during competitive play, right? Like in casual play, it just becomes a bit more like, obviously it's a bit casual. No one really, people don't get bad feelings off of that. But like, I feel like it's more of a competitive play problem. I'm gonna go grab a drink. One moment. Yeah. And so this video is called We Need to Talk About Gotchas. I wonder what this video is going to be about. I wonder how this is going to go.
Gotchas. It is a behavior often attributed to that guy whereby someone catches you out with a thing you just didn't know about. You move within range of their troop unit that has a mine. You weren't aware of said mine. It goes off to the next phase and kills your guy that was doing an action, and now you've lost the game potentially. More commonly, you activate a unit to shoot at something and suddenly that thing gets -1 to be wounded or is -1 to be hit, and you didn't know, so it ends up being a bad activation. An activation you wouldn't have made if you had that information originally. On the upside, the Warhammer and general wargaming community has a disdain and a distaste for gotchas, but still, they exist. I'm sure you've experienced one or...
I feel like it's part of a game, and it's part of a war game, and at that point, like, if you're playing a competitive game, there's always some kind of a choke point, like a skill cap choke point. Where like in StarCraft 2, it'll be like the techs, right? Like the timing techs, the build orders. And then when you play like an FPS game, there's the reaction speeds and all of that, right? Like they're all little nuances. And I feel like one of the choke points in a tabletop game is basically game knowledge, like knowing the other army. There's like that quote from G.I. Joe's, knowing is half the battle and everything like that. So basically, if you're like showing up into like a competitive game and you know, you haven't done your homework. At that point, is it really, whose fault is it really that you get caught up? Because all that information is out there. There's so much free information on Wikipedia, all the apps and all that. If you can get that really angry about it, like at what point is it your responsibility?
Witnessed one yourself. I have an anecdote to back this up. Recently, I was in the 3rd round of
Hey, Grace, hello.
An event. I was 2-0. I was playing demons. I had lots of flamethrowers in my army, which are good at shooting into Overwatch. I paired into elves that don't want to get hit by flamers, and we started talking at the beginning of the game. I'm actually quite familiar with Eldar. I own a load.
Okay, walking into flamers is literally your fault. Like, I'm not sure, like, maybe you can cut out if it's not WYSIWYG, but if you know there's like a block of like flamer dudes, and you just walk into them and you get overwatched, at that point, I'm just saying, dude.
Of them, but I hadn't played them myself for about a year or so. So I asked for a quick catch up. What do your agile maneuvers do? We'll come to this more in a moment, but basically elves and maybe armies like Tau a little bit as well. They're often seen as the tricksy pixie, the gotcha armies, because they have a lot of tricks they can do that other armies tend not to be able to do. In the case of our space elf cousins, they have agile maneuvers, a pool of points that they can use upon the activation of a movement of a unit, or in certain other circumstances too, to then move that unit further or differently. One such agile maneuver allows them to turn off Overwatch. So the idea is that the unit is moving stealthily or too quickly to be shot at in the moving phase. As he talked about the agile maneuvers, he said that once he moves on to moving his next unit, that's it. It's done. I can't fire Overwatch. And I said, of course, because if you didn't know, in 10th edition that just cycled out, Overwatch on a move-by-move basis. You move a unit, and there's a little priority window for me as the other player, inactive player, to shoot my guns at you. I said, of course, but I said in order to be clear and concise about this, I am going to ask him after each movement. He only had like 10 units or whatever. Are you turning off Overwatch here? He didn't like this. He didn't complain about the time it would take, because as we started to do this, it became cumbersome. I'm really glad that 11th edition has moved Overwatch to the end of movement one time. Pick a unit. Do you want to shoot with it for 1 CP? Yes or no? There was some cool mind games to moving things and using.
Okay, this is going to be like a little bit out of topic. Like, this is going to be a little bit of a tangent, but it's a pet peeve of mine. Has anyone ever had this occur to you? You are moving your models, and your opponent said that you are moving your models too slowly, and he starts moving your models for you. Has that ever happened to anyone? Has that ever happened to anyone? Because I've had that happen to me before, and then every single time that they've done that, they're always like, they always disguise it as like something to save time or something. And then they always move it in like a very like dumb way. And I always get caught out because like I let them move my models a little bit. Like help out to move my models.
Overwatch, but it became cumbersome in the last edition to have to ask with each movement. But his complaint was that he wanted to be able to catch me out, but also for me to be able to catch him out. I think he was genuinely suggesting there was some sort of strategic, like, higher level gameplay going on if I didn't ask after each activation. And I genuinely believe this is where a lot of the gotcha mentalities, or the I'm going to keep things up for my opponent, or just not volunteer information comes from. Part of it is obviously people just trying to be scummy to get a win however they can, but others believe that it's like part of the game, having the knowledge of other people's armies, or the ability to hold that knowledge and process it all at once. Some people see it as part of the strategy, and I just don't agree with that. I'll explain why. Anyway, I told him that I disagreed, and I told him very explicitly that the kind of game I want to play is one with open communication. A thing that I'm going to talk about in another video at some point, about how I think this speeds games up if you communicate very clearly with your opponent and talk about all your intentions, or at least all of your non-strategic plan intentions. You don't tell them what units are going to go to your expansion or to the mid or whatever, but you explain like where you are and why you're moving in certain ways, because it helps clear things up later. But that's a different video. And I think that's forcefully, or at least taking a...
No, I think that's a very good idea, because one of the best ways to not get caught out is to explain your intentions, and one of the most frequent uses of that is to tell your opponent, if you're moving out of line of sight, is to tell them that my model is moving out of line of sight. Because that's the one that gets caught out the most, where you think you're out of line of sight, but like from your opponent's point of view, because he's like taller or something like that, he's got a better angle. So like you move your units around the building and you're saying, okay, my intention is to be out of line of sight. Am I out of line of sight? And so you don't get caught out by that. That's like the one, I think that's like the one thing that like everyone can actually pick up.
I stand for myself, said, I'm not willing to play that kind of game. I'm going to ask you whether you're turning off Overwatch when you move things. The game kind of got off to a bad foot because my opponent was in a very bad mood. They were even unhappy about the terrain. But with the open communication and comms between the two of us and the ongoing game, I end up winning, but we end up having quite a fun time. And we both admit the game was very fun at the end of it. And I think open comms helps that. Open comms and clear communications with your opponents help people to trust and enjoy the gameplay experience with you. And that brings me right back down to the gotcha thing, right? So
I'm going to pause here. He's absolutely correct about the open comms. I've had very competitive games with very competitive players, and just because he was like a bit more communicative and he's willing to talk and he's just a bit more friendly, the competitive game was actually quite enjoyable. And I've had the reverse, where I've had like pretty casual games, because it'll be like, usually if I don't know a person, if it's my first time playing against a person, my default setting will be casual. And so I've had games where I've had like my first game with someone and I do like a casual game, but the guy comes in, he does not talk, he just kind of like just grunts and like moves models around. And it's supposed to be like a casual game, but then it feels like very confrontational when like no one, like there's no feedback to any communication.
Gotchas are things that you may not be expecting. They often come...
Like, it doesn't even need to be talking about the rules. Like, just like be a normal person, and a lot of this like bad feeling just naturally like works itself out.
From things like
it's a social game at the end
on data sheets that randomly trigger that you're not aware of, or on stratagem abilities, one of 6 or now maybe 8 to 10 different 1 CP spells, if you will, if you're coming from the magic side of things, that you can activate at certain times in the turn to change how things are working. Normally...
And by the way, being like a normal person, just being communicative, it's not something that 40k coaching can actually teach you. It's like a person skill.
A game at an event or even a casual game, I will talk through my army and ask my opponent questions about their army and get them to talk through theirs too. And one of those talking points is often asking, what do your stratagems do? Yes, it eats into 5-10 minutes of the...
Wait, holy shit, I just realized something. Is that like Mr. Bones like plushie up there? Isn't that like Mr. Bones channel logo as a plushie? No, I just noticed that.
Start of the game, but it's good for getting a vague understanding of what's happening. I even go as far as to remind my opponents of what my strats do, either multiple times into the game and sort of leave off towards the end, or just consistently throughout. Obviously, if we're playing for like top spot in a 3-rounder, I will get a less lenient with that and just not explain everything all the time. But ultimately, I think the games are more fun if people are playing with known information, and that's what I want to come to: known information versus...
40k coaching is not a big enough thing to always mention, but it's a joke, and I'm going to treat it like a joke.
hidden information. In most war games, hell, I don't actually know an example where this doesn't exist, but if someone could give me an example in the comment section, I'd love to look into it. But in Warhammer specifically, there is no hidden information. When you get to a table during a game, either a casual game or a tournament game, you have access to your opponent's entire list, either literally on Best Coast pairings or whatever tournament software they're using, or you can just talk through their list with your opponent because they'll tell you what's in their army. In most card games, outside of like open deck list events, which are more common than they used to be, but still not that common, it tends to be the case that when you show up to play your opponent, you don't know what they're on. You don't know the archetype, the colors, the strategy, you know nothing about it. And hiding that information is important because it allows you to actually blindside your opponent with a sudden turn one play or move into a combo. And that's because card games are predominantly hidden information games. A really clear example of this is comparing stratagems to...
Yeah, it brings up a good point. Like, I remember like watching Yu-Gi-Oh! And then like people were just ambushing, like I'm talking about the anime. And then this was like in like the first season with like Yugi Moto and all that, like Dual Island. And all the characters were just going around like ambushing each other with like their gotcha decks. I remember like the whole like Kyber, like Seto Kyber tournament arc where like there was this like fucking rare hunter going around like ambushing people with fucking Exodia deck.
Say counter spells.
No, he's absolutely correct. That's the entire culture of it.
Removal spells, interaction, or hand traps in Yu-Gi-Oh! So let's say the average 1 CP reactive move strat, the Gladius one, right? If you get...
It's like fucking King the Hill with like Deo's Pocket Sand. It's like that, but it's like Pocket Exodia.
Within 8 or 9, you pay a CP and your guy gets to move D6 or flat 6 depending on what mode your army is in at the time. This can be a gotcha if you haven't played in Gladius before or haven't played it recently, and you're going to move close to someone to charge it, and they pay a CP and they run away from you. This should have been reminded to you at some point during the introduction or even as you're doing your move if your opponent's not being a douche. Hiding it from you is dumb because it's not hidden information. It's kind of almost not only unsporting but against the entire vibe of the game. Compare that to Magic the Gathering, where you might have a 1 mana spell that makes your guy indestructible. I say 1 mana, whatever example's on the screen. Either way, this card being in your hand is completely unknown information. The fact that this card is in your deck is completely unknown information. Magic and all other card games, by nature of being card games, will, 99% of the time, have these cards being metaphorically and literally held to your chest. You draw unknown and hidden cards and have hidden information.
By the way, with 40k, is there really such a thing as a gotcha moment anymore? I can see that in like 8th edition or like the early editions, but I feel like, and like, I haven't played a lot of 10th edition, but I don't think I've been gotcha'd a single time in 10th edition because of how simple the rules are.
Which allows you to blindside your opponent. Same for hand traps in Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
Like aside from bad misplay.
Triggered my trap card. I'm putting a random trap on screen here. I don't really like Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm using it as another example for those that watch this don't follow Magic. But again, you fall into a trap and get hit by a trap card simply because you didn't know it existed. Warhammer doesn't do this. If you're playing it...
Bro, no, actually Cruden. Cruden brings up a very good point. No, imagine if you can put units into defense mode in Warhammer 40k. No. If models have an attack mode and a defense mode, like imagine you can move a unit and then put them into like defense mode and they get like another data sheet, like they get like another like it changes their stats or something. No, that would actually be crazy. And I think Games Workshop actually tried that because previously you can put your units into, this is in 8th edition, right? You've got these things called defensible terrain, and then you could, if you pocket them up onto defensible terrain, and then when someone charges you, you get like a 5+ to your Overwatch instead of 6+. So you can do 2 things when you're in defensible terrain. I wish GW actually brings that back because that actually adds in like another layer to the game that like no one really like capitalized on.
Gladius Space Marines, you are allowed to.
Like the sorry for pausing again, but like the Grey Knights used to actually have a stratagem. If you put them into defensible terrain and you do the thing. When they do an Overwatch on the 5+, they do like a mortal wound as well.
By tournament rules and all intents and purposes to look at.
That's something that Games Workshop actually tried to do, but like people would die.
And this is part of the good comms thing for speeding up games. If you expect your opponent to go and read your strats while they're trying to figure out their turn, you are just forcing your opponent to slow down the game. And whilst that could weaponize a clock to burn down their clock on a chess clock, if you're not playing on a chess clock like most players won't in a casual game or a tournament game, you are just burning the round timer. The reality is you and your opponent want to finish this game in the 2.5 to 3.25 hours that the tournament organizer or event or game store opening hours are allowing, so why not speed that up by just volunteering the information that is available to them. Warhammer, by being an open information game, the strategy and the skill comes in how you both come to the game with tools, how you deck list build or army build, the compositional, combo-y sort of strategy element there, and then how you apply those elements to the board and the game state, how you apply them to the mission objectives, movement, shooting, move blocking, fighting, all that stuff. It's all about how you use your tools against your opponents. There is actually zero, and I mean zero, elements of hidden information nonsense. This is not a value judgment of saying Warhammer is better than Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh! I think the hidden information in card games makes them infinitely interesting in a very different way, but it also works better in a card game because, well, so Magic has a very rigid rule system. It's so rigid and so codified that I myself...
Sorry, mate, I was gone for a while. What's your opinion on Mordian Glory getting blacklisted? We can watch that video next.
I've played games of...
There's a video you can press to make the characters crouch, and if you crouch... Oh, Squadron Commander. Yeah. I haven't played that game, but I was thinking that, yeah, that was kind of like what that whole defensible terrain thing was. No, I was just about to say, fuck, I lost my... No, I wanted to say, alright. It's what you do with that information. So all the information is open. That's what he's trying to say. And I think he's going to build up to the point where, like, you shouldn't really be gotcha because of all the open information. And at that point, it's probably skill issue. I'm guessing that's what he's going to say. But I think the other dynamic that I'm not sure if he's going to talk about is how that information is used against you. And so if that information is used against you in like a very crafty way, I think it creates bad feeling as well for some of these people.
Magic with people that speak virtually no English.
Have you read any PDFs about K47? I said, I've been doing the lore. I've been doing the lore first before going through the PDFs. I've been going through. I watched the lore. What was it called? Conflict 47 explained by Mr. Bones.
At international events, and we've just played. We know via how the cards work because we recognize the artwork, for example, which again is a thing in miniatures which doesn't quite work.
I'm still deciding on an army. Right now, I am pivoting towards the Soviet army, but I'm kind of looking forward to the Japanese refresh as well. And I feel like it's one of those games where I can actually get, like, I can get away with being like a bit of a weeb. So it's either right now, it's either Japanese or the Soviet army that I'm really trying to get into.
Silhouettes work, but
bro, the lore's in the PDFs, but I want to listen to the YouTuber first and then read it.
Custom miniatures, paint jobs, and so on. But because of the art, we recognize the cards, we know the rules, and we can enact the game through a basically third language. Wargaming and explicitly Warhammer cannot do that. The units themselves have no rules written on them. They must be read and understood via an external source, the app, for example. Now, of course, there is a connotation of...
No, I like reading. It's funny because I read that entire comment from that like major kill guy in the comment section. But no, I actually like reading because the thing is that I know that I'm a little bit stupid, so I need to reread like paragraphs over and over again. Sometimes I miss things out and then I have to reread the paragraph. You can't really do that with an audiobook. The entire book just flows.
Denotation, a literal denotation of what rules go to an intercessor model, and thus you could argue intercessor models denote a block of text you can find on a third-party thing. The point is, the game is so complicated and big anyway that you knowing all of that when it's not written down in front of you, even in another language, is a tall ask, an impossible ask. And thus, in order to make the game just function, it's much better to explain what your stuff does as you go, or with a front-loaded explanation potentially as well, instead of just like telling your opponents when it happens so that it blows them out and they make mistakes. I think if you're new and your opponent's new and you're playing very casually, like it can be fun to just play a bit blind. Like, oh, I didn't know that was T12 until I shot it. That's kind of fun and interesting because you're playing in a very casual, exploratory way. But if you want to test strategy against strategy, catching someone out with hidden information is by nature just not how Warhammer works. I would argue it's quite literally cheating. And that leads me nicely
to... This is like quite a heavy topic. I need to rewind back a minute. I'm sorry about that. No, Clovek, here's the thing, is that with Conflict 47, I don't want to be too tryhard about it. I don't want to be too tryhard about the lore, because I went a bit too tryhard with Warhammer lore, because I got into it as like a kid, so it was like my like big obsession when I was like a teenager and stuff all like that. And you know how that is, you're like a little bit like focused, like fixated on that. And I want to be a bit more casual. I want to ease myself into Conflict 47 lore. That's going to be my, like, you know, my feel-good other sci-fi franchise thing. Sorry, sorry for the tangent. I'm going to go back about a minute because he's talking about cheating, and I'm going to let him talk.
An external source, the app, for example. Now, of course, there is a connotation, or denotation, sorry, a literal denotation of what rules go to an intercessor model, and thus you could argue intercessor models denote a block of text you can find on a third-party thing. The point is, the game is so complicated and big anyway, that you knowing all of that when it's not written down in front of you, even in another language, is a tall ask, an impossible ask. And thus, in order to make the game just function, it's much better to explain what your stuff does as you go, or with a front-loaded explanation potentially as well, instead of just like telling your opponents when it happens so that it blows them out and they make mistakes. I think if you're new and your opponent's new and you're playing very casually, like it can be fun to just play a bit blind, like, oh, I didn't know that was T12 until I shot it. That's kind of fun and interesting because you're playing in a very casual, exploratory way. But if you want to test strategy against strategy, catching someone out with hidden information is by nature just not how Warhammer works. I would argue it's quite literally cheating. And that leads me nicely to the final part of this puzzle.
Okay, so he's saying that in a competitive game, so we're not talking about casual games anymore. We're talking about competitive games, and then catching your opponent out with the rules is cheating. Am I missing something here? Wait, am I missing something? It sounds a little bit crazy.
Catching someone out with hidden information is by nature just not how Warhammer works. I would argue.
No, but what is actually hidden? Because he already said that at the start of the game, everyone has the list already. You're not catching anyone out because they already have the list. And if you're playing a competitive game, then that's literally outskilling your opponent. It's not cheating if you've got better game knowledge than the other person. If you're playing like Overwatch, you're playing like Call of Duty or something, and you know a map better than the other person, and you know exactly where like the other person is due to the sound or something like that. Let's say you're playing War Thunder, and you hear like a tank engine sound, and you're like, okay, that sounds exactly like a Tiger 2, and I know how to orientate my tank, and then I know exactly where his weak point is and shoot him through the mantlet. That's not cheating. If it's a Call of Duty map and I know where the other person is due to like footsteps, and I throw a grenade in that direction because I know there's a wall over there and it's going to catch him out, he has to go through there, and it blows him up. That's not cheating. That's literally part of the game knowledge.
Argue it's quite literally cheating. And that leads me nicely to the final part of this puzzle is the gotcha armies that gain access to more stratagems through larger detachments now, thanks to the 1 and 2 DP detachments.
Am I crazy here? Because he already said that everything, like if you go to a tournament, you already bring your lists, everything is already out there in the open. There is nothing for you to actually hide. So if you get gotcha'd at that point, it's literally just a misplay. It's like saying that like in the football World Cup, some guy like misses a pass ball or like misses a shot. That's not cheating. Like if some guy, like the goalkeeper catches a shot, it just means he's a good goalkeeper. If you can... Oh man, I'm just gonna...
Elves, where the Eldar essentially have not only their strategies they have access to, but 5 or 6 agile maneuvers that they've access to via their agile maneuver points pool. It gives you so many complicated and interesting ways to play the game that like hiding them from your opponent is scummy and unsporting and will slow your game down. Instead, it's about how you utilize them. Like when you outplay someone with Eldar specifically by using your agile maneuvers and your...
Because right now I don't know what he's saying. Like by hiding, does it mean that, okay, we're playing a competitive game, you're asking me about the rules, but you are not showing me the rules. We're just doing this by vibes, trust me bro, this is how it works. Is that what he's saying? But then, if that is what he's saying, is the rules being applied properly? So if he does not show you the rules, but he's applying the rules properly, that's not cheating either, because we're playing a competitive game. But if he's not showing you the rules, and then he's bending the rules, let's say it's like he's saying that you get mortal wounds on a 4+ when it's actually a 6+, then that is cheating.
your stratagems to do things that your opponents weren't expecting, even though they knew the strats existed, that's cool. And the gotcha thing, things that you outplay someone with Eldar specifically by using your agile maneuvers and your stratagems to do things that your opponents weren't expecting, even though they knew the strats existed, that's cool. And the gotcha thing is why armies have bad reps. Eldar, I mentioned Tau have a bad rep mainly because of their playstyle as well, of shooting off the board if the terrain is bad. But Tau and Eldar both have this kind of bad rep. Eldar often broken, plus the tricksy nature. Tau because of the shooty stuff and also being able to do things that you just wouldn't expect them to be able to do. I guess Harlequins and Drukhari to a lesser extent as well. Demons and Grey.
No, I'd say that Drukhari especially. Drukhari are like the Eldar on fucking steroids. I made so many enemies playing Dark Eldar, it was insane.
Knights, the teleporting stuff. These armies have, like, worse reputations, somebody say, because it feels like gotchas.
Like, Dark Eldar is like playing Eldar with, like, fucking with people, except you, like, wipe their board, like, an entire round earlier.
So they can do things that you weren't expecting. That shouldn't be the way if you communicate clearly with your opponent and don't try to hide information in a game where there is no hidden information.
That sounds like an oxymoron. It sounds like he's contradicting himself. Like, listen to this.
Like gotchas, they can do things that you weren't expecting. That shouldn't be the way if you communicate clearly with your opponent and don't try to hide information in a game where there is no hidden information.
Where you try to hide information in a game where there is no hidden information. So if there's no hidden information, why is there information hidden? Am I going nuts? His argument is not telling your opponent all your possible counteractions at any given time when they might come in handy. Handy is a gotcha, therefore it's cheating. I just feel like it's part of competitive play. It's literally a war game. Like, the Napoleon, like, walk across the field and tell, you know, the Duke of Wellington, you know, like, yo, I am going to garrison that farm shed over there, and then I'm going to charge my cavalry over, and I'll be in a bad spot if you started forming squares and then do, like, a counter charge. You know, that's the play here.
I can guarantee the games of Warhammer that you have with
the Napoleon go across, like, during Austerlitz and be like, yo, I'm going to do like a flanking attack here. You know, the center is looking a little bit weak, but I'm actually going to like blindside you here. Did he actually do that?
your friends.
Because you're playing a war game.
You both improving and having fun will get better if you volunteer information. If you explain at the beginning of the game, these are my scouts, these are my deep strikes, these are my forward deploys. As they move to...
You know, like, here's another one, like Sun Tzu. You know, where he's like, you gotta deceive your enemies, you know? Like, deception is half the game.
Towards you, you remind them of reactive moves, even Overwatch, like core strategies like Overwatch and Heroic Intervention. You can still remind your friends of those, even if they should know how they work. At the beginning of the game, at the very least, explain how a thing gets back in a transport when you get near it or shoot it, because that is a huge feel-bad's gotcha when you're just hiding that information from your opponent. I haven't used the feature yet, but the app now...
Wait, feels bad gotcha.
At the very least, explain how a thing gets back in a transport when you get near it or shoot it, because that is a huge feel-bad's gotcha when you're just hiding that information from your opponent.
But it's not cheating, it just feels bad. But feeling bad is not cheating.
I haven't used the feature yet, but the app now allows you to look at your opponent's rules on your phone, which on the app during a battle, which seems good in practice. Although I think the app crashed last time I actually tried to use it. So I can't comment on that, but tools like that help with all of this immensely. The big problem we have is that when rules are locked behind paywalls like Games Workshop want to do, it can be very hard outside of using third-party stuff like Warhampedia to figure out what your opponent's Rogal Dawn actually does. So gotchas are inherently just not really allowed by the nature of how Warhammer works. Now, to end out the video, there is a conversation to be had.
It's not allowed if you are responsible, but the human condition exists, and therefore it will happen. And it's a competitive play, so we are playing at the highest level here. So we're playing at the highest stakes, and that's why there's only one winner. If everyone is on an equal footing and everyone is, you know, they'll be handing out participation prizes, everyone will be #1, but we're trying to find the pinnacle of, you know, gameplay here, and obviously some luck is involved because it's a dice game. But that's what we're trying to do. It's a sport.
This is much more open. I'm not exactly sure where I fall on it.
You're not putting your body on the line. You're playing your expertise and game knowledge.
Where If you've told your opponents that you can move after they shoot you or move when you get within range of them and similar, like multiple times, like 3 or 4 times, you know, on battle round 4 or battle round 5, it can actually become almost cumbersome and time consuming to remind them over and over. And also, it's not your job to maintain their memory, if you will. I think it's good sportsmanship to help each other to reduce the mental load.
I think it's enough to tell them your intentions. And I've got a good, like, anecdotal story about what he just said, was that Orcs OP plays an Orc army, right? And this all happened in the 8th edition. And he was playing someone else. And he was doing exactly what this gentleman here was saying, where he was telling he was telling the other player his intentions, what his plays, when he had enough CP to do overwatches and everything. And he lapsed to say that the one thing he did not tell him was that he's got a stratagem called the Green Tide. And what the Green Tide allowed him to do was when an Orc Boy unit drops below 50% of its starting strength, he can play 2 CP and then the Orc Boy can be removed from the field and reappear in full strength anywhere he wants from the board edge, from 9 inches away. So that's the one thing he did not tell him, and it wasn't because he was trying to hide it or anything. It's because they're both trying to play a fucking game. But the fact that he did not tell him, and he told him, he kind of just like, you know, he was trying to be friendly everywhere else, gave the impression to the other player where the other player now thought he was trying to like lure him into a trap. So the entire time, so he thought the entire time was being dishonest, when he actually was being honest. But, you know, you were playing a fucking game. So trying to babysit your opponent too much while playing a competitive game just gives the other player, if he's the kind of guy who gets butthurt about getting like gotcha'd, it just makes the other player feel like you're setting him up. There's no winning.
Of Warhammer 40k because it's an infinitely complicated game anyway, by reminding each other of stuff. But I do appreciate when the stakes are high, maybe in a tournament and a winning record, not having to remind each other constantly. I think that's good. But still, because of the open information of Warhammer, it's made me such a open communication kind of opponent.
And it's kind of like freaking ableist as well. Like if you think about it, you're forcing like, okay, so for me, I've got like a bit of ADHD. I can't speak very well. Like I speak in a rush. I stumble over my words. So now I'm forced to like fucking communicate with the other guy now. Like, what the fuck? Where's the accessibility in that?
Compared to where Magic, I would not be cagey, but I just wouldn't volunteer information voluntarily. I'd wait until my opponent asks.
How about we just do our like due diligence, actually learn about the game, and then like before we step into competitive game, actually learn about all the rules, and then, you know, we just try to play with intentions and be friendly at the same time.
Stuff, because that's well within the rules. Warhammer's made me softer. So that bit's up for debate, and I'd like to hear what you think in the comment section below. How many times do you remind your opponent of the rules before you're willing to let them forget in a game of 40k? In the meantime, be good to one another, keep communicating, and let me know what you think in the comment section below. I read all the comments, and it will spawn future videos on the channel. I've been Vince, also can I be on the internet, and I hope you're enjoying 11th edition. I'll see you all soon. Ta for now.
11th edition does look kind of fun. It's just I think Games Workshop did like an FAQ recently, so I can probably get like my first impressions done these few weeks. I'm looking a little bit forward to that. But oh no, actually now that I think about it, I don't think the hobby shop actually has a terrain for it. Oh fuck. No, I just thought about it, and I'm like, wait, I don't think the hobby shop has the right terrain for 11th edition. He speaks like he puts like equity over reality. Yeah. He's definitely like, there's a lot of emotions running into there, and it feels almost like an emotional appeal. It feels like, you guys remember the first video? I mean, not you guys, but Korn will know. I think only Korn was there. He would know that the other video where we watched, where it kind of went the other way, where he kind of went, well, in fact, if you're playing a competitive game and you got gotcha, at a certain point, it's your opponent's fault because you're pitting 2 game knowledge against each other. You're kind of rubbing brains against each other. So there's the play on the field, there's the army composition, and then how you actually perform with your army on the field. And if you, and if you do not know the game as well as the other opponent, well, that's the nature of the competitive game. And then I think the best quote is from Dawn of War, Dark Crusade, where that demon prince said, it takes a poor shepherd to blame his flock, right? So at what point does the blame actually land on the player for getting gotcha'd? Is it a 50-50, a 70-30, like what we're talking about? In my point of view, I think the real blame really goes on to the other person in a very competitive game. It goes on to the opponent that got gotcha'd because he's the person who landed himself there in the first place. You have to remember, gotchas are a trap, right? They're rarely like they're rarely active. Like gotchas, you have to usually have you walk into it. So I feel like if you're doing that, then it's really the person who kind of fall into the trap's fault for not knowing that. Because if you do know that, then why the fuck would that actually happen? And so this video is kind of like the opposite of that. And it's kind of funny because in that first video, he had like horrendous dislike ratios. Like everyone was like shitting on him in the comment section. And it's kind of funny because it's a reverse here. I can see, I'm not sure if the dislikes are still accurate. I think YouTube technically disabled the dislikes. But at the very least, you can kind of see like a trend. There's probably more likes than dislikes in this video. So what's really going on there? I don't know. And so let's read the comment section, right? So it says, imagine losing the game because you didn't read the FAQ of a errata of supplements from the White Dwarf magazines, which states a certain Space Marine formation gets a stratagem that lets a squad equipped with bolt blaster, similar to what the fuck is a bolt blaster? Delete a unit of gods. It changes through terrain in third turn. I feel like this is specific enough. Like if you're playing a competitive game, because he discounted the entire casual game thing entirely in his argument. Like in the entire video, it's like, okay, casual game is a casual game, competitive game is a competitive game, the competitive games you share a list and everything like that, right? So this entire argument has been focused towards the competitive game context. So if you're playing a competitive game, if you're playing in a tournament, and if you've ever been in a tournament, guys, if you've ever been in a tournament, the most common questions that show up in the group chat is, does the recent codex apply? And does the recent FAQ apply? If a FAQ drops during like the army building process, I guarantee you the organizers will get asked that questions like a million times. So at that point, if the organizer says, yes, the FAQs do apply, the erratas do apply to this tournament, be aware of that. And you do not read the errata, at what point is it your fault? Gotchas would not be a major issue if GW gave us the rules of the army without the need of a codex. Yeah, I think at a certain point, GW actually does, yeah, I think that's kind of their fault as well. But I think there's enough, if you're serious about this, there's enough information out there for you to actually find that out yourself. Like you go on Wikipedia, right? Actually, no. This is the only time where I might actually agree with them. Because right now, if you go on Wikipedia, the free resource, 11th edition rules are actually not updated yet. There's no 11th edition rules. So yeah, technically right now at this very moment and probably for like another month, you can probably get gotcha because all the free rules are not up yet. But I think if you're playing like 10th edition, then no, it doesn't really apply. New recruits exist. Oh yeah, true. By the way, what the fuck is that beeping noise? Sorry about that. Oh my god, it's a fucking spammer. Hang on. Sorry about that. I need to fucking ban this guy for like eternity. Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, did free recruit update to 11th edition? Because I don't use it. But if it does, then yeah, you've got no excuse. I tell my rules to my opponent at the beginning of the game and at points where it seems obvious that they've forgotten and it's about to become relevant. You can step into the objective, but keep in mind that it puts you within 8%. Yeah. Here's another thing as well. Because it feels like I can grief my opponent. Or the opponent can take it and like, because communication is a very tricky thing. So if every single time my opponent fails a saving roll, they say I shoot at his Terminators and his Terminator fails a saving roll, and I keep reminding him that he can technically re-roll that with like 1 CP as a command re-roll, and I do that every single time he fails a roll. That's technically griefing, isn't it? And then I can tone that down a bit, and I can give him like just garbage information. Oh, by the way, if you come here, I can Overwatch. Oh, by the way, if you come here, I might do like a blood surge. Oh, by the way, you're like within 12 inches of my demon prince. I don't know. I don't know why I told you that information, but I thought you might be interested. Like, you can always give people like mixed messagings by just babysitting them into like a pet. And then they're going to complain about that as well. Communication's a bitch. I'm training for a league right now. I'm constantly reminded of my opponents things like, remember these guys Overwatch on 5s, not only to avoid feel bad situations or even necessarily to have a fun game, but to have better practice games. Okay. Accidentally gotcha'd an opponent with a new metagenic magic strat. What the fuck? Oh, 1,000 suns with a new detachment. He only charged one thing to kill my sorcerer. I thought he knew about it. It just feels like so, I don't know. I can't put the words in right now. It just feels like something you read off Reddit. It's like, oh no. I accidentally did like a microaggression. I went to the local Starbucks and then, I did not do, bow my head at this barista who's got only like one arm or something. And I kind of talked over him for like a split second, and I did this microaggression. Now I feel really bad. It's like, it's like this like pussy ass shit. It is admittedly a skill issue to keep more information in mind at once and paying attention to every detail. So some sorts of competitive people, it's part of the fun to practice that. But in general, I'd rather the friendly reminders, especially at tournaments where you have a game 3+ brain drain going on. It puts the focus back into tactical and strategic skills other than information memory skills. I just think that's where the focus really ought to be for the competitive and the war game. Either way, nothing a short pre-game conversation. Yeah, I think this guy has a pretty good idea about it. We've got one normal human being in there. Ooh. Hey, let's watch the next one. Let's watch the Mordian Glory one. Oh my god, there's another one here as well. By the way, I kind of knew this guy was going to be a bot. Because when I clicked into his name, I did not share any like channels or anything with him. Like usually that's a bad sign. Anyways, let's look at the... Okay, there's like 3 Mordian Glory videos we can actually do. There's 3 Mordian Glories videos we can actually watch. We might watch this one first. But I need a drink because my voice is like actually dying. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes.
master of a world stands on the very edge of the Imperium of Man. From this
nah, it's actually the opposite right now. I'm reading chat. You guys are hilarious. It's really cold right now, and what I'm drinking is not like normal water. It's actually like fucking miso soup. Because I want something kind of hot, and miso soup kind of hits in the right place. And I want it hot. So I'm microwaving that shit, man. Bro is drinking piss. What the fuck, man? Miso soup is fucking good. What the fuck are you talking about? Bro, you go to like a Japanese cafe and that shit's like $4 a fucking cup. Not like a cold day. Like you drink some miso soup, it's fucking good. Excuse me. All right. We can jump back in. So we got like a chain of Mordian glory videos. For some reason. And this one says leave the billion-dollar company alone. And I feel like this is like impartially like a reply to Nellop. I'm gonna skip forward a little bit.
I don't know, man.
I may have to like jump a little bit. Since,
I don't think there's any such
sometimes
thing
he
as
does
too big to fail, bro.
What the fuck is happening in UK, by the way? What the hell is going on with Europe? By the way, I heard like in Europe, you guys are like cooking right now.
I never heard of it except when I come to this page. I mean, I've only ever mentioned it twice, Conrad. So you must have just joined Bad Times. No, mate, you just hate Games Workshop and want it to fail? Nah.
Yo, Carabiner, what's up? We're enjoying some Mordian glory right now.
If you knew anything about this channel, if you knew anything about me, you wouldn't say that. You know what? Like, you're just a GW ball washer. Get out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. What do you think? What do you think? You're gonna come down here? Get the fuck out of here, Conrad. Jesus Christ, man. What a knobhead. Anyway.
Europe would be communist or something because the incompetent traders decided air conditioning is bad for the environment.
Right.
The thing about air conditioning is that, like, if you make the air conditioning properly and you keep the aerosol inside, it just consumes power. And I feel like at a certain point, it's kind of their fault for like destroying all the nuclear power plants. Like, if you've got like a nuclear power plant, you don't need coal power or anything crazy like that. Modern nuclear power plants are actually relatively safe. And so if they kept that around, they could have been like free air conditioning for everyone, really.
What have we got here? All right. What have we got? Jokes on you, I was bought outpriced.
But I think like the silver lining with all the air conditioning talk that's been going on recently is that like it really brings the whole energy thing into the spotlight. So I think now that like summer is like several months, you're probably gonna have to put up with this for at least like another month. And so once you've suffered through that period, it really brings the whole talking point into the spotlight. And I really do hope that you guys get that shit sorted out in the future. Like whether you build more power plants or like nuclear power plants or you like import more gas, like whatever it is. You guys need to sort out your whole energy thing.
Yeah. I wasn't born out of price. I was just born at a time. I was just born at a time when.
Which part of incompetent traders was unclear? I think we have like a lot of that like in Asia as well. Like a lot of people like glaze like Japanese politicians to a certain point, like Korean and even like maybe like Chinese dictatorship. Like some people do glaze them as like being not competent but at least decisive. Right, but they're a bunch of like fucking traitorous assholes as well.
When Warhammer wasn't ridiculous, when you got 20 guardsmen in a box, not 10. Yeah, there you go.
Hey,
Nala
thank you for the tip.
Mordian bans this random guy BC. He said bad thing ABT him. In his place I'd just confront the guy. Banning PPA's last result.
Hey, by the way, thank you for testing my TTS. I set that entire thing up, and then I have no idea if it was working. Thanks for being my guinea pig, man. Thank you, like genuinely. Let me read that again. That Loki Mordian blends this random guy because he said bad things about him in this place. I just confront the guy, banning people is the last result. I just keep them around. Like if you have like a big chat, I can't really do that because like, you know, I'm a wee boy. But like if you have a big chat, then you can just basically turn that one guy into content. There's no content better than just like randomly sacrificing some guy in the chat and spending like 5 minutes just beating with him with like a sack with rocks inside. Is he the guy with an abusive relationship with Games Workshop? I think a lot of people have abusive relationships with Games Workshop, whether they want to admit it or not. Some people are abusing Games Workshop, and some people are getting abused by Games Workshop. And really, if you step back, it's kind of funny. My country too, all they want is to blame Trump, but not playing the people and actually ruin the country. I don't want to talk about politics. I really don't want to talk about politics. Not that I don't. Not that I don't really want to. It's just that I'm going like a 15-minute long tangent. If I start talking about politics, like my one hobby is talking about like Warhammer 40k. My second hobby is probably talking about like politics, and like my third hobby is probably talking about like defense economics for no reason.
Ball washer lol, keep buying team models, bro.
But with Mordian Glory, all right. So with where I actually stand with Mordian Glory, is that because I know there's Nellop fans in chat, and I know where Nellop stands with Mordian Glory is that he basically puts Mordian Glory in the same tier as Chapter Master Varek. I actually do enjoy Mordian Glory, and I do think that he is quite honest. And obviously he has to do like a content creator spin to everything, right? Because at the end of the day, this is his full-time job. So I absolutely, you know, I can understand that. I do think he's kind of like like an okay guy. And the one thing that I have to give him feedback on is that I really miss his old videos, because I've actually like been subscribed to him for some time, and I do miss the times when he made like actual scripted videos where he talked about like certain subjects and it's quite brief. The videos are, you know, they don't waffle on for too long. It's more to the point. I do miss that kind of content. But you know, if a guy has to do this sort of content, you know, live streams and live stream videos and all that, I do understand it, because at the end of the day, I'm Amazon. But I just do kind of wish that like maybe he mentioned like his editor stopped working for him, or he's like switched editors, so like his scripted content's not really that viable anymore. But yeah, I do wish that we get some of that these days. The thing about politics is that it's such a nuanced, because when you talk about politics, you're not really talking about like a subject in particular. You're talking about the economics, you're talking about the human condition, and in any one of these subjects, you can probably do like a 1 hour long video on any of these subjects. So I hate talking about a topic where I'm not very comprehensive about something. I'm usually someone who wants to actually like open a book and then close it. And so that just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Maybe we'll do a politics stream like one of these days to really like identify everything. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad idea. But that's just how it sits with me. I'm not shy about it. It's just that when I talk about it, I want to actually like properly talk about it. I don't like to talk about it on the surface because it sounds kind of grifty. And at the same time, I don't really think it really brings justice to the topic. It feels like I am doing a disservice. Yeah, most of the videos are just stream highlights. Yeah, I really miss his scripted, like on the topic videos. But I do think, here's the thing. I do think that his clips actually have been improving, because we've been, the earlier clips have been like 50-minute, 40-minute long videos. Like, we've been through that phase. Like when I started doing live streaming, the first time I started doing reaction videos, some of his clips were not clips. Some of his clips are like fucking feature-length films. They're like an hour long. They're like 40 minutes long. But now they're like slowly focusing and condensed down to like 15 minutes. Sometimes we even get like an 8-minute one, right? So I think there's definitely improvement. And I think at a certain point, your showmanship will get better, your reactions will get better, you know, people will give you better videos to watch. And at a certain point, you grow to like, you know, who's a very good person who does this type of content? Like, similar to Asmongold, it's slightly political to say that, but I guess he's like the the gold or the brown standard, you know, at least a certain standard. But I think it's like, sorry, my throat is killing me right now. The last few ones have been quite good. Oh yeah, and this is another reason why I can't really talk about politics, is that my voice fucking dies.
We all know more ABT menstrua. Cycle than politics.
Good point, good point. Thank you for the super chat. All right, let's actually get into this video because I've waffled on long enough.
Literally just said I've only ever bought 2 models to like.
Sorry, let me pause this one. Mordian is definitely the least evil. Valkek is way worse. Someone told me in a DM. Someone told me in a DM where Valrek tried to beg for like apparently Valrek was blacklisted, and apparently someone told me that Valrek tried to actually get himself unblacklisted by like contacting GW and just fucking begged for it. And I heard that like GW just fucking ignored him. I need to look through my DMs.
Show him off that like on for this kind of for this video basically. I literally just said that. I literally just said 99% of my models are fucking.
Varek is more friendly than MG. Yeah, definitely. I think sometimes MG kind of skims through politics a little bit. He's a little bit more raw. If they kind of do the same kind of content. I'll be honest with you. Mordian Glory does probably play 140k. He's like he's been in the trenches. In terms of like who is more relatable and who I probably have more trust in, is definitely going to be MG. No, he begged for getting out of the blacklist. He actually wanted to be a shill.
In a fucking legit plastic. Like, bro, you're coming in. You know what, man? You know what? There's no point in discussing things with you because you're one of those people, right? I'm just gonna tell you, man. You come in here and you think I'm gonna start be like, oh, backtracking. You're one of those people that Games Workshop could literally release a box, charge 100 quid for it. You could open up, it could be a literal pile of shit, and you still in fucking defense for him, man. You're the fucking problem, not me. You going out there, running your mouth, running defense for GW. You're the reason why they do FOMO all the fucking time. You're the reason why Commerce Arcane goes straight to Legends. You're the reason why GW does all the fucking bullshit that they do. Not me. I'm the one that wants them to get better. You're the one that's happy for them to get worse. So
I'm gonna give like a kind of a hot take right now. Like the pricing doesn't really bother me too much because I've got a hobby fund. I save for my hobby. And so things I don't really get caught out by it because I like allocate a certain amount of money for my hobby every year. And if it goes over, I don't spend $1 over that. What I can't really defend GW on is things like Commerce Arcane, where they put things directly into Legends, where they take rules away from me, or they start supporting factions in like a very lopsided way, like ignoring Grey Knights, or shitting on the Grey Knights for way too long. That I can't really forgive. The pricing, it's fucking shit, but it's like, okay, fuck, I'm gonna spend like, you know, several $100s on hobbies, like every single year. It's gonna be in 40k, it's gonna be in gacha games, it'll be like in roller skating, I don't fucking care. It's my, you know, I can drink it away. That's just me.
There you go, mate. You know what? I don't want to discuss shit with you because you don't argue in good faith. Get fucking bent. There you go.
$35 for 10 guardsmen is not okay. No, it's not okay, and I shouldn't really defend that, but at the same time, I think that's probably like the least of the, like if you have to put a tier list. Okay, here's a actually, you know what? This is going to be a new video idea. I'm gonna write it down right now. A tier list of Games Workshop sins. GW sins tier list. Should we make that into a video? Should we make that into a stream of these days? Let's make it for our next stream, like an interactive stream, where I'll set up a tier list. And then it'll be like different sins that GW does. And then we'll make like a tier list out of it. What do you guys think? because I think that might be kind of an interesting video. But I think in like the entire tier list of like what the fuckery that GW kind of does, I think the pricing is probably like the least of their sins, because they're like you know, they're trying to make money. It's just like capitalism. You can understand where that's coming from. But the other things makes no sense to me. I feel like some of the other things, like the legal stuff that they could do, some of the legend stuff that they do, feels almost like it's actually evil.
That's
just
it.
watch
That's
the video.
Way to do
yeah,
it,
sure.
Boys. You can't argue with these people.
Everything could be more forgivable if they reduce the price.
You can't discuss these people. You can't, man. That's it. He's gone. He's fucking gone. It's that simple. You know, that's it. People come in here. See, people come in here and they think, oh, you know, I can say things and it'll upset the streamer and he'll have to fucking like backtrack and change his opinion. It's like, nah, man. Nah. How many times have I talked about you got to be comfortable with confrontation on fucking stream? You got to be comfortable.
If you want to make a lot of views, be negative about GWs. I think that gets you a lot of subs and a lot of views. Every single video that did well on my side has something to do with like shitting on GW, whether it's something about being low accurate or like an EXE video shitting about like 10th edition. All of those did well.
With that, you know what? It's
the positivity video. It's kind of average. Yeah, it's okay. It's not the worst video I've done, but you can kind of tell, right, from the comment section, like the engagement.
It's that fucking simple. There you go. There you fucking go. There you go. Sometimes you just got to take out the trash. Sometimes you just got to fucking ban a motherfucker. It's that simple. Never seen anyone get banned from Mordian stream before. I very, very, very rarely do it. Like literally, I very rarely do it. I've only ever done it once before, and it's for the exact same reason. When someone come down here and they don't argue in good faith. It's that simple, right? Come down here, disagree with me, argue in good faith as much as you fucking want. I like it when people push back on me. I like it when people fucking disagree with me. I don't have an issue with that, because you know when people disagree with you, it makes you think again. It makes you fucking you go, oh,
I think me personally, like obviously I might have like a bad day or something where I just don't want to argue with someone and just freaking ban them. I can see that happening on my side. But I think if you're having like a discussion like he is doing right now, I think it's kind of worth it more if he's actually in chat. It feels like you're cheating. Like it feels like you're cheating or like talking down or something to a person when you ban the person, you're not giving him like a chance to reply. And then you just say you just start standing on the soapbox. I think the fairest way to do it is like the way, and this is the most entertaining way to actually do this as well, is to pull him up on chat. Like a few streamers do that. I think Asmongold does that, right? Where he'll just pull him up in chat. You see the chat and it's like, okay, why do you think this? I'll give you 30 seconds to reply. And I think that's like the most fairest and most entertaining way to actually run through this, where if you actually just ban the person outright, sometimes he might actually be correct. Sometimes it might be like a chat delay that led to like a misunderstanding.
Hang on. I've got the right
like sometimes the conversation is salvageable.
Angle from that. Or, oh, that's a point I hadn't considered. That's fucking fine. How many?
You need more than 5 person in chat to talk about chat before you can ban mate. No, but I'm talking about it from like, from that point of view.
If you people have disagreed with me, absolutely
We're talking
fine.
about the principle.
How many of you have left comments
the
on the videos? Absolutely fine. I don't give a fuck if people disagree with me. I encourage it.
Bro wants to be a volunteer.
Who has all the answers? But some dickhead coming in here and be like, you just hate Games Workshop. Get fucked. Get bent. Absolute fucking loser. Absolute fucking loser, man. Yeah. Oh, literally, right. That is literally this guy.
And the worst thing about like internet conversation is that like there's sarcasm sometimes involved, and you just start friendly firing. That's one of the things as well. Like especially if you're dealing with a British audience, you never know. They just could be like sarcastic in chat, and you just have a bad day and you fail to tell, and then just friendly fire. Kill a civilian.
That is literally this guy. Leave the multi-billion-dollar company alone. Leave the multi-billion-dollar corporation alone. Literally, that was that fucking guy, man. Yeah, that was that fucking guy, man. You know, sometimes, occasionally, I have moments of reflection, and occasionally I have moments of self-doubt, as everyone does, right? That's normal. That's called being human. And I always make myself...
Okay, here's the thing with British when you're criticizing them. How would I describe this? It's not the fact that they're being criticized. It's not the fact that they're wrong. If you're too blunt about it, they get insulted because you're not doing it in like a very classy way. That's my experience with it. If you take the sports out of it, if you just come in blunt, like a bit too American, you come in blunt, you just tell them like you fucking suck. You know, all this and that, like, why did you fuck up and shit like that, right? That's only really reserved for, like, really big fuck-ups. But most of the time, if you actually, it's like a British way of criticizing. If you do it properly, it's almost like a custom, right? If you do it properly, then they don't really get that offended. They'll be like, oh yeah, you know what, I see what's going on. Yeah, okay, I'm a good sport about it. Yep. But if you come in like hot and heavy, then they get like really pissed, and it's not really about the subject; it's the way that you actually criticize them.
Literally, I've made myself feel better by going.
Bro, if you talk about being blunt, Corn, if you're talking about being blunt, like the Germans are like on their like little tier on their own. Like Australians aren't that bad. They're fucking Germans, man. they're like on like a competitive fucking level.
Going, at least I'm not someone like that. At least I'm not someone like that. There you go. Jesus, man. Jesus. That absolutely lowest form of fuck.
It's like how the UK have their signature sarcasm, and then the Germans have like their signature bluntness. Weren't you guys like the same people? Like, weren't didn't the Germans like way back in the day, like the Saxons or something, right? And then parts of them went over and took over England. So what the fuck happened there? Like why the UK not assholes?
Fucking life on the planet. They're not even fucking amphibian pieces of shit, boys. There you go. Not even fucking worth the fucking shit stain on the mattress. There you go. Ellen Lee, GW isn't a company, it's a model company. I'm pretty sure most people don't buy to play. If their models still look as good as they do, they will be top one. I think that's a really legit point, Elden Lean. I do think so. I think it's a legit point, and you partially disagree with me, and I partially disagree with you. So I do think that GW does make a lot of money just like selling models, but I also know that the vast majority of people buy models, even if they go in the pile of shame, they buy them because they like hear they're really good in game. And my sort of evidence for this, and it is a little bit out of date, I appreciate, I guess in a funny sort of way, I guess like 11th edition might be a bit of a litmus test for this. But in 7th edition, GW released some absolutely gorgeous models. And the company almost went under because the gameplay side of it was so balked. So
I think some of the best models that's been released were like released in like 5th, 6th, and 7th edition. The Forge Fiend is actually phenomenal. To me, the Forge Fiend is like one of the coolest models out there because you got like a literal like laser demon with like a mouth that shoots lasers and 2 laser arms. That's like one of the most hardcore models. The Helldrake looks freaking awesome. Like some of the Terminator, I think Terminators were like 8th edition, right? No, like 5th, 6th, and 7th edition released some like crazy ass thing. Like the Halberd looks like it's pretty alright, but I think it kind of set the trend for like the whole flesh metal thing, which I'm like partially split on. And over the 8th, no, I'm talking about like just the models and stuff. Actually, no, you're right about the Wolfen. The Wolfens were just like, what the hell? No, I feel like there's like a furries like subsect within Games Workshop who really like the fucking like like the Space Wolves a little bit too much. I feel like every single edition, like the Space Wolves are like weirdly catered to.
So I do think gameplay is still very important.
The Wolfen, the wolves, right? The cyber wolves and all that. Some of them have like the most like ridiculous poses.
I do.
Games Workshop fanboy. I like Nintendo fanboy. Don't buy anything as long as from the computer. The bad thing about Nintendo fanboys is that they can't even like buy like a physical CD like nowadays. That's like the funniest thing. Like, oh, I'm such a fanboy. I want to collect Nintendo stuff. Oh, what do you mean there's no Nintendo stuff? What do you mean they gave up on like physical discs and shit? But I want to buy. Oh no, I'm gonna catch 22. Hasbro, Nintendo, Warhammer 40k fans are so weird. They love the toxicity for real. I feel like they like being in that relationship. It's almost like a Stockholm syndrome where they're like caught in a drama, right? Like your relationship with Games Workshop is always like caught in a drama. And so like nothing really gets a hobby group going better. Like nothing builds like brotherhood in a hobby group more than like shitting on GW. You ever have that saying where like, when there's like a common enemy, your group is always like more united. You know that feeling where like maybe like the entire school hates this one certain person, or like there's a person in the class where everyone just fucking hates. And then like if you just immediately starts talking shit about that person, or you avoid that person, you instantly get like street cred. Like you form instant camaraderie because that guy's such an asshole and everyone fucking hates him. So everyone who hates him kind of just groups together, and like one of the defining features of that group is just like not really like, let's say not a student, but like a teacher, right? And nothing really builds like the hobby group dynamic, the group dynamic, more than just shitting on Games Workshop. It's almost like it's on purpose. It feels almost like it's on purpose because it works so well.
Even if people buy
like if you're like in the bar, let's say you're like in the bar or something, and you'd be like, oh, you know what, Games Workshop fucking sucks. And if there's like another person in the bar who's like, he collects 40k or something as well, he'll probably like immediately like sit next to you, and you'd probably be like best friends for the night.
Buy it and it ends up with a pile of shame. I think a lot of people, they buy it and then with the idea that they were going to play with it, right? I agree with you that they definitely make a lot of money on people who just buy models, but I think that there's a big pull factor for those models is the fact that they're quite good in game. Yeah.
Here's the Crash 22, Clovic, about buying Games Workshop models, is that everyone hates Games Workshop, but at the same time, there are certain friends group who are dependent to play 40k, and so you have to buy Games Workshop stuff. That's like some of the catch-22, and I know Nellop will talk about 3D printing and all that shit, but 3D printing is not accessible to everyone. There's actually like a skill cap, there are like actual skill issues, there are people who live in apartments, there are actual accessibility issues, technical competencies that goes with that. And so, yeah, sometimes if you're a bunch of best friends all play Games Workshop games, you all fucking hate Games Workshop, but to get the group, going, you got to buy Games Workshop at the same time. So you're kind of stuck in the catch-22. Now, me personally, I've been referring people to, if you want to spend your money and all that crap, go buy like Tortuga Bay models. There's always like third-party models out there. Some of them aren't perfect, but some of them are better than perfect. It really depends.
I think, yeah. Even if they don't actually play a lot, they have the idea of wanting to be good at the game. Does that make sense? But yeah, it's hard to guess which is actually the biggest demographic. Yeah, that's my theory on it, dude. I think we basically align, but you're slightly on this side, and I'm slightly on that side, but we're not that far apart from each other. We're not that far apart from each other. Yeah, you see, guys. Elden Lean disagrees with me all the time. And how much pushback have I had from Elden Lean re things like AOS and stuff like that? He's still fucking here. I haven't banned him. Why? Because as far as I'm aware, he's not a massive cunt. So that's why he's here. Now he might be in real life, I don't fucking know, but from all the interactions that I've had, he's,
Yeah, look, Clovac, I feel like people in mainland Europe take 40k, like especially Eastern Europe, they take 40k like more serious than like Games Workshop do, than the actual British do. And I feel like if Games Workshop maybe moved to like, I don't know, like, is Poland expensive? Like move to Romania or something, right? They can probably save some money and they can probably get some better stuff, because I've been hearing that they've been like firing and rehiring a lot of people. I don't know why, but like maybe it's a cost issue, maybe it's like a technical issue. But I feel like they can probably get some very passionate people if they just move their HQ down to like Poland or like Romania. Somewhere there. I think there'll be people who will be happy to be like, hey, you know what? Would you like to save Warhammer 40k? They'll be like, hell yeah.
I don't play AOS anymore. Oh. Wait, Adley, do I get a vindication moment here?
You think about the factions being spotted by real world cultures and ideas you want to bathe in the marine chapter of Australia, New Zealand, pick a kangaroo or kiwi, space kiwis. Oh, you know what the saddest thing is? You know what the saddest thing is, right? Let me show you what the saddest thing is. I'm not sure if they changed it, actually. It's so ridiculous. Oh, man. Oh, wait, hang on. I need to get rid of this guy. This fucking dude trying to, like, advertise on my fucking chat. No, I don't want to pin this message. Fuck off. There. Sorry about that. Okay, you know what the saddest thing is? Let me show you the saddest thing I've experienced in my life. Here's the saddest thing. Here's the New Zealand Air Force logo. So in most Air Forces, you have like a hawk or like an eagle. Or I don't know, like maybe a shark would be better, like a fucking giant spider or something. I don't know what the hell Australia has. But in New Zealand, it's literally a kiwi. Now, here's the thing about a kiwi, if you don't know anything about kiwis, is that kiwis don't fly. They're a flightless, endangered bird. They're like, there's only like 200 of them left. They're like almost dead. They're almost naturally selected out of the gene pool. They don't fly. And you put them as like a logo as your Air Force. And I really don't want to shit on it, but I mean, did you know that in New Zealand, they used to have the largest eagles in the world? They used to have these things called Hastings eagles, which were the largest eagles in the entire world that were large enough to like fight like cassowaries. Like Hastings eagles used to prey on like fucking emus and shit like that. They all died out because they got overpredated on. But wouldn't that be like cooler than like a fucking kiwi? Anyways, I'm sure there'll be people in New Zealand who'll be like telling me to like get the fuck out, like after saying it for like disrespecting, the Air Force thing. But I have to say, man, you have to think about something cooler. You can't do that. Like even maybe like a rugby ball or something.
Do I get a vindication moment? Do I? Come on, give it to me. Raw and wriggling. New season is fucked. Vindication. No, man. No. I'm sure when you got into things change, right? Was good, goes bad, happens all the time, right? Yeah. I don't think it's. I don't think you were wrong at the time, and I think it's totally okay to shift position. Like, if anything, I respect people more for that. People like that knobhead that we just had to ban, Cockrad, whatever he was fucking called, right? He wouldn't ever shift his position no matter the evidence that was presented to him, because he's a knobhead, right? But Eldon Lean and other people who are like, you know what? I've changed my position on this because more evidence has been presented, and now I can, like, what I was right before, and I'm still right now. I was over here before, and now I'm over here, but that's because things have changed. That's just fucking normal. Yeah. That's just fucking normal. Yeah. And Lean, I'm focusing on playing against monsters or meme armies. I just want to feel my chaos.
I think what he's saying is kind of correct, but at the same time, you get people who kind of shift back and forth a bit too much. And I think that's one of the reasons some people are getting like a little bit annoyed with Varrock. But yeah, content creators doing content creator things.
Clash with other infantryman. Dude, get yourself over to fucking Old World, bro.
But I'm gonna skip forward a little bit because it's like another Mordian Glory video, and I don't be sitting
fucking
like,
gorgeous, mate. You'd be amazed at how well they've hold up. They still look.
Okay, so he's actually like not talking about that topic anymore, and so I think in total he's just saying that, you know what, I think TLDR just really boils down to that, like, he's not here to be like a diehard fan of Games Workshop, and it's not like a Games Workshop ball washer. There's like another video we could go through as well, and I think that one is a little bit more heated, but I think we need like a break from Mordian Glory, and so what we're gonna do is that, what we're gonna do is to actually watch a Dawn of War, no, sorry, Dawn of War, Warhammer 40k video. Total War Warhammer 40k video, and this is going to be like a 13-minute long one. From Milk and Cookies Total War. This is a Total War channel who's been around for some time. I think it's been around since like Rome 2. I remember watching some Rome 2 battles with this guy. Now, I think the loss of Legends of Total War is like a real blow to the entire Total War community, because that guy is straight and honest as hell. And I feel like if you actually wanted Warhammer Total War 40k to be good, we needed someone like him. But he's retired now, so yeah, let's see how this all rolls out.
All right, welcome back, my friends. I'm Mini Pride from Milk and Cookies Total War, and we have
Just skip forward a little bit. So apparently, like this entire thing, if you don't hear any audio, this was all played in Bilibili TV. If you don't know what Bilibili is, it's basically Chinese YouTube. And I've got no idea why Total War decided to only play a video, not on YouTube, but on Chinese YouTube, of all places. So it really feeds into the whole annual report where they're saying that they really wanted to court more Chinese audience for Warhammer 40k. I wonder how that's going to go. And actually, guys, it might sound a little bit weird, but I wish there is more like fans of Warhammer 40k in Asia. Because here's the thing. When Chinese people and like Japanese people and all that, they're very passionate. And when their thing gets fucked around with, they get very fucking vocal. It does not matter if it's about like shitty games or it's about like knitting or anything like that. They get weirdly passionate and like autistic about whatever they're really into. So I've said this like a million times. If you guys had probably had like more Asian, like Chinese player base for 40k, the whole female custodies, like the female space marines, all that shit would not actually happen. Or at least it would be like 50 times more hilarious, because they're really good at making memes as well. Sponsored by the CCP. Hell yeah. I'm basically, you know what? I'm basically like Ben Shapiro, but I'm Chinese.
Technically the same scenario battle as the Imperial Guard vs. Orcs showcase from a month ago, but there is...
No, I'm just saying that the Asian player base, they're really passionate and they're very vocal. So if you fuck around with the lore too much, they get really angry about things. Like if a company disappoints them, they get real, like they demobilize like snap in an instant. It's really weird. And I'm not sure if Games Workshop is actually prepared for that.
There's a ton of new footage here that really puts the scale and new features on full display. Some awesome moments and details worth talking about.
Cruden, you bring up a good point, because space is an issue in Asia.
War games are played if implemented well. They are legitimately cooking here, dude. Actually, look.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to go on a small tangent. Do you know why I say that like 40k is like for some reason taking off in like China for some reason? There's like reference. Okay, so there's a game called ZZZ. And lately they've been referencing Warhammer 40k. How do I spell this word? Yeah, nowadays they've been... This is a gacha game, by the way. This is a gacha game. And for some reason, gacha games like to reference popular culture. They like to reference popular memes, feed it into the game, and it builds reliability. So now a freaking Chinese gacha game of all reason, for all reason, they started referencing Warhammer 40k. So I might just show you guys this. So this is a gacha Warhammer 40k reference. It's a fucking gacha game. I'm not joking.
Sick. First thing to understand, though, this is an edited showcase battle from the Armageddon campaign, which effectively
also whoever animated that Gilliman dance is a fucking fiend.
Players. It may have scripted AI It may have even been controlled for this particular battle by a second real player as the Orcs this early on, so it's hard to know exactly how impactful some of these new mechanics will actually be in the final game, and I would not be shocked if this particular battle ends up getting milked like the Fallen Gates was for Lizardmen and High Elves back in Warhammer 2, or Blackfire Pass was back before the launch of Warhammer 1.
Has anyone seen this battle?
Damn, there is some visually impressive and tactically interesting stuff on display here. Basic gist of it is, the Orcs of the Deathmakers clan have laid siege to a civilized world. There's an ongoing fleet battle that may or may not have some real gameplay implications in space, but without question, both fleets can...
You know the funniest thing is I actually know what you're talking about. The whole love and deep space thing. I actually know exactly what you're talking about. And that's the stuff that I'm like referencing right now, is that they get like weirdly passionate about things that they spent money on, and it's stuff they actually like obsess over. They're almost like the Eldar, like a certain way.
Can impact what happens on the surface, offering powerful stratagems like orbital lasers, rock drops, and land strikes. The Imperial Guard are fielding a force of Kasserkin, Cadian stormtroopers, Ogryn with Ripper guns, and an armored cavalry regiment of Scout Sentinels, Leman Russ and Rogel Dorn battle tanks, Chimera troop transports, and the mighty Baneblade. The Orcs, meanwhile, are on the attack with a primarily melee force of Sluggaboys, Storm Boys, Mega Knobs, and the Stompa, dwarfing...
Do you know what's a really missed opportunity in Total War 40k that they should actually bring in? It's that you guys remember in the, was it the Second War of Armageddon? So this is the one where the Black Templars, wait, no, the Black Templars were in all of them. This is the one after Angron. And so, you guys remember the War of Armageddon where they activated an Ordinatus? And an Ordinatus is basically, it's not standard. There's no standard to what an Ordinatus basically is. But it's like a super, super heavy weapon that's usually like a shipborne weapon. So it'll be like a ship plasma cannon. Or like a Nova cannon or something like that, mounted onto like a land chassis. And one of those actually appeared in Armageddon. And so I think if you're putting Warhammer Total War into, sorry, if you're putting the Armageddon War into Warhammer Total War, I think an Ordinatus actually needs to show up somewhere along the line. And I think it'll be really cool, it'll be really epic. But I'm not sure if they're actually going to do that, because that sounds ridiculous at the same time. And I think needs like 10 times more Orcs on this field to actually justify an Armageddon battle. But I'm just saying.
Even the mighty Gorkanauts, equipped with Mega Choppa...
Yeah, I forgot what was the one that was activated during the Armageddon War. I think it was a shipborne plasma cannon that's mounted on a land chassis. And like they drove that motherfucker around, and it actually like destroyed like an entire Orcish advance by itself.
Cannon,
check this, Discord. Give me a moment. What's this? I'm gonna have to read it later, man.
Gatla, a big ol' Burna, and Super Duper rockets. So Dua is armed to the teeth, and the Guard need to outmaneuver them big time.
I see you, but I'll read it in a bit.
First thing they're going to do is set up an ambush wing on their right flank, led by Scout Sentinels and some battle tanks. Scout Sentinels are a fast-moving Vanguard-type vehicle with high visibility and scouting range, relatively low armor, but high maneuverability, used to harass light infantry or transports with multi-las, autocannons, heavy flamers, and missile launchers. Apparently they have a lot of different loadouts you can bring. You're going to be moving out to the high ground in the north and laying wait there for a few minutes, until the bulk of the Greenskins have pushed past through the river in the center. Once the Orcs are engaged, then they're going to make their move. They're going to spring their ambush in a spectacular...
And someone brought up Stompers in chat. What I want to see about Stompers is that I want to see vehicles slowly build up. So I want Stompers to be almost like a hero unit, where the more battles you win with the Stomper, the larger it gets. So it's almost like the thing from like, if you play Command and Conquer General, where like you start with a tentacle, and then you have the tentacle like salvage a vehicle, it becomes like a super technical, and it becomes like a giga technical. I want to see that with a Stomper. So you start with like a baby Stomper, and then you win the game, and then the Stomper just gets like bigger and bigger until it's like the size of like a boss battle.
Spectacular fashion. More on that in a moment.
And I think the Orcs need an actual scrap mechanic. there needs to be some kind of like scrap looter mechanic or something where they like start stealing guns. Like they should not have a blacksmith building. They should have like a scrap mechanic where if they get like enough scraps, that army just can upgrade units within like you know, you can click on the tab and upgrade it, right? You know, the total war mechanic.
In the center, the Casterkin and mainline Cadians are going to set up for the Orc Assault. And I want y'all to pay attention to the Guardsmen as they interface with cover here. We'll zoom in, slow
you guys
it down
remember
a little bit,
like the monolith
and the broken
like Dark Crusade, how it like slowly powers up? I think that needs to be the Stomper, but it's a bit more usable initially. Like, yeah, I'm repeating myself. Let's keep going.
They aren't forming a single huge regiment in one big block. They're splitting off into pockets of 6 or 7 smaller platoons that all interface correctly with their own pieces of cover, providing layered ranks and overlapping fields of fire just within that one unit. It's kind of what I was talking.
I mean, I'll be real. The orcs in Warhammer Fantasy are not that far removed from orcs from Warhammer 40k. There are definitely lore differences. There are no black orcs, but I think a lot of the culture and how they operate are basically the same. They can almost copy paste the entire mechanic, like the war mechanics and scrap mechanics and all of that, and they'll probably make a lot of sense. I hope they're not that lazy. I hope they actually spend the time to actually add more cool shit to the orcs. Especially if like they already figured, you know, how orcs work in Total War Fantasy, right? So I think the growing Stomper is a good idea in my mind. There's probably some other cool ideas as well. Yeah, let's keep watching.
About when I said some organic
yo, what's up?
Level...
Careful about milking cookies and Nolan because of Warhammer Total. I am very careful about a lot of Total War content creators because a lot of them turned on Legend of Total War when he was being critical. Like when here's the thing about Legend of Total War, is that he is an asshole, he is Australian, there are many demerits to what he does as a personality, but he has always been on the side of the player, he's always been on the side of the consumer, and he's not afraid to be honest, and he's quite eloquent as well, and he's, you know, hardworking too, so he's definitely a good guy. So when you see like a guy like that who's on your side and he gets freaking lynched by other content creators for taking your side as like a consumer, as like a person who bought the game, it really does not make me feel like I should trust a lot of the other people who turned on him, right? Like, and some of them were like, you know, should I name names? Maybe I'll save it for later.
Maneuvering would be great to see in this game. There are going to be templates of cover in Total War 40k.
But unfortunately, if you want to cover the game, then, you know, these are the guys. Like, here's the thing, man. Like, this video came out like 2 hours after it was revealed on Bilibili. Like, did this guy get early access? I don't know. Maybe he's just really on the grind.
And regiments will attach themselves based on that layout of the cover, splitting off into small...
Can you really trust a content creator who's got early access in this day and age?
Smaller kill teams rather than operating in one big square. You probably aren't
that's
going
why
to
I'm
have
not really listening
control over each one of those smaller platoons, moving them in and out
I'm
of
just kind of talking over this
like their own units, but it's going to look and play a hell of a lot better than the cover system from, say, Napoleon.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, but...
As the Guard advance here...
Oh, wait, this is pretty cool. Wait, did you see that?
A lot better than the cover system from, say, Napoleon.
Oh, yeah, no, this is a definite improvement. This is kind of cool. I wonder how Melee is going to interact with that, though. I feel like it's over the moment the orcs actually cross the river. I feel like the moment the orcs get into melee with these guardsmen, like, do guardsmen even put up a fight against orcs in melee? Like, in the lore, do they do well in the melee?
As the Guard advance here, looks like the standard Cadian Guardsmen have las guns, while the squad sergeants in those groups have plasma pistols and chainswords. Ogren, of course, have the Ripper guns for mowing down enemies at point-blank range, and Casterkin have a combination of, I think...
what happens when, like, a Stomper just drives through the building, like, belly punches the building, and then the building collapses? Does everyone inside just die? They have to, right?
Plasma guns, grenade launchers, and hotshot las. One thing you're going to notice a lot in this gameplay is destructible cover, and units interacting with their...
Dude, these Ogrins are, like, more overpowered than the Ogrins in Dark Tide, man. What the hell? Wait, did you see that? Just walking through concrete. Like, no, screw Space Marines. Just have them march towards the orcs. Just like, apparently their movement speed gives them like AP or something on the contact. It's like tank shock.
Their environment in a much more
tank shocking the freaking barricade
manner than we're used to in Total War. Ogrins, Sentinels, and tanks will quite literally flatten obstacles as they move through them.
It's in development.
In those areas, and Guardsmen will vault over
probably know about
in
it,
their
right?
path. Now, should Ogrins just completely obliterate and explode a concrete block when they move into it at walking speed? Probably not. But
I mean, here's another question: should I even get Dawn of War 4 anymore? Should I even get Dawn of War 4 when this game just seems like a bit? I don't want to be mean, dude. And there's also like a Dawn of War 4 battle rap we're gonna watch as well. But I feel like it's a lot more involved than Dawn of War 4. There's a lot more cool shit going on. And it feels a lot more like Total War, even though the unit sizes are kind of small. It looks like a small skirmish, but it feels a bit more Total War. I mean, it feels a lot more 40k than Dawn of War 4 right now, I'll be honest.
you get the idea that may not be finished. Very soon, you're going to see how that interaction with cover, how you can manipulate it, can play a huge role in a practical scenario. Now, tactically, this battle is shaping up to be very interesting. The Guard have placed their heavy tanks and Baneblade on the left, denying the Orcs use of the bridge and forcing them down onto the low ground through the river, where they're going to be slow and easier pickings for mass range fire. And they're just going to start unleashing death and destruction from ruins along the way.
I'm really curious on artillery. Are there any artillery in this? Let me see. There's no Basilisk. There's no Basilisk, yo, man. Maybe they're off-field.
Waterline, kind of like the Night Raid on Osgiliath in Return of the King.
Yeah. No, Luca's on the same wavelength I am. Like, where the hell is a Basilisk? Is it off-field? Is it going to be like Fall of the Samurai, where you can call artillery on the map?
This time, the defenders know the Orcs are coming, right? They're going to hammer them hard with grenade launchers, with plasma and tank fire,
Death Strike missile.
and from above. The Mega Knobs look absolutely awesome, although their animations in melee combat might be unfair.
Okay, so if they want to make this kind of low accurate, and I know that not everything needs to be low accurate, but hey, you know what? It'll be cool. Death Strikes need to be requisitioned from high command. So if you want to requisition the use of a Death Strike missile in the lore, you need to actually contact high command, and they actually need to give you that approval to use the Death Strike missile. So I think the right way to do it in a Total War game, and this is totally doable, by the way, is that you can spend resources on the map, and then when you go to like the pre-battle screen before the battle actually starts, you can spend resources, like requisition, for like a use of a Death Strike missile. So maybe like a Death Strike missile will cost like 500 requisition or something, and you have a pool of like 1,000. You can requisition like 2 Death Strike missiles for that one battle. And it becomes like, you know, because it'll be kind of weird if you're just Death Striking every single missile. I mean, Death Striking every single battle, right? Like, it's like, oh, look, we're taking a village, Death Strike. We're doing a siege, Death Strike. Ambush battle, Death Strike.
Finished at this stage doesn't look quite as fluid or high quality as what we're used to seeing, but as the Orcs cross, the Guard will employ some of their stratagems on the blobs that are forming to slow them down and outright kill a bunch of them. From what I can blobs,
these guys are going to get updated. These are the Mega Armor Knobs, right? And the normal Mega Armor Knobs are really old model. And now they've got new Total War 40k models. So it means that that model is probably going to get updated. I'm just guessing.
That are forming to slow them down and outright kill a bunch of them. From what I can tell, one of the stratagems is a Valkyrie rocket pod strafing run.
They look fucking ridiculous still. I know that the Mega Armor Knobs, like, they're not the pinnacle of modeling, they're just boxes, but still.
Meant to clear out light infantry and absolutely chunk some Orcs on the way in. This one has 2 uses and starts the game on a 60-second cooldown. The other 2 stratagems are what I believe to be a Hellstrike missile, huge AoE, high explosive, good for clearing out a big mass of armored infantry, or
that's
more
kind of cool.
Armored vehicles, good for clearing out.
I want to see blood in the water. A really cool effect right now would be like, imagine if the water starts off like green or blue, and then as the battle progresses, the water starts running red. That would be so cinematic. Like, imagine a giant siege battle, and then like the moats and the river starts turning red from all the blood.
Out a big mass of armored infantry, or more likely armored vehicles, and then a capital ship land strike from orbit for use on the big boys, like the Stompa or
this looks
looted
cool.
tank, that kind of thing.
But by the way, I just saw something quite interesting. I feel like, so in the, was it 9th edition rules, if you advance with a Stompa, no, not Stompa, fuck, what am I thinking about? Like, apparently, if you advance with like Storm Boys, there's a chance for them to just blow up. Like on the 6 or something, you do like a hazard roll. I know it wasn't a thing back then, but apparently you roll for every single model. On the 60, you like take a model wound and one of them dies. I'm not sure if that's still in the current rules, but it feels like you can see this guy here, like slightly to the right. I think he's having a misfire.
Big boys like the stomp.
Like one of them just like fucking scoots off and like does like a little whirly twirl.
Or a looted
Like that guy on the left.
tank, that kind
That guy did it.
of thing. Storm Boys getting into the thick of it, chopping.
You see it in the middle.
Stomping.
No, that's a good touch. Oh, wait. The guy in the middle.
Tank, that kind of thing.
Did you see it?
Storm Boys.
This guy, this motherfucker
Getting
right
into
here.
the thick of it, chopping and stomping. Death Dread following closely behind. Super cool looking jump animations.
No, I'm okay with that.
I absolutely adore Assault Troops in 40k. Some of my favorite units to use in Dawn of War, from the Interceptors of the Grey Knights to the Raptors of the Night Lords. And when the Storm Boys die, their jetpacks sometimes malfunction and send them like spinning off into the air before exploding and jibbing everywhere. Gore going out all over the moonlit sky, straight out of Looney Tunes. Looks awesome.
I want to see them like slamming into buildings. Like if you use these guys against like a building, like we saw some of the guys can deploy inside buildings. I want to see them like throwing themselves into a wall. It'll be like that cinematic in Warhammer Fantasy, the RTS game, where at the start of that cinematic, they catapulted like an orc into a wall. I want to see that happening, but with like jetpacks.
Awesome. The Guard are being overwhelmed here. They're going to do two things that could absolutely change this game forever when it comes to Total War. Again, if implemented well, that's an if. Number one, they're going to spring the ambush with their sentinels and tanks.
Wait. I think we just saw that.
Side if.
Okay, we just saw that. Wait. You see this guy right in the middle here? It just slams into a wall.
They're going to spring the ambush.
No. The guy just demolished a wall by misfiring into a wall. That's let's look at that again.
If implemented well, that's an if. Number one.
Oh, you see this guy here right in the middle? He's going to misfire and he's flying straight into the wall.
They're going to spring the ambush with their sentinels and tanks on the north.
No, and the second guy just took out a strut. It's falling down now. That's a very nice touch. It might be a little bit overpowered, but... Is this battle just going to be like the second war again? I think it's going to be... I think we're on the 5th or 6th war now. I don't really know how the Asuryani are going to be able to have these massive field battles. I don't know. Like the Eldar population is not really that small. It's like small on the scale of things, but it's not going to be so small that they can't field an army in Warhammer Total War. I keep saying Warhammer Total War, 40k Total War. Because I think each craft world still has like 1 million Eldar or something, so if you're putting like 2,000 in for like a battle, it's not really that bad.
Side in, like I said,
I can see that
spectacular manner. They are going to explode through the trains they were hiding behind, destroying that cover, making their own path, then charging down from the high ground to hit the orcs
run over people
as they're tied up in the center. Incredibly cool, cinematically, and in terms of what that could mean for gameplay.
Your Rain Feet DLC. Oh, dude, don't say that. Oh, no. Oh, no. If they actually added your brain then, and then people can just like extract the model. Like imagine if they put in like Gilliman, and then your brain will be in there as well. They extract the models and then just have like stupid like animations with them. Not naughty ones, but just like stupid 3D ones, the meme ones.
But some big questions here. Were those vehicles on the high ground actually hidden? Do enemies need direct line of...
Oh, yeah. He brings up a very good point. I hope the AI does not cheat. I hate the cheating AI in Total War. And not even the Fog of War. I just hate it when the AI gets like a buff or you get like a penalty on a higher difficulty. I don't want that shit.
Sight?
The AI is going to be very important. The AI, here's what's going to break it the game. Number one, the AI and the sieges.
Fog of War function maybe a bit differently in Total War 40k, because in Warhammer 3, those units would have been visible, I think. They're vehicles, they're tanks, so they would have been seen. Here, maybe they weren't. The orcs didn't really react to them. If they can be on a different elevation and then use cover
to the battle getting bigger.
Their position.
I don't remember that many. They just spread out a bit.
And then explode through cover and attack. That's huge for gameplay. If you need flyers or more direct line of sight in 40k, then those lightning fast blitzkrieg vehicle ambushes could be in play, where tanks act like the Kool-Aid man.
Sieges need to be like multi-layered in this game because I don't think there were any hive cities that were taken like within a day unless the hive city literally just like opened the doors to the orcs. I think it happened in one case in one of the Wars of Armageddon where they just gave up. But except for that, I think like a siege needs to be multi-layered. So like a hive city needs to be like 3 sieges. So you take the outer defenses and you take the inner defenses and you take the middle of the hive city. And depending on how deep they really want to go in, you might even need to do like a siege for the undercity as well. Because the top of the hive city is like 50% of the hive city. There's like an entire structure underneath the hive city as well, where you have to fight like gangers and shit like that. Taking a hive city is like, it's really hard, but it's much harder than what you'd actually think it is.
Say, oh yeah, bust through a wall with a hidden dreadnought or baneblade or something.
So like preferably there'll be this battle here, which is like in the outskirts, and then depending on how the battle goes, you will probably have to do like another battle like in the city center and then on like the actual hive spires.
And then start turning stuff into red
to make it even remotely realistic. Because imagine you fought a battle out here, right? Imagine as like a narrative sense, you fought a battle out here. You win this battle as the orcs, and somehow you take over the entire hive city. Like it makes no sense. The moment your armies are weak, they'll declare war the turn after. The books wasn't that how they did it. They first did it through war rocks, and then they started storming the walls and the gates, and then the gates fell. Yeah, it was like a gradual process. Though the rocks deployed from the outer space, that's how they that's how they deployed onto the planet. And then they laid sieges onto the walls of like Hive Hades and shit like that, right? Once the walls actually went down, they still have to overrun the entire city. And then it was then when, construction workers on cranes and you get people jumping out of buildings with like grenades strapped onto them, all the guerrilla stuff started happening. So it wasn't like a automatic process where you just break through like one part of the walls or even taking like one part of the city center. Like hive cities are almost like the size of an entire state in the US. It's like saying, hey, I took over New York and therefore the entire state is now ours. That's not how a hive city works. And it's a very big disservice to the lore if that's how it works as well, because if you look into Warhammer 40k, like some of the most epic battles were based on sieges. None of them were resolved very quickly.
How it works, that is awesome. What they showed here was awesome. I just don't know if it's actually...
Like I said, you could have like an entire Total War 40k game based on the Siege of Rex. The entire map was just Rex. It's just you taking this like small sections of the Rex fortress, and that will still be like accurate. That's just how complicated sieges are, and that's how complicated how it's presented in a lot of the books. You can probably have like Total War Hive Hades, and the entire map is just Hive Hades, and you're just spending like 70 or like 100 turns taking over like small sections of Hive Hades and still have it make sense. That's how like epic some of the sieges were. But I don't know, maybe it's too complicated. I don't know.
Going to be how it plays out in practice in real gameplay. The other thing the guard will do, besides this brilliantly executed ambush that may or may not be possible in a real battle, is summon dynamic battlefield reinforcements. Now, ideally, this is how we would see troop transports.
The two game modes, either normal battles or buggy siege, all take place
or rock in with their mega knobs or flash kits and the elite stuff, but the sluggas and shootas would truck in from off map. And for the guard, we'd see some chimeras or Valkyries drive in and drop stuff off.
Oh, wait. So we're talking about reinforcements? I got distracted. Let me go back a bit.
And for the guard, but the sluggas and shootas would truck in from off map. And for the guard, we...
Oh, I like this system. Oh, this is almost like War Games. Has anyone played War Games Airland Battle or War Games Red Dragon? Has anyone played those games? Like any of the Micropose games? Or Eugene games? Sorry. Yeah, Eugene, not Micropose. Eugene games. So in War Game, right, you build like a deck, and then you don't really have a base. The base is really there for your supplies. And then you have like a deck where the reinforcements come in. It's like the army building. No, that is really cool. And they come in from off map. I kind of like this, actually. Yeah, you played Red Dragon? Yeah, Red Dragon was good.
We'd see
I played the French as Red Dragon. I was a demon with the French army in Red Dragon, man.
Some chimeras.
I don't know why the French army really clicks with me.
And we don't see the animation for the reinforcement here.
Bro, I fucking hate helicopters, dude. I used to play Red Dragon with my friends a lot, and the motherfucker builds like 1 million helicopters, and they're like a plague of locusts because they just come in towards my farm, they suck up all the supply, and they fly off somewhere again. And I'm like, motherfucker, if you're gonna do that, like, can you build more farms? And he's like, no, that's just gonna take away points from my helicopter spam. So every single game he comes in, sucks up all my supplies, my fucking farms, and just flies off, and like probably half of them just dies from like one Tunguska or something.
Camera doesn't linger on it, so I'm not sure how it's going to work. It's probably just going to be units walking in from off screen, but maybe CA has something cooking there. But just the fact that there are dynamic battlefield reinforcements for every faction is a game changer already. It's going to make battles larger and more cinematic, more vehicles, more troops, more action, more player choice, and more ways to interact and attack an opponent in asymmetric, flavorful ways. It's not like previous Total Wars where you don't really have control over what comes in, when, and where. Here you place those units in, some of them very dynamically, like I said with the Terminators, deep striking, that sort of thing. You've got a lot more options here. That's awesome. Okay, here comes the money shot. The Orcs are pushing hard, and we've got what I believe to be a Hellstrike missile delivered.
What the hell is that? Oh, you mean a Deathstrike missile? It means a Deathstrike missile, right?
Delivered via Valkyrie, high explosive stratagem that can only be used once per battle, at least in this gameplay.
It's probably a Hellstrike missile, whatever the hell that is, because a Deathstrike is probably a lot bigger explosion. I'm not sure if anyone's ever seen like a intercontinental ballistic missile go off, but it's definitely bigger than this. And that's what a Deathstrike kind of is, except the warhead is like plasma or like a, you know, like a void missile. Void Bomb, whatever it's called. Wano's a successor game. I don't know how good it is compared to Red Dragon. I think Wano is a more accessible one. That's a bit more gamified. I think Red Dragon is still like the more autistic one. I've been hoping to try Broken Arrow because I heard it's like a good mix between Wargame Red Dragon and was it World in Conflict? But I heard there's some balancing issues, so I might wait for it to go on special and then maybe try it out.
Only has one charge, but we're going to see that new dynamic gore and ragdoll system in action. And by the Emperor, is it absolutely glorious?
It feels kind of small. I'm sorry. It's a bit too small for me. I know it's already really devastating on the scale, but like as a missile explosion, that's like... Is that even like 100-kilogram payload? Like maybe a 200-kilogram payload, right? If you've ever watched explosion videos on YouTube, a fireball of this size is not really that big.
Holy shit. And then
I don't think this is a 500-kilogram payload. That's not a Deathstrike or anything like that.
Narrative stuff they did to set that up too is super satisfying. It's like they did their duty. The guard will die here too. They did what they...
The crater's only really the size of a house.
Needed to do. They held back the tide. Here comes
That's what she said.
Now we're going to unleash the capital ship Lance Strike from above. And yeah, I mean, this thing's Titan size. This is...
Is it Titan sized? I don't think it is Titan sized. Maybe it's modern Titan. I know that Warhammer 40k shrunk the Titans quite a bit, and I'm going to go on rant here, right? I need to go on a rant. It's one of my pet peeves. I hate what Games Workshop has done to the size of the Titans. Titans need to be bigger. I know you wanted to sell more models through Forge World, but to do that, you need to shrink down the Titans so people can actually fit that in the cabinets or something. I don't know what the equation is there, but the Titans have always been huge. 40 meters tall should not be the height of an Imperator Titan. An Imperator Titan needs to be at least like someone did like the math. Like an Imperator Titan should really be about like 1.5 kilometers tall. Like if you actually want soldiers to be like manning battlements, like Titans and the lore, right? Imperator Titans have like an entire battalion of soldiers on its legs as like a breaching force. They kick down walls. they breach the walls by kicking down walls, and then the soldiers will stream down. They're like mini castles. And someone did like the actual mass for the Imperator Titan, like just based off that. And it needs to be like 3 times the length of like an aircraft carrier, which is about like 1.2 kilometers, and the aircraft carrier is about 400 meters, right? So 3 of them are going to be about 1.2 kilometers. And you add like the battlements and all of that, it's going to be about like 1.5 kilometers tall for that to actually make sense, to make that to be actually epic. And so I, like me personally, I do not buy the whole like fucking 40-meter tall Imperator Titan fucking bullshit. That's not even no, 40 meters tall is not even a mountain. That's not even a hill. That's not even an apartment building. That's not even the size of my dick. I'm going to stop there. Like, that's not a, this is like a maclet. This is a manlet. It's a McManlet Mac, man. Let me read chat because I want attention there. But I just fucking zoned in. Stomp is like, a bit small, wow, smaller, wow. Yeah, just like, if you tell me this is a knight, then I'll be okay. This is a knight size. This is perfectly good as a knight sized unit. But don't tell me this is Titan sized.
The biggest weapon the orcs have in their arsenal, but can it stand up to orbital bombardment? Baneblade is turning its attention towards that thing as well, and it was probably shot up by some tank fire before it closed into melee, but it's effectively going to get one shot by the orbital stratagem.
Yeah, it does not really matter how it does not really matter how big the Stomper is. It's how it performs on the battlefield, guys. Maybe it's a special Stomper. Maybe it's got like, you know, crazy weaponry inside that more than makes up for it. But I mean, don't tell me it's Titan size. Don't tell me this is a Titan. It's a good, nice size model
of the Imperial Guard. Now,
Asian speaking about size is hilarious. Do you know what the funniest cope thing is about like Asian sizes? Here's a thing in Asian culture, all right? So an inch also exists in China. So a Chinese inch is worth 2 American inches. So the cope here is that when like all the measurements happen, you know, all of that, right? They gave the measurements in Chinese inches. So, you know, like six Chinese inches really is like 12 American inches. Right, so let us get that, you know, let me hammer that down now. I'm just
curious about balance. Number 1, you want your stratagems to feel impactful and obliterate units. They should. That's the whole point. I mean, you drop a big bombing run, you don't want to see.
Yeah, does the hammer the nail in? Yeah, does it do its job? Hit
full flush, stay on it the entire duration. The Stompa is gonna explode immediately. It's straight up dead. How do you make an orbital bombardment or Valkyrie strafe run as deadly as it should be without invalidating?
I mean,
how do you make an orbital bombardment or Valkyrie?
Here's the thing about the whole presentation of this is that I think the developers know about the epic scale of Warhammer 40k, and probably somewhere in the brainstorm, what defines Warhammer 40k is probably the epic scale, which is why they put like all these buildings here in the background. They know that to be 40k, you have to be big, like your mom, and so. On one hand, sorry about that. Yeah, no, that's just kind of unhanded. So on one hand, they know about that, but then on the other hand, they expect us to believe that like a siege battle gets resolved this quickly. So there's like a little bit of like there's like a little bit of a mismatch there, I feel like.
Valkyrie strafing run as deadly as it should be without invalidating units and making them feel like a tertiary consideration. Point and click. On your most elite stuff can be kind of unsatisfying sometimes. I think a very reasonable critique of combat in Warhammer 3 is how magic can obliterate entire elite units with just a click of a button without much counterplay whatsoever, without even really time to dodge. And certainly,
yeah, we haven't even seen Psykers.
I don't think the Stompa had time to dodge there. But
wouldn't the Grey Knights just be overpowered in this? They'll just go around and just be sucking people into black holes.
There are going to be enough troops on the field to allow both sides to use their stratagems, potentially devastating 4 or 5 units each time in the process, while also not making the battles too short. and giving the regular rank and file time to shine and utilize tactics and have their movements end up mattering on a strategic level. Point and click stratagems can kind of be a problem in terms of balance on that front, because you point and click and something dies, and if you don't give people enough time to dodge out of the way or do something to negate it, well then losing your
Luca, are you going to play Dawn of War 4? Are you going to give that a try?
Your super elite walker unit
it's coming out in like a
doesn't
month.
Feel very good. Very satisfying to watch. People are going to enjoy using that in campaign, but there needs to be some balance there. So it's hard. It's way too early for me to judge. One-shotting a Stompa makes sense with an orbital bombardment, but again, how do you make that feel good from a gameplay perspective? I'm not quite sure at the moment. This is also something Dawn of War 4 is going to have to figure out. We saw it with the rad bombardments, just blowing up Necron warriors, killing an entire blob of them instantly. What a cinematic showcase, though, and some really interesting tactical diversity.
That flamethrower is not doing anything
There too.
I mean, it's very orky for it to just vomit out fire and not do anything, but at the same time, it's not doing anything.
The ambush, breaking through cover, tanks coming down the mountainside.
It's kind of funny though if you think about it. No, it's kind of cool. I'm okay with that.
And hitting an exposed flank. Stompas moving forward, getting exploded by orbital bombardment. There is a lot here, not just from like a visual freeze perspective, but also from a tactical diversity perspective. I was really quite blown away by this showcase.
I want to see the mods. I want to see what people actually put on.
And again, it's a showcase. It may not be reflective of exactly what battles are going to be like in the final product, but I think I know Total War well enough.
Yeah, about the whole Primaris thing, the first two mods we're probably going to see is like, number one, remove all the Primaris Marines. That's probably one of the first mods, and then the second mod is probably adding in female Space Marines. Just to make you mad.
At this point, to know that a lot of this shit is going to be in the game.
And then if the Systems of Battle ever comes out, there's probably going to be a mod which replaces all the Systems of Battle with male, like, we get Misters of Battle. And it'll be like a back and forth. And then, you know, when the Custodes come out, if they ever added Custodes in the game, there'll probably be a female Custodes mod. And then there'll be a no female Custodes mod, you know, shit that they'll do.
In real capacity. And I'm impressed. I'm legitimately very impressed with what was shown here. Especially because I thought it might just be...
But I want to see an entire overhaul mod for Total War 40k. I want to see an entire overhaul mod that's serious, but it's all memes. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, the overhaul mod is like completely, you know, serious but unserious at the same time. So like, all the Chaos Space Marines are Alpha Legionnaires, and all the Alpha Legionnaires are actually Primarchs, so they've got like an ungodly amount of HP. All the Marines are female, all the Custodes are female, all the Systems of Battle are men. There'll be a Blood Ravens mod where they'll just go around stealing shit. And all of that will be in one overhaul mod. It'll be the Warhammer 40k Total War meme overhaul mod, and it's just fucking ridiculous. And you know, all the Guardsmen are replaced by Kriegers, and they have like infinite morale, and they only have shovels. They don't have ranged weapons anymore. They only have shovels. And every time you kill a Krieger, like 10 of them spawns or something. What other bad memes are there? Oh, and all the Space Marines should just be screaming, you know, that sound effect from the Dawn of War intro. That's all they say. They have no quotes or anything. You click on them, and they just go, you tell them to attack, and they'll be like, you tell them to reinforce, and it's like,
I'm impressed. I'm legitimately...
And that's the entire overhaul mod.
Very impressed with what was shown here, especially because I thought it might just be like the exact same battle. We saw a lot more footage.
The mod will be called Crackhammer. Yeah, I might actually pay for that.
And it was satisfying. The new gore and physics and explosive system is awesome. Seeing those sluggas just get jibbed and sent flying to the moon in pieces, dismembered corpses ragdolling everywhere. Crazy cool. A lot of interesting stuff to talk about. Let me know what y'all thought of it. I'm pretty happy. I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.
I think that was a pretty fun video. I don't think we actually listened to like an entire minute of this video. I think we're just talking over the top of it, but you know, it's pretty cool. Let's look at the comment section. Cover system is definitely going to be glitchy as hell on release. Yeah, I don't think Total War ever gets anything right on release. In the case of things destroy cover as they move, I hope the things is toggleable. Like me personally, as like a history fan, I don't think tanks should just automatically destroy cover. I don't think sentinels should do that either, because tank traps are a thing. Like you'd be surprised to know how resilient like a block of concrete is and how it can fuck up like the treads on a tank. Like even barbed wire will like, yeah, barbed wire can actually like tangle up inside of tracks and just like fuck up tracks. They just don't automatically like demolish everything. So I hope they tone that down a little bit. But I'm sure it's moddable. Oh, and this is actually a big one I actually want to say. They need to make sure that the lasgun actually shoots lasers and not like bullets like in Dawn of War 4. Crouching Guardsman and then Beyblade. Yeah, they did add in, what's his name? What's his... Creed. They need to add in Creed, and then his like meme ability and that meme mod will just be like summoning random Beyblades and Titans. He can deep strike in a Titan. Let's just do that. The best cover system is still Man of War games, Captain Heroes. Yeah, here's the thing is that my main critique of Dawn of War 4 right now is that like it feels like Man of War, the mods, just looks a little bit better, like weirdly enough. I'm not too worried about like the color of the lasguns as much as in Dawn of War 4, because this is probably all moddable. It's a total war game. No one really plays it as base vanilla. It's more of a single player experience most of the time. It's totally mod. As long as they keep in mods, I think it'll be fine. A hidden Beyblade, yeah. Like I said, if you talk about Warheal and realism, you need to always exaggerate everything about Hawaii and Brainblade can beat Goku. Wait, was it a harassed? Well, I'm not gonna read that later. Hey, here's another one that we can watch. We got more news. It's just not Total War 40k this week. It's the Dawn of War 4 as well, which is coming out in about a month. So let's take a look, because I want to know what's going on, because I feel like I'm kind of obligated to get this game. Even if I don't cover it, it's going to be good B-roll, right? I can just put it at the end of like a random video I do. Mordian getting blacklisted? No, okay. I'll save that afterwards, because Mordian videos can be quite slow, and like having one on the back of... Actually, you know what? Don't spoil it. Lune Black, I'm sorry, don't spoil it. Let's watch the Mordian Glory one first, and then we go back to this. We do like a high-low thing. Thanks for reminding me. I think Nellop already dissected this video. Did he? Wait. Did we get a Nellop video? Did he go through this? My homepage is a mess, by the way. Don't... I don't think he did. I don't think Nellop is alive anymore. Yeah. I don't think he's around anymore. He abandoned you guys. I'm gonna eat something? Sure. It's a 25-minute long video. I'm not sure he's going to talk about. I might have to jump forward in some places.
A little bit of spicy beef for you. I think, but this isn't ragging on GW. This isn't...
So the title of this video is "So I'm officially blacklisted by Games Workshop," and I wonder what blacklisted by Games Workshop actually entails. Like, how far down the shit does it actually get you? Is it inquisitive? Like, do they go around and strike your videos? Like, do they send... I mean, remember, he lives in the UK. Are they going to sue you? Like, get the police after you because you hurt their feelings? You do a bad Twitter post, and then they get annoyed with you?
Raging against the machine or anything like this. This is just funny. And this is some hard evidence, some hard proof of something I've been saying for a little while now, which is that I am blacklisted by Games Workshop.
The thing is that, like, Games Workshop is so antagonistic to everyone in the content creator space. I feel like getting blacklisted is like the default, like, position. Like, you start blacklisted on default, and then you have to work your way up. So, like, I'm probably in the shitter right now. But I mean, if I start shilling for GW, maybe I can work my way up. It's like the World of Warcraft reputation system. You start in like neutral or something, or unfriendly, and you work your way up to exalted.
Now, this is especially. It's kind of funny that this is come out.
I don't know
because
I didn't watch the video. I'm not sure if it's actually blacklisted.
Recently, saying that I was like a big pussy-o channel.
Where are the
documents? I was basically like paid opposition.
Where's the list?
For Games Workshop.
I need the GW list.
Like if you like so fucking like remedial that anyway, right?
No, I actually want to see the GW list of all the people who are sponsored. And I'm not even gonna shit on them. I just want to know. Like everyone who's got like early access, everyone who signed like an NDA, that might actually be a treasure trove. I wish that gets leaked instead of whatever the hell like Valrak gets. Like, I don't really care about like the model leaks anymore. I want to see like the NDA leaks.
Now, I have suspected for a long time that I am blacklisted by Games Workshop, and I have had some a little bit of evidence here and there about
give us good leaks for once. Give us something different
by Games Workshop. Me being considered a undesirable number one, like in Harry Potter, right?
Gamza has just controlled opposition.
I once, and the first evidence I had from this is when I leaked the Imperial Guard.
But here's the thing, though. If you're an actual GW shill, let's say you're an actual GW ball washer, would you actually tell everyone that? I mean, the perfect disguise, if you are a shill, the perfect disguise would be to say that you got blacklisted. I'm just saying.
Codex in 9th edition.
I'm just talking about real politics right now.
In advance. And I used to get on...
Because the timing is kind of weird. It's like Valrak's like, oh no, I've been blacklisted. And then Mordian is saying, oh, I got blacklisted too. And it's like straight after the Nellop video.
Very well with my local...
And I'm not saying he's actually a shill. I'm just saying that like,
they replaced him as someone...
As a theoretical.
But I remember like going in and I used to get on really well with him. He was a guy called Josh. Really sound. Really sound. A lot of time for a lot of respect. He was one of, I would say, the last good Games Workshop managers. And he, after I leaked the codex, I went into the local GW to pick up some paint stuff because I used to, when I still bought things from them before they hadn't.
So I'm just with him,
and he was like, "Have you heard about like?" I had a conversation with him, and he said, "Oh, I got something funny to tell you." And I was like, "He's like, oh yeah." And I went, "We had an email today," and I was like, "Oh yeah." And he went, "Yeah, it's about you." And I was like, "What do you mean it's about me?" And he went, "Well, you know how you leaked the guard codex?" And I
wonder in that email, does it actually give off as like his name, right? Like, or does it call him as Mordian Glory? Is he called Mordian Glory in real life? Like in the hobby store, or do they call him by like a real name?
I was like, oh yeah, and he went, yeah, well, we've had an email about that.
Like if he walks into the hobby store, right, does people call him like a real name, or do they just call him Mordian Glory? And in that email, did they just call him Mordian Glory, or by like an actual name?
And I was like, oh yeah, and he was like, yeah, it was and it was pretty funny. And yeah, and so I won't say too much.
It's because it's reminding me of like that scene from Transformers, where Barricade was like, let me get the video. Let me get the video. I don't know why this is flashing through my head right now. Transformers, Barricade. What was his name? It's probably gonna show up. Oh, here we go. We found it. It's like the scene here, right? It's like the scene here. And then Games Workshop rolls up. And this is Mordian Glory.
Here. So get out of there. Oh God, no!
Right. And then, you know, he throws him on the curb.
Are you username ladiesman217?
And Games Workshop's like, are you Mordian Glory? Did you leak the codex?
I don't know what you're talking
Are
about.
you username ladiesman217?
So to Games Workshop, it's not even like a human anymore. It's like Mordian Glory.
Are you username ladiesman217?
I don't know what you're talking
Are
about.
you username ladiesman217?
Much, but you know, Josh told me some things that were, like I said, I got on with
I
him
just
very
had
well.
to
He was
do
a
that.
good mate. He was OG, and you know, he you know, basically said, yeah, we've got to be, you know, we've all been told to be careful, like around you now. And I was like, that's hilarious. Like, I didn't get the leaks from someone in Games Workshop, and he went, yeah, he went, oh, didn't you? And I was like, no, like, I didn't. I won't tell you where I got it from, but like, I didn't get anything. It didn't come from GW. You know, it came from somewhere that, you know, it came from completely outside the GW ecosystem kind of thing.
It's like,
It's like, oh wow,
it's almost like Game of Thrones right now, man. It's like the Lannisters sends their regards. Kevin Roundtree sends his regards. And you hear like the Reigns of Castamere playing in the background.
Think that it's come from inside. They think that it's come from inside the thing. Anyway, so before I don't think Josh doesn't work against Workshop anymore. Before Josh left, I had, you know, some more conversation with him and stuff, and he was like, yeah, we've all been told that, you know, we can't talk to you anymore.
Can't let you in anymore.
And I was like, that's going to make it difficult buying stuff from GW. He's like, yeah, well, he said, yeah, I wouldn't worry about it, kind of thing. I'm leaving anyway.
Loose
all
lips
this kind of
sink
stuff.
ships, you know.
Then I also
Bro, can you imagine if bro, imagine if World War III happens, right? The whole loose lips sink ships shit. I shouldn't have said that. Like I can't pronounce words, but you know the World War II saying, "Loose lips sink ships." And World War III happens, and then you have people like Valrak around, and then Valrak will just be like, World War III rumors! The Royal Navy? Are they going to the Scapa Flow? And imagine if people like Valrak can just be like leaking like fucking military secrets all day. Imagine, dude, imagine if Chapter Master Valrak played War Thunder. And his entire channel is just leaking like fucking like military secrets to like War Thunder, like because he only deals in leaks and rumors and shit, right?
so that
you know, it's probably better off that he's in Warhammer 40k, because like I can see him if he's like a historian or something. He plays War Thunder, like, and he just spends all day like leaking like Chinese like tank specs and then like British tank specs to like fucking Gaijin HQ.
That was like one piece, and then I've also had you know, people sort of
stop going on tangents.
Mention things in like passing and stuff like that. So I've been told by by multiple people who used to work Games Workshop that I am on the naughty list. Okay, but you don't like. But you know, some of these people, like Josh is, you know, I have respect for him, but you know, he was like someone I knew. He wasn't like a mate or anyone.
War Thunder was fun.
Maybe it was just, you know, we were just having a bit of fun and everything. But so that was a few years ago. But since then, I haven't really like heard much about it. Like I've suspected that I've been blacklisted and stuff. But you know, there was a fun thing that we did like a few years ago where GW did like the Hobby Heroes thing, and like everyone on the channel like emailed into GW saying Mordian Glory should be a hobby hero, and then they didn't put me up for anything. But who knows? Maybe other people got more attention than me, right? But here's the big one. So a few days ago, one of the people that used to work on the Morning Glory channel with me reached out to me and said, I have proof that you are blacklisted. So for those of you that know your Mordian Glory deep lore, about
do we get emails?
4 years ago, near the time when I went full time, there was a mate of mine called Tom. Custodes Tom. Custodes! Yes! You know, you're and he used to do a few battle ports with me, and he used to do a little bit of editing for the channel.
Does he still make videos? Did Games Workshop like screw up Custodes lore that badly? They just like abandoned his channel
and everything. But you know, life moves on and everything, and so he moved on to other stuff, and
show me the list. I want to see the list.
Simon and Evan and all that kind of stuff. And he, you know, reached out to me when he heard about this guy calling me paid opposition, and he said, I've got absolute proof that you are not like paid opposition. So he went for a job interview with Games Workshop because he's been doing a lot of like freelance video editing, and he's been building up a really good portfolio of stuff. But,
that's what I do.
Sometimes it can be, I don't know why he's gone for a job at Games Workshop, but he's been doing it for a few years now. So, becoming a professional video editor for GW, that's potentially, a bit of a step up. Personally, I think better.
Imagine if like I get into like a video editing position and I start editing all their videos the same way I did like the Dustfront EXE video. Just kill off all the boomers with like all the flashing imagery and just like fucking give them all a heart attack. Done.
To stay freelance, better to be self-employed all the way, but there you are. But he said,
epilepsy warning.
He said, yo buddy, just so you're aware, I wanted to message you, but I've applied for a few jobs at Games Workshop, and a couple of months ago I was meant to be a video editor for them, and I got to the final interview stage and I did a video for them.
They don't need video editors. They need like a live stream manager or like an audio manager, because I think like 4 out of 5 live streams that they've done of trouble. Like there were a lot of audio issues, a lot of technical.
And they seemed so off.
Wait, what?
So in the interview, they said my work was really good,
yeah,
etc. But because of my previous connections,
yeah,
they don't want to move forward.
Did they actually say that?
So literally, because he did. Like the only Warhammer YouTuber who's ever done like editing for is me. Like that's it. Yeah.
Streamlag.
So there's some other bits in there as well where he was like, I don't condone the
should be okay though.
He said I've had to add a little note to people who have sent my CV / video portfolio over, and it's this, and basically I don't condone the actions or anything I've worked for in the past. I don't want you thinking, yeah, blah blah blah.
I mean, that's really petty. If that's true, that's really petty, man. Like, I mean, at a certain point, maybe they're afraid that they... Okay. Actually, no, that doesn't make a little bit of sense. And this is where maybe... Can I blame this on Varrock? But this is like a content creator problem. But because the issue is that there is a culture and there's a reward incentive in Warhammer 40k community to leak things. And what does a video editor actually does? Well, they edit the video before it gets released on a live stream or in an announcement. So they will be in a position where they will get early access information. And they absolutely do not want that information going into a leaky boy, right? Because the last time that happened, it actually affected some of their sales. Like apparently, Valorant got into a lot of trouble for leaking like some of the Kill Steam stuff, like a year and a half ago, roughly. Like apparently there was like an actual internal memo that went out saying like Valorant ruined everything. And so, I don't think this is necessarily like a blacklisting. I think this is just like normal OPSEC shit.
Blah. So. But I did want you to know that apparently I did want you to know GW apparently don't want to associate with you or anyone you work with, which is odd, and I didn't think they were that much.
So we're talking about a content creators who have a history of leaking which may cause losses in the company. And imagine you as a person who are in charge of hiring this person. Because interviews usually have like 2 people nowadays in the UK because of like discriminatory laws and all of that. So usually interviews have like 2 people to just make sure that everything's, like an HR person and like a person within the department, which is like probably marketing or something. You have like HR and marketing during the interview. And so if you bring up Mordian Glory and then you hire this person and then leaks happen, whose fault would that be? Like shit rolls downhill. So that's going to affect your job as well. That's too much of a risk, to actually take for that to actually happen. And we're talking about like and what's the payoff here? It's like a video editor. He does good editing. Well, he's like a dime a dozen. I'm sorry. There's a lot of people who does video editing. And so no one wants to bear that risk. And I think that's just a very like natural corporal thing to actually do. I don't actually necessarily think that it's like a blacklisting or anything.
of pussies, but are well. Let me know if you want to change anything in the message, blah, blah, blah. No, that's fine. Basically...
And lastly, you have to consider that Mordian Glory has communications going on with Warlord Games as well. He's like I don't say he's very well connected, but he probably has a line with Warlord Games. So do you really want like the information on your models, your release schedules and all of that, possibly leaked to Warlord Games as well, who's your direct competitor?
Yeah, that's basically it. I'm cutting out a few bits because there's a few like personal bits and stuff in there. But yeah, so essentially, I am now like fully blacklisted from Games Workshop. Now, Tom said he thought it might be because, like,
and I know that Games Workshop is really like careful about leaks nowadays, because I heard that they even have like a special disposal method now, because the previous leaks, how they got out was that people basically rummage their garbage bins. So previously, like bad molds, like bad prototypes, damaged packaging from like to be released models would just get dumped out into the dumpster, and the people would just dumpster dive. And then see, pictures of the newest packaging, prototype models and stuff like that. And that's where some of the leaks actually came from. So Games Workshop actually has like a new disposal method where they just put things through the shredder nowadays to kind of minimize that. So with that in mind, will they really hire an editor who is like in good relationship, who like communicates with Mordian Glory? I really don't think so. Like, why carry that risk?
Like some people, you've got people like out there on Reddit who are like, oh, Mordian's like a fascist and blah, 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 which if you know anything about me is like, we're not even going to get into it. It's just fucking Reddit brain, right?
Wait. He's a fascist? Wait, Mordian Glory's a fascist? I didn't know that.
It's literally Reddit brain. Reddit's not a real place. It doesn't even fucking matter, right? Reddit
is not a real place. Is he secretly based?
Accused me.
We need to look through all the subreddits that you've joined, Mr. Mordian Glory. Are you subscribed to r/Asmongold?
Of being an anti-Chinese.
Were you in the Horus Galaxy subreddit?
Chinese racist.
I actually don't know about the spicy jokes that he's done. He's like looking at him, he's like the least threatening person ever. Like, I don't think, even if he made a spicy joke, I'll just be like, whatever, man. Like, dudes are going to be edgy. Who the fuck cares?
My editor is Chinese. Evan.
Whoa! His editor is Chinese. Wait. His editor is Chinese. Wait, I'm his editor? Holy shit! I did not know that I was editing for that. I'm just joking.
My right-hand man, the power behind the throne,
mentioned. Let's
is Chinese.
Go.
But
wait, now the subreddit's going to say that he's like employing like low cost workers to edit for him. It's like enslaving the Chinese people. It's like the opium wars all over again. He's like enslaving the Chinese people to edit for him. Is that why his editing is so bad? I'm just joking. His editing's fine.
Clearly, I'm a massive anti-Chinese racist, right? Like, these people are so fucking stupid. So basically, I don't think there's a maybe it's because GW is
no, but seriously, don't care what Reddit says. You can just say something. You can just say anything and just put it out of context.
Oh, there's one other thing. He said the two people who interviewed.
Nah, he's British. He would hire Indians. You mean he would hire British people? I mean, British people hiring British people is just very natural, man. What are you talking about?
Me are pretty new, apparently. So it might be the newer people who are coming into it might not like anyone being affiliated with previous content creators or stuff like that, right? So again, and this is what I'm saying.
I just think it's a leak issue, dude.
They've been getting through a lot of brain drain, and the people that they're hiring now are people who toe the company line. So and also you've got a lot of young people who, well, you've got a lot of young people who are basically.
Oh, he hates Zoomers too. He's ageist.
About like social media and stuff like that, right? Now,
hey, Corn's back.
Now the thing is, maybe it's that. Maybe it is that. maybe GW is so fucking yellow energy.
Everyone
It's so
hates Zoomers.
fucking
I like Zoomers. They're pretty cool.
corpo pussyo that they are like, oh no, more people on Reddit think these things about Mordian, so we can't be associated with it in any way, shape, or form. I don't give a fuck, GW. I don't give a fuck. But I don't actually think it's that. I don't think it is. I think, look, maybe I don't think it's any way, shape, or form. People on Reddit think these things about Mordian, so we can't be associated with it in any way, shape, or form. I don't give a fuck, GW. I don't give a fuck. But I don't actually think it's that. I don't think it is. I think, look, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they've gone full, you know, James woke slop. I don't. Right. Okay.
Imagine if like Games Workshop, like if they have like a really spicy Twitter page, you should probably hire someone who's really spicy, but they probably won't because they're in the UK, right? If I was in charge of the Games Workshop Twitter and someone linked me this video, I'll just say who. I don't even know who you are.
A lot of people
so
would
fucking
say
funny.
that it's that. And a lot of people
Mordian
would
who?
You know,
Wait,
use
what?
that as a grift to go, that culture war, Warhammer, and all this kind of bollocks. Right? I don't give a fuck about any of that. And I have stated that position many times.
And I'm not saying this to be mean, but it would just be really funny if they like, have no idea what the fuck is happening.
So much so that now people have started saying that I'm a GW ball washer because I'm like, I don't engage in any
who
of that
the fuck
shit.
is this guy?
I'm like an N. I'm on no one's side because no one's on my side. I don't give a fuck. I'm just here to paint the models and to have fun. Keep all the real life shit out of my games. Okay, that's all I care about. Don't involve me. All right. People get upset with me for not picking a side, and I'm like, I'm not picking fucking sides. Fuck off. Anyway, point is, right? I don't think it's that. I think I could grift and farm that if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. That's not my way. That's not what I do. That would be against the principles of myself and the principles of this channel, right? I tell you why I think it is. I think I could grift and farm that if I want, right? I don't think it's that. Anyway, point is, right?
All right, let's go back a little bit.
I don't think it's that. I think I could grift and farm that if I.
What's that?
Don't involve me. All right. People get upset with me for not picking a side, and I'm like, I'm not picking fucking sides. Fuck off.
He's talking about politics,
anyway,
right?
I think it's for two reasons. Two reasons,
okay.
right? I think it's because I leak shit.
Oh, well, there you go.
I have successfully leaked the 9th edition guard codex.
I would not say that right now. I would not say that right now because this actually might get into legal trouble. Like, if Games Workshop wants to be a fucking dick, this might actually get into legal trouble. Especially if he starts talking about like, hey, I am leaking. Okay, this you don't want to say this, okay? And I'm sure this will not happen, and I don't hope for anything to happen. But if he ever says something like, hey, I leaked this as like a good conscience, and I don't want to, you know, the codex is shit, and I want to tell people ahead of time so they don't spend money on this, or you know, don't buy the codex, or I hope that people don't get invested into Imperial Guard because the edition is bad. We're actually talking actual damages here. This might actually be against the law in the UK.
The 10th edition guard codex and the 10th edition Imperial Age.
I know he wants to do the good thing, but you don't actually need to say all of that out loud. And I don't know to what extent did he actually leak the codex, but it might actually go into like actual legalities here, which I really won't actually recommend because you're living the same fucking like it's another thing for them to sue like an American. It's very easy for them to like get someone in the UK in trouble.
Agents Codex. It's because of my leaks that everyone found out that Imperial Agents was a catalog, not a codex. Like Games Workshop probably, I don't know. I've no idea. I've no evidence. This is
Jesus
pure
fucking Christ.
Bullshit speculation. I bet Games Workshop actually got. I bet they lost out.
No!
Because remember how they marketed Imperial Agents? And then remember what the reality was when the leaks came out? Everyone's like, oh my God, I can't wait for like custom armies, Crystal Oil Warbands, blah, blah, blah.
Bro, the next video is going to be, so I'm officially sued by Games Workshop. You don't say that out loud. Because you might actually get, so I'm actually sued by, so I'm officially in a lawsuit by Games Workshop. No.
And it was just Kill Team Catalog.
Oh my god, why would you say that? Anyways, probably nothing's going to happen.
And then the moment that I leaked it, went, guys, this is the fucking codex. It's not what you think it is. Loads of people went, I'm out of agents. GG, done. I'm not buying the pre-order or anything like that. Yeah. So now to be fair, they might have been pissed off at me, that one. But when I leaked the 9th edition codex, the 10th edition codex, I told everyone, guys, this is actually amazing, incredible codex.
Okay, I guess this evens things out. Maybe.
Go full fucking send, go nuts, blah 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 blah. Like, yeah.
But I don't think they like leaks in general.
GW way more money than I've ever lost them. But for GW, they don't care about that. You know, think about all like the unit reviews I've done, all the tactics videos I've done, and I bet, I know people who have
I don't think you make those
bought in based on that, right? Like that's I just talk. That's what I mean. I just talk about the units. I talk about when things are good. I say nice things. When things are bad, I say bad things. It's that simple. Like I talk. This is why people sometimes call me a fence sitter, because they're like, oh, Mordian, you never take a stance. No, I do take a stance. Okay, when something is good, I say good things. When something is bad, I say bad things. I do take a stance. Okay.
Someone clip this part and then send it to Nellop.
Call me a fence sitter, because they're like, oh, Mordian, you never take a stance. No, I do take a stance, okay? When something is good, I say good things. When something is bad, I say bad things. I never actually sit on the fence. I come down on either side of the fence on different topics. But anyway.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I think Nellop's going to make like an entire video out of this. And I don't even necessarily want him to, because I feel like it's kind of like beating like a dead horse.
Point is, I think it's that. Or, and I really hope it isn't this one, it's because I work with Warlord Games.
It could be both. You could just be like the perfect mess. It does not need to be one thing. They just see you as like too compromised. There's too many factors going in, too many modifiers. And so it's better to just cut off all relationship, if that's the case. And it's not even necessarily, hey, I'm going to blacklist you. It's just that you're a liability. Because if we're having leaks or anything like that, we just don't want like an actual, like a source of that, right? It's just not touching the poop in the first place. And I'm not calling him poop, by the way. But I'm just saying that it's just, there's no reason for them to actually do it.
I have no idea. I have no idea about that. I have no idea about that. Okay? And I do not want to put... I think it's the leaks thing. I think it's the leaks things, but it might not even be necessarily because I talk about like Warlord Games or anything. It might be because I promote other game systems. Who knows? It could be a combination of all of them. Why pick? It could be all.
Mordian was talking about Nellop weeks ago during one stream. Send you links in DMs. Are we allowed to watch it?
All of them. Who knows? I don't.
By the way, I'll read the message after this one, right? Before the Dawn of War 4, you sent me like a message. Am I supposed to read that one, or can I read that later? Do you want me to read that on stream?
I don't know why I'm black. I don't know. Let me put it this way.
Wait, did you say I'm black?
I don't know why I'm black. I don't know. Let me put it this way.
But what the f... Wait, what? Bro, you can't say that like Reddit hates you and all that shit and then come out with that, dude.
I don't know exactly. Do you know what it could be? I've got it.
Dude, and then he makes the cut. But he went an entire tangent about him being black, and then he just did the cut.
I bet I know what it is. I've done contact with Varrock.
Wait,
I've
what?
I've done content.
Is it Varrock's fault?
Content with Varrock. I bet that's it. I bet I'm blacklisted by association. I've been in videos with Varrock. I've been on Varrock's channel. Varrock's been on my channel.
Yeah.
I've been on stream with Varrock.
No, that's not it. That can't be it. Because here's the thing. Winter SEO gets early access, and he's done more than one battle rap with Varrock. And by extension, Winter SEO has also done battle raps with Luton as well. So I don't know how many degrees that actually go, but I don't think Varrock is the actual... I don't think Varrock is the main factor here, because he's basically done content with every single person in the UK. So I find it hard to believe that they will single out Mordian Glory. He's probably talking shit right now, anyways.
I went to UKGE only like a month ago with Varrock. I bet you it's that. I bet you it's that. So, because I'm associated with Varrock and Games Workshop hates Varrock, if someone goes to work for GW after
Is he
working
going to
for
talk
me,
about the Varrock DMs?
then GW will think, oh, hang on, well, this might be like a spy coming in, and then he'll pass it on to Mordian, and Mordian will pass it on to Varrock. That's what I bet it is. You covered the Headless Marine scandal?
No, that's impossible because Winter gets early access as well, and he deals with Varrock.
Yeah, that's true. What?
You get Winter SEO. By the way, no hate to Winter SEO. He does very good battle raps. He's a very chill dude. I watch his stuff more than like any other battle rap channels out there. But no, even very recently he did the Armageddon like early access box unboxing and like first impressions and all of that. So it's definitely not like a Varrock thing.
Why did you behave Varrock? Because he leaks stuff. Because he's the ultimate leaker. There could be an executive that really doesn't like you because you're not a friend of the brand. Oh, 100%. Yeah, yeah. And like I said, I think it could be all of them. I don't think it's necessarily one or the other. I think it could be all of them. But yeah. Now I want to make something clear.
Can you imagine like in the middle of this live stream, like you get like a dude dressed as a space marine just coming in, like breaking in through the door and just dragging him out? He needs to do another one of this during April Fools, and then have someone in like a Death Watch, like Inquisitor cosplay, and just drag him out like in the middle of the stream, just arrest him. That's like a bit. It'll be so funny. It'll be epic.
It's funny, not speaking of Varrock, not throw shade in him, but Varrock was like, oh, I don't know why I've been blacklisted. GW, like, reach out to me. Like, I want to be your biggest, like, fanboy, and I want, you know, us to, like, get on. Fuck that. No, I don't give a fuck. I am in no way surprised that I am blacklisted.
By the way, what this really implies was that Varrock is being a show for free right now. Varrock was willing to be a shill, and he's now shilling for free. I won't say free because he's getting a lot of attention and he got leaks anyways, but it just kind of sets up the entire character, right?
I'm in no way surprised. I am in no way surprised that.
Hey, Crusader King, thank you for liking my video and thanks for dropping that. It really means a lot.
That I am blacklisted. In fact, it would have been more of a surprise that I wasn't blacklisted. Okay? It would have been more of a surprise. And I'll tell you why. Okay? Because I have leaked stuff and Games Workshop does not like leaks. Okay? I am critical, openly critical of Games Workshop.
I don't think they like non-controlled leaks, but I think some of the leaks seemed a little bit fake. Some of them seem like corporate leaks. They probably want controlled leaks.
Also openly praise them. I'm very, very fair-minded towards them. I don't treat them any differently than I do any other company. Like, people call me a Warlord ball washer. I'm not. Warlord, I report on Warlord games as much as I report on Games Workshop. And the reason why I say nice things about Warlord is because Warlord gives me reasons to say nice things about them. And the reason I say bad things, more bad things about GW is because...
More than glorious or why I struggle to watch any of his videos. I think some of his videos drag on for a little bit. He needs to start making like proper scripted content again.
GW gives me a lot of reasons to complain about them.
Like, there's a reason why he's almost got 90k subscribers, and it's because he used to make like actual decent like guides, like scripted content and all of that.
However, I have not shied away.
But at the same time, I understand him for making like live stream clips because like this format makes a bit more money, and he's trying to like make a living through that. So I can't really blame him. I've said that already. But as like, there's two sides, right? Like the understanding of that side, and then there's the entertainment side. And I wish he did more of the, old stuff.
Away from criticism of Warlord games. When they fucked up the Soviet box set, I covered it. When they fucked up...
And unfortunately, when you're talking about Warhammer 40k content, like, a lot of it really is kind of whiny, isn't it? Like, you can go through, like, the Warhammer 40k tab, and a lot of it is just complaining about Games Workshop. Like rants and stuff like that. It's just really the nature of the territory, and I think it's in a certain way it's just easy content. Me, like, personally, I got a little bit sick of... I wanted to do like criticisms of Games Workshop, and I wanted to make it like a bit more unique, and that's where some of the EXE videos really came from. Because I feel like there are people in the marketing or like somewhere in Games Workshop in some positions, they're almost like the cable people. Let me show you a clip. When they say they're like the cable people from South Park, right? Is this the one? Oh yeah, that's the one. Let me go grab it. Yeah, sometimes I feel like Games Workshop is like this. And let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Like, you go around and you complain to Games Workshop.
Oh, wait, we're it, aren't we?
And they're like, yeah, complain about me. Yeah, you're making another rant video? Oh yeah, that's too bad.
Oh, sure. Hey, David. Hi, is there a problem here?
Yeah, your 11th edition codex is fucking like bugged and shit. FAQ it.
We want specific networks dropped from our cable.
Oh, you have to pay for...
Oh, you want non-bugged rules? That's too bad. You want your legends unit back? Oh, that's too bad.
You can't just pay for what you want to watch. Darn it.
No, and I sometimes feel like they kind of get off on it. And so so that's my approach to criticism, which is like the EXE videos. Is there a problem here? GW, just give us red butchers, please, bro. Yeah, no. Okay, maybe, okay, so Games Workshop did make like during 11th edition, they did mention red butchers. And they said that they're not going to be called red butchers anymore. And in a certain way, I do agree with them because the red butchers were really a 30k formation. And in the lore now, the red butchers are like a rank. It's like a veteran rank. So for Terminators to be called red butchers is like not entirely accurate now, but I think they actually mentioned that is because they might actually bring out Terminators and just call them something else, which I'm probably okay with.
The British mystery box.
Yeah, just paint Corn Berserkers and Armageddon for Steel Legion.
I covered it. I treat everybody the same. Warlord games.
I'm not like, I mean, it's just inevitable that we're eventually going to get like some kind of World Eaters Terminators anyways, because I think Games Workshop probably realizes like releasing Terminators over and over again is going to yield them a lot of money. If they ever get a slow month, if the stock ever, stagnates, they can just release a new round of Terminators and they'll probably just revive everything. People just love Terminators.
Just works hard to not
like some people like certain units so much that they'll start entire armies off of that, and I think red butchers are one of them. Like if they just bring out red butchers, we're not talking about just the sales and model kits themselves. They're probably going to like entice people to just start maybe World Eaters just to like build a ton of Terminators.
Do not give me or many other people reasons to complain about them. Games Workshop, on the other hand, apparently actively has weaponized incompetence and goes out of their way to fuck up as much.
I bought 10 Calgar heads to make a squad of 10. See, this is what I'm talking about. People will really lean into like an idea. So I bought 10 Calgar heads to make a squad of 10 Ultramarine Berserkers before GW makes them. That's just crazy.
It's possible.
It sounds great. The Calgar memes are pretty funny.
Here's the fucking thing. Here's the fucking thing, right?
No, bro, I'm telling you, when Total War 40k comes out, one of the first mods that's probably going to come out is like they replace all the Space Marines with Calgar, or at least replace all the heads with Calgar. So every single Ultramarine will just have Calgar heads. And then the captain will have a Calgar head. Every single intercessor is a Calgar. Every single Hellblaster is a Calgar. The Redemptive Dreadnought probably has like a Calgar head sticking out somewhere. I can see that. Yeah, it's probably going to be a mod.
I'm not going to reach out to GW and I'm not going to say, let's work
Calgar
together
hammer
or
40,000.
like that.
Or is it 40,000 Calgars?
Okay, I get it.
With a hammer.
I get it. In a funny sort of way, Games Workshop, I actually respect you more. All right? You have blacklisted me for what I believe, assuming that it's not for Reddit-brained reasons, okay? If it's for Reddit-brained reasons, you're a bunch of fucking idiots, okay? Like you are. But I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say it's not that. I'm going to say it's probably for much more.
You know another really funny thing, if I was in charge of 40k Twitter, like Games Workshop Twitter right now, I'll be like, yeah, Mordian, you actually are blacklisted, but it's because, you don't wash your hands. Or because you're an Arsenal fan. Or because, you're not 6 foot tall. Or something like that, like something completely unrelated. It's like, no, I'm sorry, it's because you don't bench like 100 kilograms and you're like 5'3".
More business related reasons, which is going to be fucking like,
I just don't like your haircut.
Me leaking shit, me criticizing.
Something like this, like okay, really out there, just for fun.
Like I criticize you, I leak your stuff, You blacklist me. Fine. Okay, you know what? Like I said, I actually respect it. Sticking to your position. I understand it. I get it. I get the score. I'm not even mad, even slightly. I will say this to you, Games Workshop, though. All right? I will say this. If you made more, if you gave me more reasons to say nice things about you, I would say nice things about you. It's that simple. If you didn't release a half fucking baked edition, I'd say, and you released a good edition of Warhammer, I'd praise it. If you hadn't fucked up Heresy, I would be praising Heresy right now.
Should I make an EXE video that's just really positive? Should I just make like a positive excuse me, positivity 40k.exe? And it's just like complete ball washing, and it's like, give me the bag. Oh, by the way, talk about giving me the bag. I might have like a new sponsorship, but like I need to like double check if it's a scam. I need to like email the parent company and see if it's like an actual thing. And it's gonna be weeb related, and it's kind of funny.
Now, if you hadn't fucked up things like
if I never talk about it again, it's probably a scam.
Age of Sigmar, I would be praising you right now.
If bro was at the gym as much as he posted, he ranted to be jacked as fuck. Yeah. Maybe he should spend time with like Cornet Games or something. He needs to do like a he needs to do a thing where like a guy just walks in his room, like Cornet Game replaces Mordian Glory one day and just plays it off. It's like that whole The Office skit where they replace Jim with like an Asian guy. Oh, that's what you should do. You just replace Mordian with his editor one day, just play it off. Like have him pretend as Mordian Glory. Like just no, do this. Let's see. He needs to do this with his editor. He needs to do this with his editor. There we go. The live stream just starts. The live stream starts, and this is editor in the live stream.
Who am I?
And Jim. It's the Chinese editor.
Working together for 12 years. Weird joke, Dwight.
You're not Jim. Jim's
You're not
Asian.
Mordian Glory.
You seriously never noticed?
Mordian's white.
Hats off to you for not seeing race.
All right then, Jim. Why don't you tell me about that sale?
Tell me about the Imperial Guard.
Wellington Systems sold them 10 cases of 24-pound letter stock. Or were you talking about Krieger Murphy? Because I didn't close that one yet. But I'm hoping I've got a voicemail from Paul Krieger waiting for me.
Please enter your password.
At the end of this, right? At the end of this, be like, wait, I've always been like Mordian Glory. Be like, wait, I've always been Asian.
This is
and
Jim.
Then he like changes his entire like channel avatar for that joke. Like his entire channel avatar is like Mordian Glory, the logo, but it's like Asian. I've always been Asian. What are you talking about?
If you hadn't fucked up Dark Water,
it's stupid.
I don't even give a shit about Dark Water. You know, I shouldn't have even had to mention that game. It's that simple. GW, stop fucking up. And I'll stop making content that talks about you fucking up. You know, how about put on a good show at UKGE and I can say about how good it was.
Oh wait, I got a copyright strike one. Exempt channels from content ID claims. When you turn on content ID matching. Okay, so I think the Office clip might have gotten me in trouble. Wait, is chat still? Wait. Is the stream still live? Hope that did not give me a chat, man. That'd be kind of bad. Hang on. Okay, we're still alive. We did not get cut. Okay, because once we actually got cut due to that, but I think we're alright. We got
it's that simple.
It's not a strike. It's just like a hey, don't play this anymore.
To anybody else, I am not the reason why I make negative content about Games Workshop, because I don't just make negative content about you. I make loads of really positive, like guard tactics content as well. All right, it's that simple. I am not the reason why I end up making beef content about GW. You are the reason. If you stop giving me beef, I'll stop making the content. It's that simple. Yeah. And you know what, GW? If you don't give a fuck about me, I don't blame you. I'm a nothing. You're a multi-billion-dollar corporation. I'm nothing. I'm the shit on your shoe. I get it. That's totally okay, man. I know where my place in the ecosystem is. I know that probably no one in GW is ever going to watch this. I know that I'm speaking into the void. I fucking get it, man. I understand. You know? I'm basically
I think he kind of goes off here, right? So he kind of just says that he's been blacklisted. It's probably due to leaks. It's probably due to Varrock. You know, contrary to what Nellop might be saying, you know, he does criticize GW and all of that. Now, was this entire video kind of inspired by what Nellop said? Did Nellop really get underneath his skin? I really don't know, and I don't think he really should be because, you know, he's the one who's actually big enough to earn a living through here. So who cares what some rando actually says? Like from his point of view, obviously. But well, let's see how this plays out. I can't deal with Mordian, bro, whining anymore, so I gotta love your vids. Yeah. No, bro, no worries. We're gonna go on to, like, the Dawn of War 4 anyways, if you want to stick around, but it's fine. No, I understand it. He kind of just waffles on a little bit. Nothing really interesting in the comment section. Let me check Discord for a little bit, because what the fuck are you guys posting in... Wait, what the hell are you guys posting in general chat? Okay, so Tankista said, I understand that some people are dependent on playing Warhammer 40k because no one else will play any other tabletop game. They feel forced to stay in Warhammer 40k group and rely on Games Workshop. Let me put it on screen. It's, you know, it's a pretty casual take. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, so this will be better. They won't 3D print cause reason. In my country, Slovakia, Warhammer 40k became popular when Space Marine 2 was released. Was it not popular before Space Marine 2? Like, was Warhammer 40k not popular in Slovakia before Space Marine 2? In that case, I guess Space Marine 2 was kind of a W then. Like, it pulled in an entire country. Luca, you can't post like raunchy ass shit in my Discord, dude. There's no NSFW allowed. All right. We're not there yet. We're not there at all even. What do you mean yet? The reason no one wants to play any other less popular tabletop game comes down to the player count and specific mindset. Why should I start playing another tabletop game when no one else is playing it? Yeah, no one really wants to put that time and money investment either. That makes sense. Yeah, that's rational. And now imagine multiple people sharing this exact mindset without realizing it. It's like being in a friend group where you want to hang out, but everyone stays home because they assume no one else is going to show up. Yeah, herd mentality. Yeah, that's pretty much it. They all use the same argument without realizing if they just said yes and showed up, there'll be someone to hang out with. That's why I go to BRNO to play Conflict 47, because everyone in Slovakia keeps using that same excuse. Oh yeah, I get what you mean. It happens everywhere. And I think that in Conflict 47's case, getting started there is cheaper and therefore it's going to be more accessible. And once that momentum gets going, I think it can actually overtake Warhammer 40k. If their cards are played right. And I think what usually needs to happen is that you need to maybe, I mean, you're going to have to lead the way, right? Because you're the one who actually wants to see this happen. So you might need to lead the way. You might need to buy like a starter box. I don't know how Warhammer 40k, I don't know how Conflict 47 does this, but I assume they're going to release like a starter box with 2 factions inside. You might need to invest in one box and paint both armies and then have the other, like, play a game with like another person. And then the goal there is to basically get at least one pair. It's like the Noah's Ark, where you need like a male and female breeding pair, right? You need 2 people to kind of like interact with each other, and then eventually you have the 3rd person, and then the 4th person, and then things gain momentum, and then snowballs from there. I think that's how it's going to start. Now, whether or not you actually want to be that person in the first place, I think that's something you're going to have to ask yourself. Conflict 47 is as expensive as Warhammer 40k except for the starter boxes, and with Warhammer you can actually get some secondhand stuff. I collect 2 armies, British Commonwealth and Green Vault's Axis. I see, I see. Corn, I'm not sure if that's actually correct. You might actually be right. But, wait, no, I think they're like a little bit cheaper, isn't it? The secondhand market thing is definitely correct. There's more secondhand 40k stuff on the market that's more accessible. Just check out a random online store. No, I'll do it later. Why did he clip me? You're gonna set off Clovac. Hey, we're gonna go into the Dawn War for, but first I need a drink. I really need a drink. Okay, I'm gonna pause here. Invite me to VC and Discord, and I'll tell you about how cheap. No, we can do it after the stream, or maybe like another day, because it's like 3 a.m. right now, and I want to, you know, get through everything. Or you can just type in general chat. You can just type in general chat, and everyone can see it. You don't need to tell me. You need to tell the entire world. I know that Conflict 47 is more affordable. I'm not the one who's actually, you know, trying to disprove you or anything. I'm not the one trying to argue with you here. So you need to type in general chat and let everyone know. It's you versus the world. Anyways, I need to get some water. My throat is pretty parched. I'm gonna take like a minute break. It'll take about a minute break. By the way, it sounds like a great video idea as well for your YouTube channel. You should probably do that as like a, you know, content. Yo. I forgot to turn on the music. Oh, Luca. Yeah, take care, man. Thanks for coming in. Corn says, someone with way too much Warhammer and all the old editions thanks to new recruit switching systems is not really worth it. What the hell is... No, just post, like, no, all you need to do, you don't even need to spend 5 minutes to tell me. Just take a screenshot from a store from I don't know, the UK region or like the US region, and then post another screenshot of like 40k of like an equivalent kit, and then put it on general chat. You don't need like an actual like essay to do that. I'm just saying, I'm just telling you, because you know you seem quite fixated on that, and there's like a much simpler way. Chill, no, don't tell me to chill, man. Alright. Let's get through this. Let's just refocus. Warhammer 40,000 Dawn of War 4 Battle Report. Here's another one. Necrons versus Adeptus Mechanicus. And I think this is the more interesting one because Necrons do have interesting mechanics in the first Dawn of War game. And the Adeptus Mechanicus has never appeared in a Dawn of War game outside of like a mod. And so this might be interesting to watch. This is probably going to be more interesting than the stock vanilla Space Marine one. Clovac, you fixated? Just forget it. Just don't worry about it. Just put in like the screenshots of the prices onto the Discord, and then you know the numbers will just tell you. Right? It's just a numbers thing. It's just subtraction. Find the difference. Anyways, here we go.
Next up is the Adeptus Mechanicus versus Necrons.
Are we going straight in? Are we really going straight in?
Two highly advanced factions with radically different battlefield philosophies.
This matchup leads heavily into map control and technology. The Adeptus Mechanicus excel at fortifying positions, building powerful bases, and churning out armored firepower, while the Necrons are relentless, durable, and capable of turning slow pressure into
in like a ADHD type of way, like the flashing lights kind of make me happy.
Force.
At least there's that.
Okay, welcome back to a new multiplayer match of Dawn of War 4. This time I'm playing the AdMech.
And I am playing the Necrons.
And AdMech, very different from Space Marines that I played before. Have a lot more units, much quicker. So
what does the 3 mean? It means like a connection or something, right? Like you're allowed like 3 connections from that building.
So, you know, I can expand a little bit more aggressive. And also what I want to do is, with the Datasmith, these guys, that are the builder units basically, I want to build up a new sphere network. So basically...
Does the door archway really need its own booster?
Whenever I build a building, I try to make sure that the next building is, you know, within the network, because what it does is it makes the network stronger, and a stronger network means, you know, buildings produce for cheaper, or, you know, turrets fight hard.
I don't really mind the building animations, but I still think that there's nothing as cool as the Command and Conquer when the buildings unfold. You know the one, right? Like in Command and Conquer, like Red Alert, the building just grows out of the ground. That looks mwah.
You know, stuff like that. And so, yeah, one of the big things I want to do is build this new sphere network.
Indeed, indeed. And as for the Necrons, my primary objective, what I want to do is I want to spread the power matrix, which is this funky looking effect that you can see on the terrain here. It is spread, as you can see, by...
Oh, dude, you can't do that. StarCraft is gonna sue. That's literally like the creep from Zerg in StarCraft 2. Like, it's literally the creep tumor mechanic. Don't tell me they move faster inside of the power matrix as well. Otherwise, you know what, Blizzard's gonna...
Every, or almost every Necron structure. So Necrons don't need power or requisition or all those other things that...
And I'm sure there'll be people in the comment section saying that, hey, StarCraft copied Warhammer 40k, and I've got a video for you.
The vermin species require in order to host their armies. We have only one resource, and it's called Dominion, which is earned by spreading this power matrix. The further out we spread it, the more we earn of it. The power matrix also grants additional bonuses to our units on it. So they gain improved HP generation, they regain members faster. All Necrons basically automatically heal slowly over time. And we can speed that up as long as they are on the matrix. So that gives us a big advantage in combat.
Wait, let me read that again.
So the further we can spread out, we do hit a maximum in time. Regain members faster, all improved HP generation are units on it. So they gain improved HP generation, they regain members faster. All Necrons basically automatically heal. I guess
it's almost like the
benefit
creep
us
mechanic
greatly
in
throughout
StarCraft
the
2,
match.
where Zerg heals faster.
And I assume these 3 points here will probably be very contested. So what I'm trying to do now is basically spread the network to the points, because this helps me in 2 different ways. First of all, my network grows, which is good, but also then when I build turrets there...
Are we forcing the Mechanicus players to build Factorio? I don't mind that mechanic.
All the turrets become much more powerful.
It's just that I feel like the whole Factorio thing was a lot cooler in Dusk Front because the entire scope is a bit larger, so you get that actual like production thing going on. You can see the outputs running out on the field and just getting blown up. Whereas here, it just feels like complexity for the sake of it.
Indeed, I already saw that you were trying to take this point on, so I've sent some Scarabs out to fight your Rangers.
Yeah, Scarabs very annoying. They are pretty fast, can fly, and not super easy to kill, and so they are the best like harassment.
You guys remember, I think it was like in the 8th or 9th edition, I forgot which one, where if you kill a Scarab, it'll just explode and cause mortal wounds. That was so cheap, man.
And unit in the game, I would say. And of course, as always, you know, he managed to get the Necrons into melee combat with my range units, and my Rangers are much stronger than Scarabs in range, of course, but if he managed to basically bind me into melee, you know, then I struggle because I can't use my best weapons.
One thing you may have noticed is that the Necron units are generally quite powerful, but not particularly mobile. And the main way that they get around this is through teleportation or translocation technology. The main way that they do that is through the use of canoptic spiders that they can build through the canoptic foundry, which creates tomb pylons. These can be placed anywhere on the map, and as soon as they are placed, you can put units in the reserve, placing them into the tomb citadel, and then deploy them from that reserve to any tomb pylon on the map.
Right, and as you can see here...
This is kind of like a webway then. Are they going to have Eldar in this game in that case? It feels like it's like their entire thing.
My user network is growing and growing, unlocking all sorts of research, because, you know, AdMech have a lot of stuff they can optimize and unlock, you know? And this means that all my Skitarii units, for example, now have better weapons and they can get more models into the unit and stuff like that. So, you know, this is important to keep in mind, basically, to make sure all your units have the best stuff available.
Okay, so I've managed to teleport a whole bunch of warriors relatively close to the front line, so we're going to make use of that as soon as we've got this Convergence of Dominion set up, essentially, which is a relatively cheap structure that allows us to quickly spread the power matrix. Doesn't have a lot of other functionality, but that...
It feels like it blocks away a little bit as well. We'll see if it clips.
...is its core functionality, and that will help us with this coming fight, as you can see here.
Right, and I let my commander, SecX23, I order him to lead these units, and then I can give him a couple of nice upgrades
that basically
make him and the unit a lot stronger.
Alright, so I anticipate that this fight is going to be a little bit tougher, so I'm going to go ahead.
By the way, it's kind of good to see them display a bit more base building in this battle rep, because in the last one, with the Orcs versus Space Marines, it feels like the Orcs are just building wherever the fuck everywhere, but the Space Marines were fairly static with their base building. Like, there wasn't really that much going on.
Go ahead and build some resurrection galleries in order to support.
So with that battle rep, it was a little bit hard to tell if they were actually serious about base building, because it felt like you could actually argue that with that battle rep, it felt more like platitudes than anything. But I think from this game, there seems to be more base building going on, and so I think that's a good sign, I guess.
Support any fallen units. When you lose units, you can have those be selected within a resurrection gallery, which restores that unit over time when it falls in battle. Completely for free. So building plenty of resurrection galleries will really help to bolster your forces if you're losing a battle. Losing more of the selected units while one is already being resurrected speeds up that resurrection, so that really gives you that effect of a non-stop oncoming tidal wave of whatever units you want to choose to resurrect. But you have to choose wisely, you can only pick one at a time. So there we go.
And it's going to sound a little bit overpowered, but I think they actually need it because with how slow the Necrons are really moving, I feel like they just lose out on map control like very easily. And usually when you lose map control in RTS games, things just snowball really quickly. And so I think that just gives them like a way to just like stem off the, like, to just slowly attrit their way out and then push through to actually regain the map, pretty much.
And we've got one right.
Please, no, don't need to apologize. Don't need to apologize. I'm not even angry. I'm just saying, right? Don't, I'm not even mad. Don't worry about
right here, right now. So we're going to go ahead and set this other Resurrection Gallery for Warriors as well. And we're going to start.
Don't worry, you'll never get me as mad as like fucking Corn and Jet sometimes.
Churning these out.
And even then, I'm not really that bad.
User network is now at
I probably get more angry like watching a Nellop video.
Level 8, which is already really good, which means that I can now...
Every time he attacks my favorite VTubers, man, my fist just clenches.
Produce units a lot cheaper, and also turrets and so on are more powerful. So I can now really build a lot of units for relatively little resources.
Okay, and while you're putting that all together...
Are the buildings like a little bit too big, though?
When we're fighting, I'm just going to build more Resurrection Galleries. Try and keep those warriors coming out.
I put all my units on auto-reinforce, which means that all the units are being, healed automatically, but it's also, a really big drain on my resources.
And we're going to go ahead and do something a little bit sneaky, and hopefully we can catch Yun off guard if we do so.
It's actually not easy for him to do something sneaky and surprising, because what you can see here, these greenish blobs, they are the auger vision. So this is basically a way for AdMech players to see into the fog of war. It's a kind of heat map, and you can see where enemy units are on the mini-map and also in-game. And this makes it very hard to surprise attack AdMech units, because you always get this little warning.
Well, the AdMechs are just getting decimated.
That's true, but with this amount of warriors here that I've got going on, I don't think I need too much surprise. There we go. Okay, now a real fight's breaking out. We're throwing out the stratagems here. All right, and I've thrown a gravity pulse on you to hopefully soften up your army here.
You can definitely tell that this is their second battle rap that they've recorded, because the energy is just completely different. You can tell when it's like their first recording and then their second recording.
Done quite a lot.
Like they sound a lot more like comfortable.
Of damage to my warriors, but fortunately they are already well on their way to return. So we're actually going to go ahead and put another one down here. So yes, Augur Vision is indeed, for the Adeptus Mechanicus, is very effective for predicting troop movement. But with the ability to teleport, it might give me the upper hand I need, because there is, I believe, like a very slight delay to Augur Vision, like when it gets updated. And so if you start seeing a big blotch of red coming around the corner,
it's not even like a fully
then it might already be too late for you.
Okay,
yeah, that's true.
There we go. In the meantime, while we're dealing with this encounter here, we're going to just further expand the power matrix, build a couple more sentry pylons. Well, now I think I may have you pinned here. Now we're coming from both ends. We're going to see how quickly that's going to go down.
But one thing that really bugs me right now is that how blobby it is. Like, if you look at it, you already notice that the game is already turning into like 2 death balls. And the second thing is that there's no real cover system that I've actually noticed at the current time. It just feels like a bunch of dudes standing in the open shooting. Even in Dawn of War, there'd be like some craters or something that you can probably take advantage of. And so it just feels like there's like a layer missing here, and I'm not sure if it's in development, if it's because of like this map that they're using. I'm not sure what's going on, but it feels like there's like there's a layer of complexity that could be in there that would just elevate everything that's not really present right now.
There we go. Okay, we're gonna throw down
a
solar pulse stratagem. That is Omnok's unique stratagem here, which should reduce the defenses of all enemy units on the field, and will also negate any cover. Of course, Necrons, don't require cover. Why if you have no fear of death, then why should you ever use something like that? We're just gonna march forward, and we're gonna try and like push forward as far as we can. We're gonna see how long, whether Jan can deal with that or not. Let's find out.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is definitely now something I wanna hold. So
you can tell how kind of blobby it is right now, and even though there's like a lot of things happening on the screen, I'm not sure, but it does not feel like there's a lot of like tactical decisions that's being like deployed here. Besides like base usability, there's not a lot of like APM shit that's happening, and this is probably not the type of game for that, I'm guessing.
Put some auto reinforcements in here, just to make sure I don't lose.
Well, just melee the warriors are horrible in melee.
I'm gonna very gently start teching up here and trying to get some more effective units, because I'm starting to see here that you can now out-damage and out-fell my warriors faster than I can regenerate them. So that means I'm going to have to move on to some slightly more effective tactics from here on out.
Yeah, you see that? So basically the Necrons are moving slow, so they basically start with like a map control disadvantage. So they really need that resurrection ability, even though it looks a little bit cheap right now.
Retreat. Don't want to lose my commander. This is a lot of Necrons.
Yeah. This is a pretty strong tactic that I've found, that Necrons.
Though the one criticism that I want to say is that like, should I even mention the old lore right now? Like, if it was in the old lore, like that amount of Gauss flares is just catastrophic. Like, if you read that the lore about like the Gauss flares, they're just like really fucking evil weapons, man. I don't think anything can stand up to them that long. So seeing all these like Gauss flares hitting something and not doing that much damage, like barely damaging like a building or something, treating them as like an assault rifle and like command and conquer, it just feels kind of wrong.
Can work with, but we'll see if it's enough to repel your attacks here.
Is that the conversion?
Ooh, there we go. Okay, we're gonna throw a gravity pulse stratagem over here, soften up your forces.
Let's get out of the way. I have some resource problems here because, as you can see, I have relatively high upkeep because my army is so big, and also when you control a lot of points, then each additional points you control gives you a little bit less resources, and both of that combined. Oh, and I forgot to build generators here. All of that combined meant I did not have as much resources as I wanted to have. But now I have my stratagem back, so that is helpful. And also, I mean, his warriors are pretty good against a lot of things, but not against tanks, right? So these guys can hopefully keep them away for a while.
Looks like I was able to repel the brunt of your force, but looks like it's going to take a little bit more. So I'm going to send in some wraiths here, using hyper phasing to get through obstacles and the like, and make sure that I don't get bogged down by melee, so I can just hit your unit straight on.
Yeah, my production is running well. Everything is relatively cheap now that my user network is big enough. But actually, let me make it even bigger, because even bigger means even cheaper units.
There we go. Okay, I've got one of the Necron endgame units out, which is the Monolith. So we're gonna teleport this bad boy straight over here.
By the way, that's like the world's smallest little
pylon.
There
we go. Okay, I've got
I'm not sure if anyone like remembered this thing. This thing used to be like a Forge World model that was like really big, and I'm not sure if it's the same one, but it looks very similar. Like this thing that's being highlighted right now. For the like, you know, the old 40k boys, you might recognize it. And I always thought that this thing is like the size of a monolith. It's like supposed to be like an anti-ship gun, and maybe it's a smaller version of it, or just maybe it's something entirely different, but I don't think it's supposed to be that small. But whatever.
Necron endgame units out, which is the Monolith. So we're gonna teleport this bad boy straight over here.
Did he just
come and deal with your forces? And we're gonna start deploying units from it.
Did he just zoom out? Like, why is a monolith that small versus the resurrection chamber?
Reserve, same as we do with the tomb pylons. There we go.
Does it shrink when it becomes a unit? Is that it? Dude, we get the Tesseract Vault as well because it's kind of the same model.
Oh. And then we're just going to move forward until we hit your headquarters. Get our Lich Guards out. Oh my goodness. Here we're just taken out by that Scorpius Disintegrator. We're going to have to take care of that. There we go.
What happens when the monolith dies? Do they just...
Ooh, that was a little bit too close. Probably shouldn't have done that. That's a mistake on my part.
Pretty easily.
Oh, you got quite a few of these.
And a Beyblade and Dawn of War 2. Not sure if that feels right.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's the nice thing with the AdMech. The AdMech really strong production capabilities. And so, especially when you come close to my base, you know, then you better bring the goods.
Okay, well, I guess if you come for the king, you best not miss, so I'm gonna give that another shot, but not to worry. In the meantime, while you've been dealing with that, I've been restoring my legion of warriors.
Yeah, but now actually I come into your territory and looking for convergence of Dominion, so if I destroy enough of those, he will have resource problems on his own.
That's very true. The Dominion or the domain that a Necron can set up can be very, very strong, but it is relatively fragile internally. Like, if you don't have enough defenses from the center on, it can be quite vulnerable.
Is that a knight? Wait, that's the knight drop pod.
We can deploy here. Maybe some
can
sort
the other
of
players see that?
Surprise.
What happens if it falls on you?
Uh-oh.
Oh, I guess we know.
Yeah.
No. This is going to be a problem.
Oh, that's quite simple.
I don't think so. I think it's going to be fun.
That's a knight right there.
Oh, and all your nice resurrection galleries. Because, obviously, the resurrection galleries here, each one resurrects one type of enemy, and so if I destroy all three of them, then 3 types of enemies won't come back anymore, which makes it a lot easier for me.
Okay, time to take care of this. We're gonna have to get rid of that knight.
Does do anything? Just sitting there? Just
fortunately, I've already got another monolith out. We're just gonna teleport it as fast as we can. This is not looking great for me, but I still have a few cards up my sleeve, and we almost have that knight down.
Yeah.
What I'll do is I'll see if I can...
The Necron is just getting
There
grief.
we go. Get a few Canoptic Doomstalkers out to try and tackle it. Long range armor piercing should do the trick.
Oh no, my knight. If only I had another one.
Ah, no, not for real. We're going to go ahead and get a whole bunch generated. Oh, it's just a little too late for teleporting that out. Ah, well, I unfortunately seem to have been hoisted by my own petard.
Oh, this is a big one. This is a big one. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. That's the actual Forge World model I was talking about.
Aggressively spread the power matrix, but I didn't have any other internal defenses here, so... Oh, this is going to be a problem. I'll just put one down now.
Yeah, the Ghost Pylon.
Yeah, Necrons actually have pretty good turrets, and the smaller ones,
except it's getting
they can actually teleport.
Is it even shooting anything?
Them, especially nasty because basically you can...
Oh no, it's just dead.
You know, push them wherever you want them to go with your front, you know, so that's...
Probably needs to fix
there
it.
It is.
It's probably bugged.
This is what I was looking for.
Yeah, now I'm in danger. Well, it was a significant back and forth, Jan, but it looks like this is going to be a pretty decisive victory for you. Well played.
Okay, I mean,
Thank you.
That's all right.
As it should be, the AdMech won. See you later.
Oh, well, I mean, here's the thing is that, like, the gameplay looks all right, and the graphics, like, it's fine. It's an RTS game. That's not going to be the main draw of it. But what I think is that there is like a layer of complexity that's missing. It just feels like 2 deathball kind of just rubbing on top of each other. I don't really see a lot of like harassment. Do you guys mind if I go on like a small tangent? Like if I just switch out a little bit. Because we just saw that game. And then and I have to make a comparison. I have to make a comparison because we're looking at the same genre right now, right? And then let's see where's Cyril's fucking game. Yeah, Cyril versus Maru, all right. Okay, so we watched all of that. Obviously, these guys aren't like super competitive, RTS gamers. They're like leagues apart. But like, look at the energy between like watching that and then watching something like this, because StarCraft is basically the gold standard for like RTS games.
All the back and forth, the brouhaha of the early game. Both players will quite comfortably be making it to 3 and even 4 bases. And actually, Maru in a pretty solid spot economically.
You can see like the plays that are going on, like the little drops that they're doing, like trying to save their units. You know, shit like that. There's like a level of complexity that's actually, I feel like that's missing. And I get that's like two entirely different games, and I know that Warhammer 40k fans that absolutely hate it.
He dodges some of the fungals.
When you compare StarCraft and Warhammer 40k, but I'm talking about like it's an RTS, it feels like there is something missing in that game.
This is the full map economy. But Cyril is doing all of these things. And
obviously there's like the maps where you can change it, just like destructible terrain and all that, where you can change the map a little bit. And so what I'm trying to say is that like Dawn of War 4 is probably going to be like an okay RTS game, but is it going to be like a standout? I really don't know. I really don't know right now. And that's kind of my that's just kind of my conclusion about it. It raises more questions than it really answers. Anyways. Is there anything I should go through? Oh, fuck, hang on. There was a clip that I was sent by Tankista. In stream, he's talking about Pontius Nellop, etc. Do you know the timestamp? Is he still in chat? It wasn't a clip. Holy crap, it's a 3-hour-long video. Do you know roughly where? Do you have a timestamp? I'm just curious about it. It's not too important. It'll be. I'm not reacting to a fucking 3-hour-long video. Okay, you know what? There's a way to do this. There is a way. And no, it's fine. Because there's a hack. Okay, when to start here. I know where it is. It's easy, right? If you transcripts is cheating.
Is it Nellop? Okay, yeah, I'm not bothered. Look,
I'm gonna go back 30 seconds.
Okay, now post it in stream discussion. Right, I'll have a look. I'm
gonna go back another 30.
That is fucking beef.
When was this actually done? This was July 1st. This was like almost 2 weeks ago. But I'm just curious.
Fucking hell. Post it in stream discussion.
Right. This is like post-game right now. The mainstream content's already done. I'm just doing this for academic reasons.
I'll have a look. I'll have a look. Oh wait, is it Nellop? Okay, yeah, I'm not bothered.
Yeah, what's he gonna say?
Yeah, I heard you're a chill now, Mordian. Yeah, don't worry about it. Like, I'll show it off. Look, I've no issue with showing it because some people like this kind of stuff. Let's have a look. It's only a 5-minute long video.
It's actually going to watch it. But does Nellop know about this?
But yeah, let's have a look. So basically, for those of you that don't know, right. You coming this weekend, by the way?
By the way, the really big thing that annoys me more than like anything else right now, he apparently, not apparently, because I literally watched him on live stream. He did react to my 10th edition EXE video, but for some reason, that video got taken down. So I was meaning to like clip it. I was hoping to actually like get his reaction for my video because I feel like a bigger YouTuber like reacting to my video is like a very novel idea for me right now. Unfortunately, that stream actually went down, so it's lost to the void forever, and that shit is gonna annoy me till the end of time. Man, believe me, don't watch it today. He knows but doesn't care. No, he's watching it right now.
Yes, I am. In fact,
Wait, isn't he watching it right
before we
now?
do that, I'll email.
I heard Nellop just talking right now.
Now.
No, you don't need to edit. No, don't need to edit it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not too important. It's just curiosity. He's looking at it right now. Is he writing an email?
There we go. Cool. Yeah, I don't want to forget. All right, where were we? So, let's have a look.
Yeah, there we go. He's watching the Nellop video.
In fact, 1 minute. Let me just close some tabs here.
He's going to address it.
I'll just do this as a separate one. There we go. Okay, cool.
I don't even think Nellop knows about this.
So apparently, I am a GW ball washer. So what's happened is there's a channel out there called Nellop, which I am aware of, and I haven't watched this yet. But someone, so I don't.
So he knows but doesn't care.
I don't know what the extent of it is, but apparently I am not critical of Games Workshop. Woodim sent me over this. So
but I want to reach out a little bit. So, in case my little dude is kind of blocking the way right now, I'm not sure if you can tell. It says, let's see, is there anything important, chat? Was always a show. He just brought us in with a little safety beef and sprung the trap on us. My biggest issue with Nellop is that he claims to be Australian but can't speak English properly. I think his English is quite good. Like if his English is shit, I don't know what my English is. Nellop is Timmy 2 Clamps Unrecognized Nemesis Trolled.
No, Nellop's channel. He basically, I would say he does some pretty spicy content for Warhammer 40k. I actually don't really, I don't really like or dislike. I don't really mind it either way, right?
Nellop does very lukewarm content for YouTube, but lukewarm for YouTube is thermonuclear for Warhammer 40k corporal ecosystem.
I sort of recognize it for what it is. And I do think that basically he sort of calls out other like YouTubers.
Like Warhammer 40k content, like the entire ecosystem, but like in Warhammer 40k content creation, it's very corporal, it's very sterilized, it's very safe, it's very hugboxy. So Nellop in this context is like absolutely thermonuclear, but for like normal YouTube, where it's like you get like what, like a Keemstar, Kino Casino, like politics, like Hassan fucking Destiny and everything like that. Yeah, it's very lukewarm. It's probably like the fact that no one got doxxed yet within like 3 months is just really telling, right? You get people getting to political like YouTubing, and like within like 2 months of their career before they even reach like 5k subscribers, they get doxxed. Right. So Nellop is actually like very, like the entire thing is very lukewarm, to be honest.
And stuff, and he has been critical not only of Games Workshop.
So that's why like I look at his content and I'm like, whatever. And some people really don't like Nellop. They touch a nerve. They think it's very like controversial. I don't think it's really about like the topic that he talks about themselves. So like, it's like butter chicken, man. It's like mild butter chicken. It's not even Indian hot. It's just white man mild curry spice. I think the main issue is really like a more personal thing. It's just a matter of presentation, right? They don't like his voice, or they don't like the editing or something like that. It's that kind of level.
Way of like other content creators and YouTubers and how they kind of interact with GW and if they ball wash and shill and all this kind of stuff.
By the way, thank you for bringing this up to me. Like, I can't believe you actually like did you sit through the entire 3-hour stream? Like, you sat through a stream and got this. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, thank you. It's very interesting.
There's definitely a little bit. We don't get this a lot in Warhammer 40k. There's definitely a little bit of rage bait and all that kind of stuff. But I genuinely don't really mind.
I don't know, like, I don't want to stop too much, but you guys don't know like how rare this actually is. Like for like there's like a bit of like drama and back and forth, and then someone actually reacting to this. This is actually very rare in Warhammer 40k. I think the last time we had this was like when Pontius called out all the like channel creators, and this was it Lord Destroyers or something like that. Yeah, yeah. No, not Lord. Wait. Yeah, in this call-out video, I wasn't sure if it's called Lord Destroyers, but that's the last time we had this. And that was almost a year ago. Was it a year ago? I think it was that. No, 6 months ago.
Really mind that I've been, even if he's completely, I've seen he's been very scathing of me in the past, especially when I covered things like femme studies and stuff. And I don't really mind it because I've been on the internet a long time. I recognize this kind of content. I don't really have an issue with it. I think it can be very entertaining. I don't take it too seriously.
I want to see his Pontius take as well. It's fine. I can find it in the transcript.
It's not enjoy it for what it is. So it's not the kind of content that I would do, but I have no issue with other people making it. Like that. That's the way I see it. So it's not.
I think it's even either. Like you don't like. You might not like the person. You might not like the presentation, but the idea of it is needed in this space. I think some things are a little bit more too serialized. Someone does need to stir the pot a bit. Otherwise, it's just going to be like too much of like a Reddit hunt box. It does need a bit of a balance. Too much light is not good. Like if you've ever played Final Fantasy 14 with Shadowbringers, too much light is not good. You need a little bit of darkness in there as well.
It's not really beef. I might have a bit of a beefy intro, but yeah, I don't really see it as beef. I wouldn't. I'm not going to take any personal offense for this, even if Nellop does tear the shit out of me.
What the hell's going on with this chat?
About him taking the shit. If you're on the internet, if you're on the internet, you should expect people to criticize you. That's the way it works, right? If I put some content out there, people are going to pick it up and do what they will with it, right? But I think this will be quite funny. So I thought, let's watch it. Let's enjoy it. Let's see what critique he has of me. Let's have a good laugh about the entire thing.
By the way, this is another interesting thing I want to bring up, is that I'm usually the one who's actually watching Nellop videos. Usually I'm the one who's reacting to Nellop videos, and I've got a few examples of that in my channel, on my side channel, sorry. And so it's a little bit like weird seeing someone else actually react to him. It's like very novel and fresh and strange at the same time. I want to see if he has like the same reactions that I do. Is he going to have like the same like, this is so funny, or is he going to be taken aback?
Let's not take it too seriously. Let's see what he's saying. So yeah, there we go. So this video is so coherent, I wouldn't worry. Hey, that's kind of part of it. It's meant to be a little crazy.
Imagine
it's
having
meant to be
moderators.
a little bit out there. Like I said, I've seen some of Nellop stuff in the past, and I've thought it's been quite, it's been a bit mental. I would describe him as mental, rage baity, but somewhat entertaining. and I think that's a pretty fair criticism. So, not criticism's the wrong word. A pretty fair analysis. Yeah.
I think that for Nellop, his editing style is not too special, but I think the editing style sells it a bit more. It helps along because there are two people who does, well, I mean, not two people. There are two people in total who does very close content, and it's basically Gamza and Nellop. They do very similar content, and Gamza's editing style is definitely a lot more laid back and does not. He has the energy in vocal, like in speaking, but the editing is not on par, which is why I think Nellop's videos hit a lot harder. Also, Nellop does a bit of voice acting as well, which is, it kind of fits with the energy and the presentation.
So, do you know what's kind of interesting?
Going on about Discord?
What's interesting, right, is some people will see Nellop and they'll think he's kind of one of those sort of Warhammer, for lack of a better term, like sort of like Warhammer, sort of like bro Warhammer. Is chud the right term? I'm used to traditional internet lingo, but I'm starting to see, I'm starting to get down with the kids again, right? But yeah,
what the hell does he mean? Chud's been around for 5 years.
But basically, he's kind of seen as one of those sort of like probably like bro grifter sort of chud Warhammer sort of. He's on the extreme of Chudhammer. There you go. Okay. But the thing is, I have seen him like absolutely like rip apart people who you would think were on the same side as him. So I've seen him be like extremely critical.
I don't think Nellop is like even that political. He's probably mentioning Arch right now, right?
Of like Arch Warhammer and stuff as well.
Yeah, there we go.
Right. So he's not just like going after, wokies and shit like that. He basically just he goes after everyone. Yeah, he goes out to everyone. So it's kind of interesting, right? So he's definitely he's an interesting character, and like I said, I think he's
not on anyone's side. He's only on his own side, and he has his own politics.
Bit mental, but I do find him somewhat entertaining. I only can watch him in small doses though, because he is a bit OTT, but that's fine. Like there you are. Nellop isn't a grifter. He 100% believes that he's a true believer.
Now, I see someone like in the middle there. He calls him a centrist in pick there. I think his name is Kaon. Calling him a centrist. No, he's not a centrist. He's not even on the field to be sitting on the fence in the first place. Like there's like left wing and then right wing and then a centrist, and he's just by himself in like a Denny's, like a White Castle somewhere.
He's not a grifter. He's a true believer. There you go. Anyway, let's have a look at what he's saying.
Every time, whenever there's something big happening in 40K, it always leads
The volume is a little bit low.
No, GW did a bad thing. But then they encourage the very thing they critique against. That is the one thing that annoys me, because they aren't consistent for what they believe in, or even worse, if you really think about it, none of these big channels have even talked about this. I wonder why. But it is also a safe...
I'm going to go back.
Sorry, I have to manually adjust the volume because... Yeah.
You see, like, if I just remove chat for a second, you can see, like, there's a... you've got the... you've got Hellstorm Wargaming, which was one...
And by the way, Hellstorm Wargaming is definitely on the left because he does defend female custodies and, all the stuff that entails. Ash is definitely on the right. Kirioth, I think he's probably a bit more left-leaning because he does like the thing with Bricky as well, and Bricky only plays with his own clique. Major Kill, I don't know. And Christian von Carmine is also on... He's in Bricky's circle, so probably on the left as well. So what this sets up is that Nellop is definitely on both sides.
Well, Hellstorm Wargaming was once described as 100% soy.
Yeah, and even talks about...
Which I thought was hilarious. So you've got someone on very much on one side of the spectrum, as it were, and then you've got Arch on the other side, right? So you see what I mean? Like he's not on anyone's team. He's like an ent. Okay, he's like an ent. He just no one's on his side. He's on no one's side because no one's on his side. That's kind of how I see it.
Now I have to be very fair. Like pulling up the Oshcast is like a little bit misleading because Oshcast is not his Warhammer 40K channel. Oshcast is his political channel. So if he wants to like keep everything coherent, then it needs to be the Arch Warhammer channel. But whatever, it's just a minor nitpick.
I will say one thing I would disagree with is sort of Christian von Carmian, who I think has been especially critical of Games Workshop recently because he collects a lot of the niche factions like Agents and G-Silicol, and he's been saying like, yeah, GW's been fucking up pretty badly recently. So I do think that's probably a little...
I think Nellop's position here is not that you're not criticizing GW, it's that you're criticizing in all the safe ways and all like the pussy ways. And you're not really talking about like the really hard subjects that he's probably going to talk about in this video.
A little bit unfair.
Because there are very safe opinions. They're very safe opinions when it comes to criticizing 40K. Like you're talking about like the costs and stuff like that. And then there's like the actual very hard opinions, which is probably talking about... but I can't remember right now. Just keep watching.
But I suspect Nellop has just gone, oh look, a VTuber.
Oh, and he also does not like VTubers, so that's definitely fine.
Fucking throw him in there. Anyway, he's so far along the Chudhammer axis that he's fallen off the Chudhammer scale and it's its own thing now. Oh my god. Big Bang Fries, I'll take a look at it in a moment. Let's have a look.
We talked about this. I wonder why. But it is also a safe critique, which is what pussy
put the volume
like
up a little bit.
Do.
Hey!
Sorry about that. I need to put it down again.
Also a safe critique, which
it's fucking audio,
pussy
dude.
Channels like this.
Look, Ma! Look, I'm famous! I'm famous!
Can I just say that Varak and Mordian Glory has the same eyebrows? Now, if you think about it, if Mordian Glory wears glasses, they have the same kind of almost the same face shape because the eyebrows look exactly the same. They've got like the boomerang eyebrows. The hair is a little bit different, and there's probably like a 300-pound difference as well. But I'm just saying. And also, like, holy shit, like Varek is really red. Like compared to Mordian Glory is like he's almost as white as like Ash Warhammer, like in terms of complexion. I never actually noticed this, but Varek looks like he's like about to explode. Why is he so red? Like the saturation has been turned up to like the maximum. Typical eyebrow genetics for Brits.
Minutes of fame.
Wait, if I see eyebrows like that, does that mean they're like British? Is that like an actual feature? I did not know that. So like, you know how Asians have like their eyes? So like Brits have like their little like right angle eyebrows. Holy fuck, I just noticed that. No, it's...
Oh yeah. All right, let's go. Okay, so
they're the devil's claws. They got like the devil's claws as their eyebrows. Contrast the eternal angle.
I am a Pussyo channel. Fair enough. Let's see what we've got.
The eternal Anglo meme.
But what infuriates me even further is that the fact that GW goes after these people for hitting their brand and not these motherfuckers.
I need to turn
I've covered this topic before, and it was more of a suspicion, but I am slowly coming to believe this shit is on purpose. Like, all you have to do is to open your eyes, look at the screen, and look at this shit, bro. You go like...
Oh, right, yeah.
Warhammer, which is like rewatching the 9th edition trailer. You got Christian...
By the way, I'm the one... I'm gonna go back a little bit and replay it.
Oh, right, yeah.
Warhammer, which is like rewatching the 9th...
I was the one who sent him this clip. This was the 9th edition clip, and this shit was unlisted. It took a lot of digging to find this link again. Yeah, that was me.
Edition trailer. You got Christian...
Let's read the comment section. Let's read the comment section for content. Who's the YouTuber next to MG? Who's the same level as Varek? Let's go. Nellop hates Warhammer VTubers for no reason. He's what we call anime racist. I think he's okay with anime. He just does not like VTubers because a lot of... I get the same sentiment that he does as well, because where a lot of VTubers are just into VTubing, not because they like VTubing, but because it allows them to skinwalk into a community.
The 9th edition.
No, Koreans have like oval faces as well. Like Koreans are gonna hate me for saying this, but like Koreans are just like Northern Chinese with like a different language. Like Korean faces have the same face as Northern Chinese, which is quite oval. Like they got the whole moon face going on there as well. And then that's before they started like shaving bone off their face.
I fucking forgot.
Like if you looked at a Korean picture in like the 80s or something like that, they look very similar to like a Mongolian or like a northern like a Chinese person from like a Halong Guang or something like that.
About the 9th edition trailer, man.
Bro, you got like...
I fucking forgot about the 9th edition trailer.
No, it's a lot of it has to do with the plastic surgery. Like the place is literally connected together. The only difference is like a border that's been arbitrarily drawn up. Like, you know, Korea is literally connected to northern China.
Bro.
Warhammer, which is like rewatching the...
There you go. I forgot about that shit. Oh, man.
9th edition trailer. You got Christian Von Carmian that has a fucking gene stealer that hits like a fucking zang.
By the way, that gene stealer looks really wrong. No, I have to go back a little bit. And no hate to like Christian, but the artist who drew this, like, what the fuck, dude? I just noticed, no, it's a female. I thought that was a dude. No, it's a female gene stealer, which is, I guess, it's low accurate. I just noticed the boobs right now. It's crazy.
Fucking gene stealer that hits like a fucking zang.
Dude, like Bricky's really on like a Gooner rampage with his art.
And of course, Lord and behold, the frauds of 40K.
Sloppy
they got
stealer.
The best and the most grimdark art you will ever see.
Alright, I'm just gonna...
I need to put the volume down again. God damn it.
Say something here. Okay, I'm just gonna say something. I think I'm getting old. All right. I think I'm getting old, right? Because, or maybe it's just because.
No, it's not even getting old. It's not even that. No, I'm just looking at his heads right now. I'll be like, imagine if that guy had like an extra finger. Imagine all the drama it would cause. But no, it's not even him getting old. Look, I'm an anime fan. Okay, and I'm an old anime fan who grew up on anime. I had to grow up in fucking Asia, so you can't blame me for it's anime for me is like SpongeBob for the Americans. Okay, this just comes with the territory, and I'm used to that shit. And even I'm looking at the shit, and I'm like, this is fucking cringe. You are pandering way too hard. I know it's part of your marketing. I know exactly what niche you are trying to appeal to right now, and it's fucking disgusting. It's almost cultural appropriation at a certain point, and I probably will not really mind this as much as if you did not actually make an entire YouTube video talking about like disparaging about how anime like peddles to like PDs and how you do not like anime because it's like lolicon and all that, and did like an entire virtue signaling video about anime and then come out and make this shit right now. I would not mind this nearly as much as if you did not make that video. But you did make that video, so I fucking disavow all of this because it just proves that he's like a grifting fuck.
I'm not American, so I don't have that sort of more close cultural influence from like Japan and shit. But I really don't get the cat girl thing, or the cat boy thing. I mean, I understand it's like look, let's be honest, it's a sexual thing, right? People are like, oh yeah, cat girls. I'm just like.
Thank you for the super chat.
Isn't your trend.
Yo, man, thank you for all the super chats today. But yeah, my culture is not your trend. Exactly. It just comes off like, how Logan Paul suddenly like going to like One Piece and shit like that. Now suddenly like every single like Twitch streamer is like, yes, queen. I'm totally into like anime since like I was 18 years old. Oh, by the way, let me check the wiki. Let me check the Death Note wiki so I get all the little trivia, and then I can just go on stream and then skinwalk as like a person who like lived through all of that shit, right? And I'm just gonna keep going.
It's you know what? I think the kids are wrong. I think they are. I think the kids are wrong. I think.
By the way, this is not appeal to kids, and do you know why? This poster is like $45 fucking dollars. Like, you know what kids will spend money on if they've got $45 on Fortnite skins and PUBG, and yeah, mainly Fortnite skins and maybe PUBG. They're not going to be spending $45 for like a poster for like a Catman. Right? This is not for the kids. This is for people Mordian Glory's age. This is for people my age who has a disposable income, who does not play like Fortnites and shit. Hell, I spend money on fucking gacha games and I still won't buy this shit. So I don't really. I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna fucking.
I look. If you're look, I do believe in a bit of a live and let live kind of scenario. I do, as long as you're not really hurting anyone. Like do what you want. I'm kind of believe. Like. I'm kind of old school, like an Englishman's house, his own private castle kind of thing. So, do what you want in the comfort of your own home. Like, I get it, right? But the
thing is that this is not in his own home. This is his own home, like releasing like terrible shit into the internet, and now everyone thinks that Warhammer 40k is like this now.
Fucking like femboy cat girl shit, man. Look, right. People online might tell you it's normal. I'm telling you, IRL, you probably don't want to put that on your CV, all right?
Now, I can respect Major Kill's models a lot more. Like, that comment section I had to go through? Not comment section, that comment I read like at the very start of the stream with that comment talking about Major Kill releasing his own line of model. It's making him money, but I can't blame him for that. He's a Warhammer 40k channel, and he's making Warhammer 40k 3D models. I totally respect that, and I can't criticize it. I'm not going to say that he's doing it out of goodwill because he's totally making money over it. There's an entire financial incentive because of that. But it's on brand. It's natural. It's not forced. It's perfectly fine. He's not subverting anything. He's not skinwalking anything. It's an honest business.
Which is not suspiciously not even.
And unlike Bricky's the one who's like talking about how anime is like bad and all that. Like if you like anime is weird. Meanwhile, he's just like ripping off he's referencing like gacha games like ZZZ with some of his artwork and like doing like fanboy and like catgirl shit.
Close to what they are. And then you got his whole merch store, which definitely does not look.
And t-shirts, I'm like whatever on the t-shirts. Everyone does t-shirts.
Look the same. And then you got Aurelia Temple.
Like everyone does t-shirts. I mean, fuck, I won't do t-shirts. It's fucking like everyone does it. I'm not gonna do that. But it's just norm nowadays.
Oh, I wonder what these.
Yeah, so you can't say that. It's like you can't say that this is for kids because this is $59. Kids do not have $59 of disposable income to spend on, I don't know what this is. That $59 is going to go straight into Fortnite skins.
These are, man. And they aren't even hiding this stuff. It straight up tells you for what it is. Word for word. You cannot look at me dead in the eyes and say they're not being paid by GW or they have some GW safe barrier. Like for channels like these.
And this is another thing I'm going to talk about, like on Bricky again. He is actually building a Warhammer 40k mafia right now. He is going to set the tone for Warhammer 40k because he is allowing, he's on the same politics as current days Games Workshop. And if you hate current days Games Workshop politics, he is the person who's actually enabling this because every single one here is part of Bricky's org. If you go into Orchard 8 right now, she is signed up to him. All her merch has to go through him. All of Poor Hammer's merch is from Orchard 8. All of Adeptus Ridiculous is Orchard 8. Christian von Carstein, same fucking website. He has probably the most sway within the community right now. Right? He sets the tone, he sets the memes, he has all the power, he's the gatekeeper besides GW.
So basically his whole...
What about Major Kill's softcore P calendar? I don't think it should be advertised on YouTube because it's against TOS. Like anything that leads to like an R18 subject is technically not allowed to be linked on YouTube. So I do have problems with them like linking on YouTube about that. The thing about him is that his entire brand is like very coarse, very adult humor and all that. So I like as a character, I don't feel like it's like off-brand or anything. I don't think he's deceiving his audience by doing that. It's okay. Now, as for the actual subject itself, I think it's fucking immature. Like, why would you want like a calendar with like that kind of shit on there? Like maybe in your home or something, but at the same time, like, dude, like you got to be single for that to work. So personally, it's not my taste. But if you got the money to spend, then like, yeah, whatever. I don't know how much that is as well. But apparently, okay, so here's the one good thing about his calendar, is that Major Kill actually pays for artists, like he commissions all the artwork, so at least he's paying artists for that. So that's like the one main silver lining with his calendar. As far as what other people spend that money on, it's their whole thing. But here's the thing, if Major Kill came out one day and he said, you know what, I hate adult humor, I hate nudity, I hate, gooners and all of that. And then at the same time, he releases like a softcore calendar, then yeah, I'm going to take issues with that. But at the same time, at the moment, like everything that he says is like ethically consistent with his philosophy. So I can't really, I can't really criticize that as much as, all the shit that's going on here. And at the same time, he's not trying to build like a fucking 40k mafia as well. Here's the important thing, is that everyone here is signed up to his org. He's got way too much gatekeeping power there, and I'm not saying that like, hey, you shouldn't be big in this entire space. I'm not being like a communist about it, but he is definitely a disrupting force, and he's not here in good faith.
The whole thing is he thinks people are getting paid off.
He's tried this many times. He's tried this in the Warframe community. He's tried this in the League of Legends community. Shit did not work out there, but Warhammer 40k was like a more niche community back in the day, so he just basically found fertile ground.
It's like people who are critical of GW and get striked or get told off are not paid off by GW, and people who are critical of GW are basically like paid opposition. Nah. No, I don't have an NDA with GW, and I'm very critical of them. And They definitely look, I think it basically GW doesn't really care if you're critical of them, okay? Like they don't. Games Workshop genuinely does not care what you think about them. In fact, there is I know some people from your ex or GW staff who are like, there's a general sentiment in the company these days of there's no point in trying to worry about what we do because they're just going to complain about it anyway, with them being us, the community, right?
They probably get off on it.
GW will go after you.
The cable guys in South Park.
For certain copyright stuff. Now, on the merch front, I think it can definitely be... I think if you're selling unlicensed... and at first, they were just going after for like... if you're like ripping off episodes like Warhammer TV and shit like that, right? But I think they have been going after people for merch. I mean, you got to think they went after those people that made the unlicensed like Warhammer helmets.
Is this the video where Nellop actually like brings up the issue where some of the merch actually has trademark terms, and then Games Workshop selectively does nothing about that, and so the entire relationship between the merch store and Games Workshop becomes very murky
and stuff, right?
I think it is right.
Yeah. So I don't think they.
Because they completely got away with it.
That there probably is an element of GW will start going after people if you have.
No, they've gotten away with it for like 3 years.
Close to their brand, because GW does a lot of merch sales now, so it's probably one of the things where it's not really.
No, if it actually does show up, I want to see his opinion.
It's probably coming down the pipeline, knowing Games Workshop. Yeah. Warlord or Jimmy Shill, pick a lane, Mordian. Look, I'm a Warlord shill. I shill for Warlord. I've got an NDA with Warlord. You can criticize me.
I'm gonna skip forward a little bit because I really want to see a reaction.
There's no fucking way.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
This isn't some underground deep web where you have to find it on your own. It is literally on their videos and channel. Hang those channels now. I have the ban right here. Like, if you really think about it, if I did this on my channel, I would be the
fucking Uncle Ruckus meme. Jesus.
Next motherfucker in the headlines of GW taking down the content creator. I'll be facing to the wall and being executed. But before we get into the topic, I have to do this very powerful move called giving you some context. If you
so if you're a small channel, would you probably get taken down? I mean, maybe. But Games Workshop, again, Games Workshop has a very scattergun approach to this. You've had some incredibly... Didn't a Border Prince and Amber King get taken down recently for like law stuff? Right?
No, he got that wrong.
And I think
so. A Border Prince got actually copyright struck by Games Workshop due to his artwork. Amber King got demonetized by YouTube because YouTube thought he was an AI for repetitive content. There's two entirely different things.
Narrated, they all had like hundreds of thousands, or were getting up to 100.
I might actually make a video to clarify this and then lump in the whole Mark scan conspiracy theory with that. I've been saying it a lot. But I've been trying to figure out like an actual editing style, and the editing style I'm probably going to stick with like more yappy videos. Is probably the one that I did for my positivity video. That entire video is it's just the entire video was pretty much a test bed for that entire format.
100,000 subscribers. So it's look, I'm going to be honest. It's definitely not just small channels which are getting nuked. It's big channels, little channels. Like it's. You gotta be careful.
Hang on, let me change my YouTube, my live stream name. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, I need to change it. I changed it to Mordian reacting to Nellop lmao hobby chat. Yeah, you can tell I the mainstream is over. I don't really give a fuck right now.
You know, you've got to be careful. GW will fuck. It's got a big old. It's like the main.
And I don't know why he failed on the tryhard on So Hard last time he played SM2. It's. I'm telling you, it's on the title. It's literally saying B-rolls. Okay, so I actually did try. I did try. I fucked up. I fucked up SM2 so hard. But you can't say that it does not look entertaining when you saw the freaking B-roll, all right?
Makeup gun from The Simpsons, right? Yeah.
I actually did try. I fucked up. I fucking suck at SM2. But at the same time, when I put it as B-roll, it's a bit more interesting. So everything just kind of lined up at the end.
Yeah.
Haven't known this already, since it's like everywhere, and it's also a safe critique for people to talk about. Games Workshop went in and taken
well, I'm not a gigareet.
Tabletop Simulator. Now, Now, just from hearing that,
let me put the sound up again.
Wants the specific game and trying to find out that hopefully this answer isn't true. But in reality, this is hitting specifically 11th edition mods since 11th edition just launched and they wanted everyone that wants to buy their shitty box sets.
Yeah.
Which, if you think about it, during the animation purge, GW committed about 6 years ago, more or less, and the
he's actually going to go into that. He might actually go into the merch.
reason it happened, it was because of their paywall, Warhammer Plus. Now that context is done, I'm going...
That's actually a valid point. GW tends
So I'm going to put the volume down a bit. Like, his volume control is atrocious, and that's coming from me.
Taking things down and stuff when there's like a big launch that they're doing. And they want...
By the way, I'm like drawing like Warhammer 2D animation right now. It's probably not going to be like professional or anything, but I wonder how GW is going to react to that. I did like a little bit of like a sample of my Discord art channel. That little sister of Bella like turning around with her head and all that. It's probably going to look something like that. But I want to do like 2D anime drawings of like trailers of like certain events. I don't want to do like an actual full animation. I want to do trailers because I'm actually like, as a person, I like movie trailers. Movie trailers evoke like an emotion, and it's like a certain like short, sharp to the point cinematography that's kind of hypey and interesting for me. And so I want to do like little like anime 2D drawing trailers for like important events in the lore, like the crusades that the Star Phantoms did, or like certain epic moments, right?
Want to basically take the...
I wonder how Games Workshop is going to see that.
Free version away and force you to go over to the paid version. I'm surprised they haven't gone after websites like New Recruit and stuff. New Recruit, Battlescribe. Well, Battlescribe's dead now, isn't it? But New Recruit, War Organ, stuff like that. I'm
surprised Wikipedia is still up, but I think at this point they probably need to like do a nuclear strike on Russia to actually take them down. Russians don't take the Russians don't care.
Surprised,
especially nowadays.
That, but they'll probably at some point they probably will do.
The server's probably like even for new recruits probably in Russia right now. It's probably like
no. So I do agree with that. I think that's a valid point.
To make a stretch on this topic because the timing couldn't be any more off, but might as well put the cards on the table. For a while now, some people were putting onto the spotlight about people coaching others in Warhammer at ridiculous price.
Yeah.
Who's the Grand Wizard on the right? Tyler Bortel has been a prominent figure in competitive Warhammer 40k scene since 2019. As an active member of Team America, we'll probably talk about Team America, the 40k team, not Team America, the World Police. Tyler has been... Okay. Did he win anything? Focus on horde gameplay. Geez, did he win anything? I mean, it's like saying, bro, I've been playing this game for almost 10 years. I have not won a single like noteworthy tournament to actually put on my CV. Please give me $500 for coaching. Like, what the actual 5-hour call, $50 USD. So sorry, I mean 1 hour call, $50 USD. 4-hour TTS coaching, $200 USD. And this is on TTS, by the way.
Yeah, I'll turn chat off so you.
I'm just reading I'm reading a profile on the right here.
That has a whopping $534 for 6 phone calls. 6 phone calls, boys. Jesus, yeah. It's apparently this one is popular. Yeah, I don't fucking believe it.
It's actually not popular. I did like a little bit more research on this, and then for the Out of War website, he did like a little testimonial thing. And then it's like a cell phone. I'm not even sure why it's on there on the website, but it says like, "Oh, a total of 8 people have purchased this product." I don't even think he knows that the little header is there. It tells you how many times this has been purchased, and apparently like 8 people paid for it. So it's not even like that big of a deal, but the fact that it's like out there in the first place is kind of hilarious.
Provided tabletop simulator services. Now, if we put 2 to 2 together, putting the coaches in the spotlight and making profit out of tabletop simulator, and for people not buying GW models, is negative for profit, especially when 11th edition is starting. You see where I'm going with this? This is similar with the animation purge. Making money based from their brand is a no-no, or just make anything fan-made is a no-no in any regards. that. So GW doesn't want to be the #1 with 40k. It wants to be the only one with 40k. So people don't have any other options than to go to GW's brand only. Look, if a company like GW was not already becoming Nintendo and almost banning anything related to 40k and stop people from making money out of it, at least you know and understand this company has a consistent motto.
So I think he's building up to it, but it's taking a little bit too long.
And I do agree with that. I think that Games Workshop is, I think they do go after people who are making money off their like brand.
And nowhere is building up to, but it's taking a little bit too long. And it's also because maybe I'm pausing and he's pausing and we're taking turns pausing.
For stuff that they themselves like provide. And GW's like, no, you don't get to...
Normally I would skip forward, but I want to see the reaction of his build up.
It's kind of like they want to be the monopoly. Yeah. So here's the thing. I think this middle bit is like actually like legitimate analysis and criticism. I think the beginning bit, I think it's just there to hook people in, right? I think it's just there to hook people in.
At least we can understand and see where they're coming from, despite being retarded as shit. And ideally, everyone gets equal punishment for breaking the rules of GW. Then again, Twitch exists. So the moment you spot some leniencies happening with channels getting away with it, they aren't even small channels either, which it only gives you even more questions than answers, and it makes those channels even more suspicious. And it's gonna be like, oh wait, these channels are getting punished, but not these channels, which are getting money from the IP itself. Why is this even happening? I guess it just happens. And what's worse, the ones who generally soft critique of Warhammer 40k, they are the ones that even continue to endorse people for the very problem they're against with. If you
Okay, so the whole Varrock thing is actually quite interesting. So, Varrock's avatar is a space marine, right? And there was another more controversial figure in the content creation space called, I think it was Marshall Bohemian, who does political content along with his Warhammer 40k content. And his profile picture, I think about 2 years ago, was a Black Templar. And what happened to him was that he actually received like a, I think it was a cease and desist from Games Workshop telling him to change his channel avatar because it was infringing on copyright laws. Like they do not like that. And so he changed it to like some generic like gobbly-goo AI knight image, right? I don't give a fuck. And so it's kind of interesting how I'm not saying that GW should go after Varrock, like obviously, right? But it's kind of interesting how selective this kind of is.
even continue to endorse
Marshall Bohemian, never heard of. Yeah, he made like 500 videos, and now he's only like he fucking like clawed his way to get as many subs as possible. Like he did shorts, that like 500 videos, and he's got like I don't know how many. It's not even
people for the very problem they're
over like a period of 3 years or something. It's just really political slop and 40k slop commentary.
against with. If you really think about it, it isn't really much of a surprise when GW tested AI to go and legally sue Max to people that aren't even in the hobby in the first place. And despite of everything they said about they aren't going to use AI. And then there's the six finger.
That's
definitely not AI.
Guys, it's just a mistake. I spent, 6 hours drawing this, 3 hours drawing this, and, I did not even notice that. It's just funny, right? Teehee.
Definitely not AI.
Controversy. Warhammer 40k channels talked about it, and then they just moved.
It's not Behemoth, it's Bohemond. It's like some weird-ass, like, European name. I don't even really care that much.
Moved on like nothing happened, because at the end of the day, Games Workshop is all about control to what they want and how.
Is he actually going to show that image of the merch?
Okay, so I think that's a bit of a silly point. Like, so basically what you're saying is they criticized it and then like they criticized it, bro. Then they talked about something else. What do you want? Do you want every day for everyone to like just talk about that one mistake over and over again? No, if someone's brought it up and talked about it, like I think that's fine. Like, what do you want? Like every day to talk about the same problem? No, we must have another day, another 6 finger video. Like, come on, man.
Behave, and and let them reap the rewards where other channels get fucking punished. As long
Nah,
as
I think this
gets
is
the benefit of 40k sales and has channels to give them free advertisement and to only speak positive and safe critique for what GW wants them to say.
Okay, I don't think he's actually going to show the he's not actually going to show the actual evidence. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to do it myself. Because he might have left that out by accident during his editing. Let me show it to you guys. And I've gone through this a million times. I think some people know where I'm going with this. Okay. So to build up onto Nellop's point, basically everyone who uses a GW IP, whether it's like a naming or like designs and all of that, gets hit with the like lawyer with the litigations, right? And so it's very weird for Games Workshop to basically leave anyone out, especially if they're using AI tools like in the Florida court case kind of proved with their IP, the whole IP thing where they call it like no game, no galaxy and everything. So, okay, let's look at this. How did this get left out? Slanesh and Beggy concert sandals. The name Slanesh is a copyrighted term. There's no mythical creature called Slanesh out there which makes this free use. Slanesh is the name Slanesh is a Games Workshop IP. It's not a trademark, but it belongs to them. And what says Gilliman family tree gets McDonald's? Okay, Gilliman is not a free. It's not a free IP name either, right? It's a very distinctive Games Workshop name. Slanesh and you see where I'm going with this, right? And okay, maybe the AI just missed them by accident? No, it's not, because if it went through the entire internet, it would have caught the entire hyperlink. It's literally right there in the hyperlink. It's not just here. It's just not here on the side, right? And the hyperlink is something else. The word Gilliman is literally in the hyperlink. If you're using, like with the Florida lawsuit where they went through the entire internet, catching even Battletech channel creators, then yeah, it's definitely going to grab this fucking like thing here as well. So it becomes like 10 times more suspicious that for some reason they get left off. And he's got this, by the way, this entire mafia going on here where, let's go back. Where he's got Adeptus Ridiculous, he's got the VTuber, he's got himself, Bricky, he's got, where the fuck? Eastleigh is one, Dice Hammer, Christian von Carmine, Froggy PhD is also a Warhammer creator. Like, added all together, they probably have like 2 million subs, right? This is like a small empire that they're building, and they're gonna gatekeep Warhammer 40k ideas.
Then it's all good. And as long as there's whales and channels that endorse and tolerate such things, then we will only getting slop, and our standards will be even lower than ever before. Because being negative is a no-no. So my only one message to bring to the table for the—
And someone's probably going to bring this up in the comment section. It gets brought up every single time. It's like, oh, you're a small subscriber. Fuck. You've got like very little subscribers. You're probably just jealous. Why are you hating on this man? You're just mad because he makes more money than you do. You're more successful than you do. Motherfucker, I'm not going to dox myself, but I own my own fucking company. I'm pretty sure I make more money than fucking Bricky.
this fruitful, positive
Like, I'm sorry, man, but like YouTube is not the only career path out there in the entire world.
conversation is execute these channels now.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Right. Basically, the whole thing is if you criticize GW and don't get taken down, then clearly you're getting paid off by GW. That's the entire thing. Now, I'll put a link to that in the chat for those that want to watch it without my sound alert.
I think like the Nellop thing is like a nice like 8 out of 10 video, but it would have been like a slam dunk if it actually showed up like some of the actual like more serious IP infringements. But what the hell happened to this? Like, what the hell happened to this reaction? That was supposed to be like Mordian reacting to him getting talked about by Nellop, but then we're now like the entire thing just shifted to Bricky for some reason.
Some shit going on. But yeah, basically, it's a bit mental, and it's just not true because I've been. I think Games
okay, now it's gonna
Workshop
address it though.
does not go after you for criticizing them. Games Workshop goes after you for two reasons. One,
everyone who brings out a lower subscriber count, like everyone who says that you're just a smaller channel criticizing a larger channel, you're not supposed to criticize larger channels, know your place, you fucking peasants. Do not live with the idea of like a Western democracy. The idea of a Western democracy is the fact that every single soul, every single person gets one vote. You are equal in your say. So every single time someone brings out like the fact that, oh, you only have like 4,000 subscribers and you're criticizing like Major Kill or something who's got like 800, 700k subscribers, is a fucking idiot who probably should get their right to vote like taken away from them, because these people are like a fucking like danger to society. I hate it when people say that you are not allowed to actually, talk about anything because, oh, you're poor, you've got low subscriber rates, whatever. It's like, guys, YouTube is not the only matrix of success out there in the entire world. There are people who are like lawyers out there who own law firms and have like 50 subscribers on their YouTube channel because they treat this shit as as recreation. They just do this on their pastime. And occasionally you have like very successful YouTube channels with very successful people. Yes, that happens as well. But come on, guys, can we be like serious about this? Can you actually listen to the actual discussion instead of just looking at the numbers, instead of just being sycophants, and instead of being just like, I don't know, like tribalism?
The AI lawyers thought that Warhammer Battle Mech was
yeah, even Mordian Glory knows that the Florida lawsuit was basically like an entire internet dredged by an AI. That's the only way you can explain it, because the entire lawsuit contained like 320 or something defendants, and then 80 of them have to be thrown out of the court. That's like over 20% failure rate. You can only get that with an AI.
Warhammer Warhammer model.
But how would you fuck up so badly where you want to protect Warhammer 40k IP law and then started suing someone for Battletech IP?
And two, basically, if you infringe on the IP, it's not that you can't make money off their IP or you can't like have a channel talking about Warhammer. It's if basically you're like selling Warhammer like products. So, for example, if I took the Guard Codex now, scanned it all in.
I'm just going to interrupt what he's saying because it's just going to say this. What if you took a name like Slanesh and monetize it and started selling $25 t-shirts, and then Games Workshop does nothing about it? What if you email their legal department and they decide to ignore this? What does that actually say?
And put it on.
By the way, I've never emailed them, but someone else actually had, and I've been building like a small docket about this shit, and I've got like the actual reply emails from someone else.
My like channel.
And I can show the person who emailed them as like proof that it's not done by me. It's not like I'm like a vindictive motherfucker, but other people have done it.
And and even if I didn't charge you for it, just put it there for free. Like, hey, Google Drive link, download it here, kind of thing. GW would say no, that's not okay, because basically that's I've basically taken one of their products and I've tried to basically like pass it off. I've tried to make money off it, or at the very least, even off like ad revenue. I'm hosting like it for free.
Yeah, no one gives a shit about like YouTube. Technically, like if you're like a YouTuber, technically you're making money off GW name. Like if I go into my main channel right now, my EXE video has the Warhammer 40k logo for the 10th edition.exe. It's got the Warhammer logo on the side. Like technically, like on a very strictest sense, you can say that I'm using their IP to like misrepresent them in something, and there's definitely like a monetary benefit involved. Like they can actually come after me. For legal purposes, I have to say that the entire video was done as a parody and it falls under fair use. But at the same time, they could actually do that. No, the issue is that they don't like it when you use their trademarks and start merchandising it. Like so, with the word Slanesh, with the word Gilliman.
Right? See what I mean? That's like different. But that's where they come after you. If you're doing,
it's like having an argument with someone making a mistake reading some Bible, you correct them, give them evidence. They use the argument you have in cheap, dirty shoes, not relevant argument. Yeah, it's just a lot of the arguments nowadays are very emotional, and they're probably like done in a standard which they do not even like abide by. So you can just throw that out. It's irritating to read, but it's the human condition.
Like battle reports, tactics content, or even just criticisms of Games Workshop. I mean, they don't care. They just don't care at all. Yeah.
If GW actually cared, like the channels like Outer Circle and Northern Exile would just be nuked into the Shadow Realm like years ago.
So it's a little yeah. It's a little conspiracy theorist, I would say, but like, look, dude, are there channels that absolutely suck on the dick of GW? Of course there are. Are there channels that suck on the dick of GW? Of course there are. There are people signed up to the guilds, the NDAs.
And this is probably one of the issues with, I'm going to criticize Nellop a little bit here. His direction of the argument is correct, but the precision of it and the terminology of it sometimes can do some work, because maybe I'm a nerd, right? But you can actually, like, he's got like a nice stick right now. He's got like a really fucking nice stick that you can beat someone with. But that, you need to sharpen that stick and make it into a pointy stick. And that's how you get like the actual, like, this is where it becomes like shit posting into like an art. Like, this is where the like artful shit posting and just like normal slop shit posting, that's where like the difference actually lies, is that the precision of it and the terminology.
They're fully embedded DW, of course. And
the shit posting is definitely an art.
Those people, but if you're
like, for example, I have to say my EXE videos are great shit posting. Like, the entire thing is really like a criticism, but when you look at it, does it feel like, you know, an old man complaining about Games Workshop? No, it does not feel like it. It feels like entertainment.
Bed with Games Workshop, you can't criticize them.
And I know it's kind of like shining my own shoe, like, you know, it's kind of like, you know, praising myself right now, but I've got to say, like, the results, man, for a small channel, those videos are doing well.
At all. Yeah.
I'm just upset that I can't make more of it.
You can't criticize them. You can't criticize them at all. It's a very, very, very fine line. Yeah.
I'm going to make more of it. It's just hard to make.
Rio, he lost me once. He put Arch in there with those other channels. Oh, that's really dumb. Opinion discarded. Well, that's what I mean. But I think, because
you see, that's an emotional argument. Like, seeing someone, you're not seeing the argument. You are seeing the. You're letting the sycophant take over. The tribalism is taking over your mind.
Very critical of Games Workshop, and I don't think he sells.
He threw away the entire argument because he criticized someone he did not like, and so what is that really telling you?
Anything for like. He doesn't do any tactics video. I mean, I guess he does the occasional like lore video, doesn't he? But
he does not do the occasional lore video. That's really underselling it. I'm not a fan of him, but I have to like give credit to the grind. It's really underselling it, man. It's been one video every week for like the past fucking 15 years.
Yeah.
I think he took one vacation.
He barely does lore content anymore. Arch is just off in the corner, just he's doing his thing. You know, I'm not gonna get into it.
What do you mean? Like, he still does a lore video every single week. Every single Friday is a lore video for the last like 15 years. What are you talking about?
Did his thing.
Maybe he's just pretending that he does not know Wash, so he does not get in trouble with Reddit. That's what it is.
But yeah, he. I think the video is that Nellop did.
But I don't really watch Arch either. I just get notifications from him because I've been subscribed for him for like 15 years. And I never bothered unsubscribing. I don't watch lore videos anymore.
Like I said, I'm not going to take it too seriously. Was it funny? Yes, it was. And that's it. It's entertainment. That's it. It's just entertainment. Any holes in the criticism, any holes in the logic or anything like that, it just doesn't matter.
Wait, Clovak, you're in chat. Wait, Clovak, I just saw you in chat. You typed in Mordian started noticing ? I just saw you talking about Arch ? And this guy called Cheese Marine said, EN VTubers as soulless, you should not show them, no sense of idol values, entirely at odds with the truth. That a lot of EN VTubers are just like fucking whole skin walking as like a weeb. I think the only like real person who I think is actually genuine about the whole VTuber thing in the entire EN VTubing sphere is probably Pippa, because I know for a fact that she like tried to audition for fucking Hololive and then she got rejected.
It doesn't matter. Like it was a.
I think Ash over most of the shows any day. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Funny video. So yeah, what do I agree with some of the bits that he said? Yes. Do I think that he was completely off the mark in other areas? Yes. Do I think that some of his arguments make sense? Yes. Do I think some of his arguments have got big holes in them? Yes. There you are.
Yeah, that pretty much summarizes a lot of Nellop's content. And if Nellop sees this, don't take this as like a criticism. Take this as an evaluation. I'm gonna skip forward a little bit and see if he starts talking about the Pontius. I'll give him like another minute. If he goes on to another subject, I will skip forward because he does mention him in like another like section here, like 49, 42 and 49. And I'll see what his opinion on Pontius is, because
we are
it's very rare. Like you have to realize this is very rare. People usually do not like react to controversy in Warhammer 40k. This is a rare drop.
Entering the Warhammer
Nellop's like spamming special moves, but it's got no PP left.
Drama era. So you know how you've got like big streamers on Twitch who are always getting into the drama, and like whenever these videos like pop up, like the top comment is always, "I'm too employed for this. Can someone just summarize what happened?"
Yeah, pretty much.
Right?
I got a feeling that Mordian watches drama. I'm sure that Mordian is actually hiding his power level. The fact that he knows this, I feel like he's hiding his power level. I bet he is like watching like more Pegasus or something like that. He's
we are literally entering that era.
That is literally more Pegasus's comment section
for Warhammer 40k. Warhammer 40k has grown big enough now that.
And by the way, I feel like this entire section, you know how, and Korn just touched on this, he's more of a content whore. Yeah, you know how Mordian usually just like clips out, and this is not to really criticize him too much, it's just more of an observation. You know, he clips out like part of his own stream and just puts it into his main channel. It's kind of funny, like this part was not clipped out at all. Like he did not clip this part, and then like this reaction was not like recycled into his main channel.
We are gonna get like dedicated like drama channels for beef between channels and all that. And
that's what I'm always saying.
And we already had drama channels before, like, you know, you've got like Discourse Minis, you know, the Warhammer scandal just got worse.
Discord Miniature is not even a drama channel. Discord Miniature is like a fucking waste of space. It's like worse than a drama channel, because at least you're getting some like kind of entertainment with a drama channel. Like Discord Miniature just like waffles on, like talks around in like a circle for like 5 minutes. She's like the 40k equivalent of like an astronomy channel who has to like recite what a black hole is every single video. Yeah, she basically does that for like 5 minutes, where she like, it's like, oh, something situation, and spends like 5 minutes recapping what GW has done, and then spends like 2 minutes shilling her own miniature game. And then you get 1 minute of like the actual topic, and then the other 2 minutes is like her thanking her Patreon.
Which I think is, you know, I actually quite like Discourse Minis, because, which is a bit of a hot take, because I know some people don't, but...
In Warhammer 40k community, anything but praise video is considered as drama. Here's the thing, is that Games Workshop made themselves into like a perfect enemy. I already mentioned this at the start of the stream. You can go into Hobby Store, criticize Games Workshop, and immediately makes friends. It's basically the communal enemy, which you can just set as like your whole character. It's like a whole bonding ritual, right? Every community needs like a shared enemy. GW is that enemy. And so when you make content dissing GW, it feeds into that. It makes you feel, it establishes instant rapport with a wider community, because so many hobby spaces are actually like treats Games Workshop as an enemy, as like a bonding emotion, as like a founding emotion, whatever it's called. That is why being negative is a bit more meta than being positive when you're making content creation in YouTube. Because you're tapping directly onto that. 40K dramas, mostly for most part, the company screws us all over anyways. Yeah. No, there's not enough. The thing is that there's not enough. No, the thing is that there's no drama in Warhammer 40K space. It's because everyone is so corporal. Everyone is so safe. No one, like, if they do have like a hot take about the female custodies, it will be like hidden in like a live stream somewhere that will never actually get clipped out. It's like all hidden and shit, right? Even Bricky with his like unpopular opinion, he fucking unlisted it. There is very little chance for drama. Everyone wants that early access. Everyone wants to maintain that positivity, to peddle their merch. And then Games Workshop is always the bad guy. And Games Workshop is always the one who's going to be used as like an emotional anchor.
Look,
And by the way, it's fully deserved for Games Workshop. I'm not saying that to defend Games Workshop. I'm just saying this as an observation. I'm just saying this as like the human, you know, I'm going to say this a lot over the years. I'm going to say this as like the human condition. The Miscreant Maximum Gold lawsuit got dismissed. There you go, drama. Oh, this actually got dismissed. That's funny. I didn't know about it. I don't even follow Asmongold anymore because I feel like he got dumber like ever since his parents passed away. It's very sad, but I feel like am I going to go on like a whole like Asmongold? Like I'm going to go on like a mini rant. Asmongold used to have very good takes because he had like layers and depths going on with his whole insight. I think ever since his family passed away, I feel like he's been getting a little bit too dumb. Like his arguments pretty much falls back to like, duh, come on guys. Yeah, it's obvious. Don't you guys see it? All the normal people see it. Well, duh. And I just fell away there. And I feel like a lot of times Asmongold felt a lot wiser than his years. Is because I feel, and I got no way to prove this as well, it's going to be like the most unpopular schizo take what you can imagine. But I feel like a lot of his popular opinions were just parroted from his parents. That's why he was so like deep, and that's why he seems so wise. But ever since that got cut off, he's just been pandering to like politics and shit. I'm not going to go into it any further.
I think the channel is what it is, right?
His whole thing is being simple, but now he is being way too simple without any of the nuance. And I feel like his dad, which is by the way, his dad is very fucking smart. His dad was like an executive. He was a professor and everything like that. And I feel like a lot of the times when Asmongold makes a very good point, I don't see him saying it. I see his dad saying it. Because I used to follow him a lot, and I kind of like watched those videos where his dad was on the live streams and on his videos, and it just feels like he just passes through some of that wisdom.
The channel is what it is. If you don't,
he even said his goal is to radicalize normies towards a certain enemy group. I don't really care anymore.
Like that content, you just don't watch it. But we all love the occasional bit of salty popcorn, right? But it is what it is, right? I don't. Yeah, I think they're fine. I think they're fine. I think it's like I don't hate Nellop. I don't hate Discourse Minis. I don't hate Arch Warhammer. All these, you know, what you could say are fairly controversial channels. I don't really hate any of them.
If you really hate them, then learn to feel nothing from them, and then just tell YouTube not to recommend that channel. I think Korn said it best, where like, to hate something the most is just to ignore them completely, just to be completely apathetical to them. The opposite of love is not hate, but is to have like the absence of that emotion.
You just recognize them for what they are. They're just entertainment channels, which love a
bit
of
I'm just following on from what Mordian is saying.
And a little bit of beef. That's it, right? That's it. So, but going back to it, the difference I would say between someone like Nellop and Discourse Minis
apathy, yeah,
is that Discourse Minis tends to be talking about the drama of GW, like GW. That's where traditionally our.
By the way, I did feel like, and I fell for this as well. I feel like Mordian just deflected, and this is the whole like British cutting thing that's happening right now. You see, the British are so good at talking, and they're so good at just like waffling, and they're so disarming that this entire thing is really about like Nellop's like accusations on Mordian, and somehow Mordian's turning it into like him psychoanalyzing a Nellop. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Beef and
it's because Mordian has nothing more to say. That's true enough. I'm probably going to skip forward.
You know, there'd be some big.
There's like a little bit like here, right? because you see here there's like a 20. Can you see it? Chat's blocking a little bit, so there's like a skip forward 20 minutes, and he starts talking about it again. I'll see if he has anything.
I don't. Yeah, I think they're fine. I think they're fine. I think it's like I don't hate Nellop. I don't hate Discourse Minis. I don't hate Arch Warhammer. All these, what you could say are fairly controversial channels.
Oh, actually, 49 is better because in 49 he says, probably like 10 minutes long Nellop right now about how I'm a massive Pussio fan sitter, Dick Rider. Yeah, okay. Here. Was he in his chat? Like, why is he so angry?
Bad. Probably like a 10-minute long Nellop rant now about how I'm like a massive Pussio fence sitter, GW Dick Rider, something like that. Nellop, if you're gonna watch this, you want to criticize me, you can call me a Warlord Dick Rider. There you are.
No. I think what we need to do is to get Nellop and Mordian Glory into one stream. If we can put Nellop and Mordian into one stream, like between their waffling and like Nellop's like schizo rants, I think we might actually generate infinite content for Warhammer 40k. And then like in the middle, maybe they can have like a debate, and then maybe we could put like Cornet Gaines as like the referee or something, right? Because I think Cornet Gaines wanted like a collab with Nellop for some time. Now I've seen him pop into chat. And yeah, if we get like Mordian Glory, Cornet Gaines as like the referee, and then Nellop as the second party, it might be an entertaining stream.
You can say what you want about me, but the legitimate criticism is I'm a Warlord Dick, right?
Like the thing is that like Nellop actually has like a small friend group going on now because he's got Based If True, which is like a pretty big YouTuber who does politics. Cornet Gaines, who does Cornet Gaines was in his chat asking for like not asking but like hinting towards a collab. There's probably other people too. Like if he plays it out right, he can probably make his own like schizo podcast that runs like once every single month, and it might actually be pretty entertaining. And if Cornet Gaines can actually sort out his fucking audio, there's like an actual chance where that shit might actually take off. I can actually see that happening. He just needs to keep focused. Herc's fetish is to gaze upon others embarrassing themselves. My fetish is generating good content. My fetish, I'm telling you right now, what I'm trying to do is Idolmaster, except instead of cute anime girls, I got middle-aged dudes getting angry over plastic toys. Okay? You think Idolmaster, the like Japanese weeb anime game, is fucking degenerate? No, I got something much worse in my mind, but it's also something very similar. Your fetish? No, it's not good content. Good content means it's honest content. Good for me means it's honest. I want entertaining content. If entertaining content is like back in the days on MTV when we have like Celebrity Deathmatch, when we had like old South Park where like shit like just gets beaten up and bloodied for no reason. I want gladiatorial sports. That is entertainment. That is not good content. That is entertaining content. My fetish is one day having loving wife and kids. That's not even a fetish, just entirely normal. I want that one day too.
There you are. Nellop did 2 streams on you and on videos. Yeah. Like he's commented on me a few times. I
even told Nellop that after one of your streams, if he's ending the stream and Mordian is still going, just do a hate raid. Just like raid him with like 5 people. Like it doesn't need to be a lot. He gets like 16, 12 people in his live streams nowadays. Just send them all over to Mordian Glory. It'll be kind of funny.
Really, I've had people comment on me all the time in various places. I don't take it as criticism. Well, okay, I recognize it as criticism. I don't take it to heart too much. Like I said, I've been around long enough to just recognize this is just the internet, baby.
Nah, Mordian doesn't. Excuse me. Mordian definitely has been like watching drama channels. He knows the game. He made references to like unemployed comments. That's like shit that you'd see from like More Pegasus or like a Cheeto or some shit like that. Some other like bigger drama channels, like maybe Quintio or something. Yeah, no, he knows the territory, and that is why he is the perfect person. He knows the game, and he's trying to hide it.
It's Hollywood, baby.
The MTV used to be like fucking awesome. Like you used to have like the perfect layout. Like you've got MTV, you've got like Adult Swim at night. Like back in the days, TV was actually kind of decent. Like you got like a decent like lineup going on. Like for me, right, my cheap thrill was just to like have just go home, right? I used to do like sports practice, and then I come home, I take a shower, and then I want to sit in front of the fan. You know, it feels really good when you're sitting in front of a fan after like a shower and like the wind is blowing into your like your hair in your face. And then you have cup noodles. And then you turn on the TV and it's like Adult Swim. It's like Dragon Ball Z. Or, you know, some MTV stuff, right? You know, maybe some old movie that's entertaining to watch. And those were the days.
Yeah, I don't worry about it too.
I'm telling you, like the cup noodle after the shower with a fan just tied everything together. It felt so good.
Too much.
Cartoons back in the day, now they're retarded. I think cartoons were always a little bit retarded. Like you had two different types of cartoons. You had like Powerpuff Girls and like you know, Dexter's Laboratory, and then you had like Scooby-Doo. Those are kind of normal, right? Those are not like out there. Those are kind of entertaining. Then you get like that weird ass freak ass shit like who the fuck made Cow and Chicken? Like I thought Cow and Chicken was like weird ass shit. Like who the hell made like I Am Baboon and I Am Weasel? I don't even know what like Ren and Stimpy is, but you know the really fucked up shit. And they sometimes show you like shocking visuals where like the cow is like super well defined. They do like a still shot where the cow is like super high, like super HD or some shit. Like what the fuck is going on there?
Like I said, the
Cowardly Dog is kind of in the middle. But I pretty much put it up there with like Cow and Chicken as well. Yeah, Cowardly Dog is a little bit weird. And I might I might even say like Cowardly Dog should not even be a kid's cartoon. There were like genuine scenes in Cowardly Dog where it's actually a little bit like disturbing to watch if you're a child. Courage had great lessons, but there were some scenes in there which were like a little bit because my classmates were telling me there was like a mummy scene, and the teacher, like I knew about it because it aired in New Zealand, and then a lot of kids had like nightmares over it, and then the teacher actually had to like talk to some kids about it. No, I think let me look up the scene. Like maybe that I can find a scene because I haven't seen it either. Is it this one? Yeah, I think it's this scene. Is it this scene? They say it's like in 3D. I haven't actually like it's unlocking a memory for me. I don't know what to expect. Yeah, it must be this one because they say it was in 3D. Yeah, it must be this one. So apparently like this aired. And like a bunch of kids watched it in my class and they called it Nightmares. And then the teacher had to like address it.
What's your offer?
So I was saying like there's some shit in like Courage the Cowardly Dog, which was not very like kid friendly, but you know, at the same time, you know, Pokemon sent some kids to hospital at the same time, so maybe I should not really judge.
Very beginning, I recognize that if you're a content creator, no matter what size you are, if you're a content creator, big, small, you put content out there. Once it's out there, it's there for people to criticize. They're going to do with it what they're going to do with it. And that's just the way it works.
Yeah, I get like fucking shit on all the time as well, especially on my side channel. Let's see what he says about the Pontius. Slovak. Yeah, why do you have a timestamp? Why are you on the your name is on the Your name's on the transcript. Like, I'm gonna go back 20 seconds. I want to see the actual like context.
Anything that they've shown over the last couple of years is that they really are not that competent. They can't run a piss up in a brewery.
This is about GW.
Klovac, thanks for your opinion on Pontius. I think Pontius is a very passionate Italian man, which I know is a little bit of an oxymoron.
Hey, that's your super chat.
No, I have no issue with Pontius.
Bro, you're double dipping on that super chat. Like that one super chat got like 2 reactions.
You know, I occasionally watch some of his content every now and again if it comes across my feed. But I'm not like a super Pontius fanboy, but I'm not a Pontius hater. Like again, I just recognize the content that he makes. And I've been on the internet long enough to see, you know, to just to enjoy, you know, different content.
I have to say that the whole Pontius like situation where he came out and went guns blazing over all the law tubers, that was like the ballsiest things I've ever seen. That was genuinely brave. Like you can disagree with like his methods, you can disagree with his content, you can disagree with him being Italian. I'm just joking, by the way. But that was like one of the most entertaining and ballsiest thing I've ever seen. And that was almost like a scene from fucking like Die Hard or something where like he just comes out and he's like, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Just started like spraying everywhere. That was like a once in a decade shit, man. That was a once in a decade shit show.
Content.
Not a shit show because shit show like it's like a pejorative. Like a once in a decade spectacle.
For depending on what mood I'm in. If I want a bit of salty beef, maybe I'll check him out. If I want a bit more chill, maybe I'll check a different channel out. Yeah, I have no strong feelings on.
Go before that one timestamp. The one before that was. The one before that's like 20 minutes before. By the way, look at this title. This is probably like the actual most saltiest Mordian Glory, well, not saltiest, like the beefiest Mordian Glory live stream in the wild because he's talking about Nellop and the Pontius. But the title is like the most innocent thing ever. I don't think I don't think he actually wanted people to watch this.
Pontius, and I have no strong criticism or praise. I think he's fine. Like he just, you know, but I say that about a lot of channels that, you know, Pontius would then criticism. Like I don't really have.
Mordian still thinks Pontius is drama channel and stuff. I told him correcting someone's job isn't drama and a lot of stuff. There is the intention and then there's the methodology and the method. Like, okay, so what is drama? Clovite, what is drama? So the definition of drama is basically an instigation. It is something that it's like instigating aggression, isn't it? It's instigating I don't want to use the word situation. I'm trying to think right now. There's probably like an actual proper definition of this. But it's basically instigating like an entire... You know what? I'm just going to Google it. My brain, it's like 4 a.m. Yeah, so basically instigating like an entire emotional journey, right? An emotional experience. And you can't say that the way that the title was laid out, the way that the thumbnail was laid out, the entire tone of the video, you can't say that it was not really, you can't say that it was not drama, but the intention, the attention was for, I guess, a more positive reason, but the way that it's laid out is definitely drama worthy. And it goes back to what I said as well. Nellop videos are thermonuclear in the Warhammer space because the Warhammer space is so mild. But if you take it out of a Warhammer space, it's like a very normal video. And it's the same thing. Like the Pontius video is like thermonuclear inside of the Warhammer space. It's definitely, in terms of the Warhammer space, it's definitely a drama video. If you take that out of the Warhammer space with that same formatting, talking about the same things, people probably see it as like a fucking normal video, to be honest.
Have any beef with Major Kill? I think the only beef I've ever had with Major Kill is the whole peptide thing, and I do think that was, I think that was a mistake on his part.
Oh, and the peptide thing actually got a development is that not through Major Kill, but there was a woman who got like peptide treatment on her face and on her lips. And I think it fucked up her facial muscles forever. So peptides you definitely need to look out for.
You know, personally, I think that was
It's very recent as well. I think I saw the news like 2 days ago. Like some woman went for like facial peptide treatment for I don't know why. I think peptide is just like snake oil nowadays. They just say peptide and it just treats everything. And it just like bloated her lips and swollen her entire face, and now her entire like head is fucked up.
A bad move, but I actually gained a lot of respect for him because he just fucking owned it. He just did. And I do think that Major Kill in the last couple of years, for example,
I remember watching this reply.
Kind of, I don't know.
I must have just woken up and then started like watching his live stream. Then.
More savvy channel, I would say. Yeah, he's become more savvy. But again, I don't really give a shit about Major Kill.
Major Kill does not do that
way or bad way. He's a channel.
Major Kill used to have a skill where he just like shouts at Timmy. He's got like this like imaginary friend called Timmy, and then like Timmy will just say something silly, and then he'll be like, "Shut up, Timmy." Yeah, I think he stopped doing that because the picture was like an autistic kid, and that's not Reddit friendly.
Occasionally, if I want someone to tell, if I want someone to tell me something in a funny Australian accent, maybe I'll watch him. But there you go. Like, yeah, I don't.
Here's a hot take. I don't think he's got an Australian accent anymore. I think he lives in the US now and has been steadily losing his Australian accent, and his Australian accent has been more and more forced over the years.
I don't really care. Like, it's fine. And I find this about a lot of channels.
It's like a very mild Australian accent because he's not in Australia anymore. Like the Americans have been squeezing the Australian out of him. It sounds relatively normal.
Yeah, I find this about a lot of channels. You know, I think some people get overly het.
I think he kept like as much Australian accent as possible because one, it gets more girls, and number two, it's his entire brand.
Up about it. And I just, yeah, I don't care.
All right, I think we've seen enough. We've seen enough, guys. I've been streaming for about, it's almost 6 hours. Holy shit. It's 5 a.m. here right now. I think we're almost ready to just close up shops, right? Australia, isn't that country from the TF2 comics? Yeah, it's definitely a place in the TF2 comics, guys. Australia is not real. Yeah, Australia only shows up in the comics. It's not a real country. Go to sleep, man. I told you to react to this tomorrow. Nah, that's fine. It's fine. I get to sleep for like 7 hours, and then I get up, and then like go to do work shit. It's fine. I don't need to like wake up at 9 or anything. 12 is fine with me. There's like a time zone delay with my meetings. Yeah. So let's see. Closing out. Is there anything is there anything you guys want me to talk about? I see some shit going on in general chat. Hang on. Give me a moment. There we go. Some clips, some rage bait, some memes, freaking Amogus, Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay. So starter set. Okay. All right. I'm not gonna like go through the calculations right now, but you made a good point till you equated 15,000 points P of K47 to 2,000 points of 40K, which you know. Okay. You guys are having like a little. You guys are having a little discussion over here. That's fine. I'm not gonna interject on there. Anything else? Demon print. This has to be 3D printed, right? The head looks way too good. This is probably the base head. I think that's from the actual kit itself, but then the horns seems to be some... Is that the horns from somewhere else? Horns from this Dexessa. Okay. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, and then there's Yeah, I just realized that we don't have the bases for 11th edition. So we got the terrain at the local hobby shop, but we don't have the bases. And I think we might be fucked for the 11th edition game. I need to ask a few people. We might need to cut out some cardboard. What's over there? That's a Death Dread. Looking good, looking good. I see. Yeah, anyways, I guess that's about the end of this stream. Thank you for everyone for coming in to join in. You know, thanks for your time. Thanks for coming in. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for like running the system. I did not know that TTS actually worked. All right, I was waiting for someone to test it. So thanks for you know, testing the whole thing for me.
The terrain underlays are on the community page free for download.
Wait. I just noticed like a gap in my armor. So the TTS message does not show up in my chat. So if I'm not paying attention, the entire message disappears. Something about Sauron. Okay. Yeah, anyways, just closing out. I'm getting distracted. Yo, thanks to everyone coming in. I hope you guys take care for the rest of this week. I'll be streaming again next week unless, you know, literally nothing happened, in which case I might delay the stream, but I'm sure something will happen. I'm sure there will be something. And so take care, stay healthy. God bless. Love you all. Bye-bye.